foulest stenches in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver, for no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller. Can you dig it?
Some people do, depends on.
You want to wait a couple of minutes? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Carolyn's Corner After Hours. Carolyn Corner After Hours. It's Carolyn's Corner, but I'm in the corner, so it's Carolyn's, I don't know, Carolyn Corner. Welcome to our last installment of paranormal activity stories. We're going to be sharing some great stories with y'all tonight. I just know it. I have my dear friend, Miss Jennifer, here with me tonight. She has been our kind of like, what would you use? Expert in the field as well. We also have two more guests getting ready to join us. We have Baltimore as well. He's got a lot of experience in the field. And then we have Miss Liliana. So I'm about to bring them on right now. This right here is Miss Jennifer. Say hi to everybody, Miss Jennifer.
Hi, everybody.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and ladies first. Baltimore's probably like, really, again? So I'm going to go ahead and bring Liliana on here. Now, Liliana says that every time she's on, everything goes off. So let's hope it doesn't happen tonight. If it happens again tonight, that'll be the fourth time in a row. And then I really am going to believe it. So let me bring her on right now. She can hear me, but she cannot. Never mind. I can't hear her. Hi, Lily.
I will be, if it happens, I'm out.
That'll be really weird.
I will let you guys have the rest of the night and I'll just be out. I'll be on my way.
Earlier, somebody said, I can't remember who, Irma or somebody said, I hope you don't lose power again, internet. I was like, that's weird. After that would be the fourth time.
Fourth time.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and bring Baltimore on. Baltimore, are you ready to come on? Yes, thumbs up. All right. Okay, he's ready. I'm going to bring him on. All right, and the whole gang is here. Welcome, guys. Welcome, Baltimore.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing good. Thank you so much for joining us again on our final installment of Paranormal Stories. We're starting a few minutes early tonight, but that's good. It'll give people a chance to come on and get comfortable. I tell everybody, kick your shoes off, get comfortable. We're comfortable. The good thing about being at home, we can pretty much wear whatever we want, as long as it's,
not on.
all you can see is our heads. So
yeah, am I wearing pants? I don't know. Maybe not.
No one is ever going to know. So it looks like you're at work, I'm guessing, Liliana.
No, I'm home.
You're home. Okay. And Baltimore looks like you're in the car.
Yep.
Oh, well, good. Well, good. I'm glad wherever you are, I'm glad you're here with us, even if it is just virtually. So I'm ready to get this evening started. I always try to give ladies first. I know, Baltimore, it's just not right. But tonight, our special guest here in the Carolyn's Corner with me is Miss Jennifer. So, Jennifer, did you have anything you want to share before we get started? Since you haven't gotten the chat yet, really.
I have lots of stories. I don't know if you want me to start off with a story or
you sure can,
or what's
or
going
you
on.
can tell them what you just did before we started. That's another interesting. If you want to, whatever you want to do.
I don't like to talk about ghosts without protection, so I already smudged the room, and I have incense going ready.
Yeah.
Energy is very real, and it can attach to you if you're not protected. So, and it's not the first time I had to do it here in Carolyn's room.
Yes.
So you always come ready to go.
Absolutely. She's been my basically my protector from the other side, but she was able to make sense out of it and determine that the last incident we had, she believes, was just my mom.
We like to follow her.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She's a bright light, and if you're open to it, they'll come to you more. So
yeah,
she leaves the door open to hear the messages.
I know. And it's funny. We were just talking about that last week, weren't we, Liliana, about closing the doors?
Yeah.
Physically, she said she phically closes all of her doors.
I physically will close because I feel like doorways are portals. Like if you leave something open, you're inviting something in. So
right.
My kids' doors stay closed at night. They all stay closed. And fun fact, in case of a fire, it's actually good that your doors are closed also. So,
well, that's an excellent point. Yeah, that's a really good point. So, anything else? Do you want to share a quick story real quick before we get started?
I have lots of stories. I don't know where to start.
I know there's always so many.
Coming into paranormal, it's just been a part of my life. Always. One of my earliest memories is a paranormal memory. Where I lived in a trailer growing up, and it was very haunted. I believe it was haunted. Before I lived there, my uncle lived there, and he would travel, and he had a bunch of knickknacks and antiques that he had in the closet of my bedroom. I was terrified of my bedroom as a kid. I slept in my parents' room till I was like 10, 12. I would not go in my room by myself.
Wow.
I wouldn't close the door. I wouldn't be in there without the lights because I was terrified of that closet. I didn't understand then because I was a kid, but I was terrified. Well, come to find out, a lot of those knickknacks were from the war. They were from Japan.
Oh,
They were my grandpa. So there was a lot of negative energy attached to them. There was a camera in there, and it was an old camera. And I was scared of that camera. When you read about paranormal, there's a gift, or supernatural, there's a gift called psychometry. And it's when you touch something and it'll take you back to a place. And I think we all
wow.
experience
Yeah,
that kind of.
to some degree.
Like you ever been
Yeah.
into a thrift shop and you touch a dress and
Mhm.
you have an image in your head of the 1940s. That's actually a spiritual gift. We just don't really recognize it or develop it or cultivate it. Well, I had an experience with that with this camera. And I believe this camera was used to film some things that happened in the war that weren't very good. And it stayed with that energy. And when I touched that camera, it took me back to Japan, to where my grandfather fought. And I was scared to death.
Wow.
But I was asleep in my mom's room because I think I was like 3 years old, 2 or 3. It's one of my earliest memories. And I had this big Doberman pinscher. His name was Barney. And he was like, well, we now know the familiar, but he was my guard dog, did everything with me. And he was laying at the edge of the bed, and it was just me and my mom. My dad worked oil field. He was out of town. And it got really cold in the room first. My dog's ears perked up. He started not even barking. He was growling.
Oh.
Like, like
Hold on.
he was ready to fight. He was ready to guard. And at the time, then the door in our trailer to that bedroom swung wide open. And there was a red figure standing there. We couldn't make out facial features or nothing. It was just the shape of
A red figure.
red.
Wow.
Red, with a black like aura around it. I didn't know what to do. I was like 3 years old, and I remember I just knew, and I don't know how I knew, but I kept saying, at least in my head, I don't know if it ever came out loud, I believe in the blood of Jesus Christ. I believe in the blood of Jesus Christ. And it went away. Just like as fast as it was there, it just disappeared. So that was one of my earliest memories. But
Sorry.
I've always had spirits around me. They tend to follow me. They like to talk to me. And I have a lot more stories like that. And we'll share them throughout the night.
That is a really good
It was
story.
scary. And I still can picture it. Like,
Yeah.
it was yesterday.
That kind of reminds me of the story I told last week when my brother had something similar. But it wasn't, I mean, he saw someone at the door holding a bag, you know, they were dressed in black, and it was just, and that affected him his whole life. And he was about that age. And it really affects you the rest of your life. Yeah. I mean, I had, you know, we've had things in our, you know, at our house as well. I think all of us have experienced some really strange things, and they can't be explained. And that's one of the main reasons we wanted to do these shows so much, is because there's so many. If we have that many, we know a lot of others do too. So first of all, let me say hi to Annabelle. Thank you for joining us, Annabelle. Folks, whoever's on here, just say hi real quick so we'll know who's joining us. Remember, if you have a story, please send it to us. We'd love to read it out loud.
Yeah, I was just going to share it so my classmates can see.
Yes, please do. And let me see. Do you have a story that you'd like to share? I forgot his name. Oh my gosh. Baltimore. I went blank for a second. I'm sorry. Do you have a story you'd like to share real quick, Baltimore?
Sure. I'm always exploring. I'm always going down the creek beds, and I'm always, like I said in the past, I've always find certain things. And here in B County, I'm known as a finder, and and I'm always finding things. One particular day, I was in this certain creek, and then so I was just looking around, and I was looking around this old homestead, and then after that, so I decided to go down the creek, and I probably went down the creek like for pretty close to like around a mile down the creek, and then all of a sudden something hit me that it was kind of odd. I felt like if something was chasing after me, like you know, that I needed to run. So I said, no, I'm going to stay put. Yeah, I'm going to stay put. And then so I started walking towards the direction that they wanted me to run to. So I was, and then so I just kept on walking and walking. Then all of a sudden, I felt a lot of fear. I said, and then every time I have the certain feelings, they want me to find something, and there was something there for me to find, and something to put together the reason why I was feeling the way I was feeling. And then so I kept on walking, and then all of a sudden on the ground there was something in the ground, and I'm going, what in the world is that? And then and then I felt the presence of a woman close by there,
Oh my gosh.
and I'm going, what in the world is going on? And I kept feeling the fear and all these emotions, and possibly what this woman was actually feeling here. And then so I looked in the ground, and I found a piece of old leather on the ground. So I always have my little pocket knife with me. So I started digging where this old leather was at,
Right.
and then all of a sudden down that leather was a woman's shoe that was actually that I actually started digging out. And I'm thinking to myself, what is a woman's shoe doing here? And so I don't know
Yeah,
if she
that's very
lost it.
awesome.
Yeah, and I don't know if she lost it or something was chasing after her or something. But the feelings that I got in this area, and to this day, I still have that shoe to this day.
Wow. You still have that
Yeah.
shoe. So what
Yes,
kind of
ma'am.
shoe was it? Was it like an old fashioned looking shoe? I know you couldn't probably tell, it was all leather, probably torn up, but
Yeah, it was old fashioned. You could actually tell the holes where the leather was at. You could tell it was easily from the 1920s, 1930s. But there was only one shoe, and but the feelings and the emotions that I actually got down there, down that creek, it was just like if she was in fear and just wanted to get away from something, or something terrible happened to her there. I just did not know.
oh my
So
gosh, wouldn't it be amazing if there was some way to find out? But there's no way. I mean, there is
nope.
no way. You'd have to do a lot of research, and even then, you may come up empty-handed. That would be
Right.
very interesting, right?
Well, believe it or not, they have psychics that work on cases like
Well,
this.
that's true.
I do have one in my class. She, how do you say it is contracted by the
Okay.
police department where she's at, and
Wow.
they use maps and they do the quadrants, and she fills into the quadrant where they are, and they continue to narrow it to where they have within a 5 mile radius that they look for the missing person. And that's just one case. They use them all over the world.
Wow.
They use it.
So there's no telling that shoe could belong to someone,
Oh,
a
yeah.
missing person, someone that had, you know,
I would think something
something
happened
happened.
to her,
Yeah,
and
especially if you
she
got that feeling.
you were
Wow.
open to receive it, and she wanted somebody to know her story, and that's the only way she could communicate it.
Yeah, because
Right.
how else would you know to look there? Wow, that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gosh, well
That
maybe
is.
that if you remember where it is, maybe you could try to
Yeah.
find someone such as that. Maybe Jennifer could, find somebody or help you. I'm just suggesting. Or
I
if you
don't know
know
anything.
someone already, if you know someone that's psychic that might be able to assist you with that, that's very interesting. Wow.
That is
I would
interesting.
like to see a picture of the shoe, because sometimes
yeah.
I can read things through a picture, and I wonder if I could pick anything up on.
Yeah, if you get a
Now,
chance,
See, that is so
take a
scary.
picture of it.
now I'm a part of the historical society here in B County, and it's also part of the B County Historical Society and the Historical Commission. And we have a little museum at this little house called the uh, God. It's an old house. I forget the name of that house. I think it'll kill me. But anyway, so I actually have that shoe in there. It's called the McClanahan House,
Oh,
I know where
and
it's at.
yep, and that shoe is actually in there, and it's at the display case.
oh wow.
I might have to go see it one day, just out of curiosity.
Maybe that has to do with some of the
You
haunted
know,
places
I drove
beforehand
up
now.
to the house one time, and that house just makes me feel some type of way
Right.
when I'm around. I've only been once, and I was dropping something off for somebody.
Yeah. It gives you the heebie-jeebies, as I
Yeah,
say.
it's just like I
Speaking
don't.
of
You
heebie-jeebies,
can feel energies.
yeah, I think our good friend Mike, I believe he's doing an investigation tonight at K&E Seafood, which used to be the Dog and Bee, which well
Yeah,
known.
there's a lot of sightings. Yeah.
So I'm really hoping that he'll come online or something and tell us later if if he's at liberty to do that. That would be really interesting because I asked him to join us, but of course he's doing that. We're also waiting for Paul. Let me make sure Paul's not down here in the bottom because I just realized, like, wait a minute, Paul's not here. Where is he? So, wow, that's really interesting. So, I hope you're able to find something on that. That would be cool. Yeah, if you get a chance, send a picture of it, Baltimore. You can get a picture.
Sure. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff in that house that is pretty fascinating. The most fascinating thing I think I have there. I was at a yard sale, and over there in Goliad, and this is going to sound bizarre and weird to y'all, but there was something along the side of the house that they were actually trying to get rid of, and what they were actually trying to sell. And then the very first, when I first glanced at it, I said, "Oh my God!" He goes, "I can't believe what I'm looking at." And then so gentleman comes up. He goes, "You know what that is?" I said, "Yep, I know exactly what that is." He goes, "If you know what it is, I'll give you a good price on it if you want it." I said, "Sure." He goes, "It's an old embalming table."
Oh,
Is
Wow.
I would.
yeah, and
No, I
yeah, it
wouldn't
was
want that.
I would
yeah,
want
it was.
that.
You would?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
I love
Now,
the mortuary.
now, what the
That's
stuff was
scary.
wild about it, the stuff that was
Yeah, I
wild
mean,
about
it
it is that he actually gave me a real good deal on it, and and then I still have that embalming table inside the McClanahan house. And then what's wild about it is that you could actually there's no telling because these and also this certain table that they actually used it for viewing people a long time ago when they actually passed away. But there's no telling about the historical part dealing with that table.
Could you imagine if those things could talk? The stories that table would tell.
Oh, God, I can't
Can't
even
even
imagine.
imagine. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
wow.
I don't know much
Well,
about
that
the house. I do just
that
like
reminds me of
buildings.
that
I don't know.
what's that show? Haunting of Hill House, where the girl she
Yes.
touches, she wears gloves because when she touches people, like she feels what they go, like their emotions pretty much. Scary.
It's a very physical
Wow.
representation of what an empath does, and you can pick
Yeah.
up on every. And
Yeah.
I'm like a sponge. If I'm not careful and I don't, bubble up with protection, I'll do that. I'll take on their. Let me take your pain. Let me take your grief.
No, I know.
all
I
that.
do that.
That, you know,
A
I
lot.
think honestly,
And
I
I
feel
didn't
like
know
that's
what it was
what's
called
gotten
until
me.
recently because I work all the time.
I
Go
feel
ahead.
like that's what's gotten me in some really like
Yeah.
insane relationships is because as empaths we want to like we're like
You want to.
problem solvers. We
Hold on.
want to solve the puzzle, you know? But it's
We do that. We want to fix, change, and save people because you know what they're going through, and you feel like you can. But the sad thing is we can't. But we get ourselves in a lot of situations.
Okay, ladies, excuse me just a moment. Paul is here. I'm going to bring him on. Okay, Paul, you ready? He can't. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now the whole game is here. Stop it! Don't start doing that crap. Oh my gosh. So we were
I
talking
have
about empaths.
hold on. I'm trying to get my fingers right here and up and
I
up
know.
and we
We
got a
started
weird
a little
look
bit
from
early because
this
everybody was on
person.
here. Yeah, I'm up in that
Can you
corner.
hear
We're like the
me?
Brady Bunch. We're the
yeah, we
Brady
can
Can you
hear
hear
Bunch.
me?
So,
you.
ladies and gentlemen, this is Paul Gallagher. I don't think we have any viewers right now. I don't know why, because we're only 5 minutes into it. People are probably
And
waiting.
we started early.
Last time people started coming in late. And I said, maybe we should start later because we started earlier because we had to go to bed early. So I don't know.
We haven't
I
found
don't
the
know
sweet
which is
spot
better.
yet.
Yes, and we got to find our sweet time, sweet spot. 7:30. But Lalo and I thought maybe 7:30 or 8 was too.
Yeah, I know. I had a lot of classmates that wanted to watch, but we have class right now, which I had to make up later, so they couldn't watch.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
actually
we'll
take
get.
spiritual
Oh,
classes, so they're all about it. They're like, what?
oh
What are you
yeah,
gonna do?
you know they would
We
probably
have
want to
stories
join us.
too.
Well, if
Yeah.
they come on, if you see anybody on yours or whatever,
I think
let
they're
me
all
know.
in class right
Yeah.
now.
Well, when they get out, maybe later. You
I
never
shared
know.
the link with them.
Good, good, good. So
Yeah, I shared the link on my Instagram too, so
awesome. Thank you so much. That's one thing I don't have is Instagram. I had Twitter, but I don't really use it that often. But hopefully we can get an audience from using your Twitter. That's a great idea, Liliana. I know. And I don't know if you can share it to what is that you and Brett are always doing? You're always
TikTok.
TikToking, Paul. So I don't know if you can share it to your TikTok. I don't know how that works. I've never TikToked.
No, I think I have to put it on my bio. I don't think I can put it on like videos.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because they're only real short videos, right?
I don't know. I'm like not a part of this newer generation that knows everything about TikTok. I'm
Well,
still kind of slow myself about it.
I don't know anything about it. Well, I don't even have it.
I have one, but I just like to watch weird cat animal and animal videos.
Yeah.
And I laugh like a hyena. But my daughter does. She has like
Yeah.
I think animals up to 600 followers now.
Oh, wow. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
It's crazy. And then she just does dolls, like her little storylines with her little story. Yeah, it's crazy. My husband loves TikTok, but he's made a few.
Yeah.
They're
He's
just
got
kind
some
of
funny ones.
voiceover.
I know. Paul does a lot of funny ones. So does Lalo. They do. And
I do some voiceovers.
Hi, baby.
Lalo actually duetted one of mine, and it was so funny.
I saw that. That was so funny. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Yeah, I don't know. We need to start doing it. We should start doing it.
It's great for you because you get an idea out of nowhere.
Yeah,
you can knock it out real quick in a short.
But I don't know how if I would do it. Maybe I would. I've been telling Brett I want to just start doing random Facebook lives, just to try to build the audience a little bit more. But yeah, I never know what to talk about. Believe that or not.
Do you know what to talk about? Come on.
I know. Well, I know. That's why
I was thinking the same thing as this guy. I forgot where I was pointing. This guy.
I know. You got to point that way. So, back to the McClanahan house. Do you know if you can just go in there, Valdemar, or do you have to have an appointment, or can you go in there and check it out?
I believe that you need an appointment to go in there. Yeah. It's a wonderful house, and it has a lot of antiques in there, a lot of history in that house. I mean, it's just totally fascinating.
That would be really cool.
Very interesting.
Yeah, maybe we could go check it out. That would be really cool. Have you been in the McClanahan?
Is that the one over there by the old library?
I'm not even sure.
It's by the old library and the old jailhouse.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been there before. It's nice.
You have? Yeah, I want to go check it out. I'm surprised Brett hasn't been over there. He probably has years ago. Oh, he said he has. He yelled from the other room.
We heard him.
Yeah, you can hear him. Yeah, wow. So, wow, that's pretty cool. So, let's see, Liliana. Let's move on to another story. Do you have a story you'd like to share?
When y'all were talking about pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
I told you this when I was at your house that one day about my aunt. So I had this aunt. I went to visit some of my family in Dallas. And I have my tia, she has pictures, like she's got a very long hallway in her house. And she's got pictures from the top to the bottom.
Wow.
Just random pictures of the whole family. Like any picture, she'll find a frame and she'll put it on somewhere on that wall.
Yeah.
Well, one time I was 14 years old and I was walking around and I was just looking at the pictures and one of them stood out to me. And I pointed at it and I asked my tia, I said, "You were really close to her, weren't you?" And she was like, "Yeah, that's who I named my daughter after." So I was like, okay, I didn't know that, but I told her, I was like, I just pretty much started like getting things in my head and I was telling her like, well, I think you talk to her sometimes, or like you seem to have been like really, really close. I had no idea. I never met, like this was from her mom's side of the family or from her dad's side of the family, and I'm related to her through her mom's side of the family. So I had no idea of like her cousin, like any of this information. And she confirmed it and she was like, yeah, like she started crying her eyes out.
Oh my gosh.
And she was like, yeah, like I talked to her like she was my best friend, and every time I'm going through something, that is who I would talk to. But she had passed away, I think like a few years before. So that is why she named her daughter. She had her daughter after she passed away. So she did it in honor of her. And she was like, I've never met her. Of all the pictures on this wall, for that picture to like speak out to me and for me to give information about that person that I could not have known.
Absolutely. Wow, that's pretty incredible.
That was
well, you get feelings about things. That doesn't surprise me, especially when it's family. I guess maybe it's like they send you you get this sense.
Clairsentience.
Clairsentience.
It's a psychic gift of knowing. You have clairvoyance is when you see, clairaudient when you hear, it's clairsentient. It's a gift of knowing. You don't know why you know, but you just know.
Yeah, like
Oh
there's
yeah.
been other occasions where I have literally like I'll start telling people things. Like another story. I was with this one of my old friends and I asked him like, I said, what do black rocks mean to you? And he was like, I used to collect them. I had an uncle that used to bring them to me, and he knew that my favorite color was black, so he would that was how we bonded. We bonded over rocks. Like he would, as a kid, I grew up collecting them. And I started telling him, like, was this the funeral that you were just at? And he was like, yes, it was. And I told him, you told him something, like when he was laying there, like you went up to him and you told him something. He said, yes, I did. How did you know that? I was like, I have no idea. I don't know. I just know. I don't know how I know this, but I know. You told him something and he heard you. He just wants you to know that he knows, like, he heard you. That he heard you and he's going to take you up on that. I don't know what it is, but that is the message I'm getting. And he said, yeah, I told him that whenever I died, I'd have a beer with him in heaven. I was like, okay, well, he got the message. I had no idea. No idea.
Well, maybe you probably have other gifts, you know.
Medium.
Yeah.
Medium.
Wow, that's
that is.
you should keep nurturing that, right?
Yeah, you need to call. I mean, if you want to, not everybody.
Some people don't want to do it. Yeah.
It's a
It
really
can be-
hard call.
Well, it's
hard
very
call.
intimidating sometimes. It's scary. I've seen a curandera before, and I've told her about it, and she's told me, she's like, I can tell. She said she told me that I can actually see spirits, because I told her sometimes I feel like people's faces kind of start to shapeshift if I'm looking them in the eyes too long. She said that is, you're seeing their spirits. You are literally seeing their spirits. Their face is shapeshifting into their spirits. And she told me, like, you need to be very careful with stuff like that. But that was scary to me, especially having kids. Like, you never know what you're bringing into your home.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it just goes back and forth with me.
Absolutely. Well, let me interrupt for a second. I want to say hi to our couple of viewers that popped on. Donovan Thomas is back. Donovan, I'm so glad you're back with us. Thank you so much. It means the world to us. If you have a story you want us to tell, message myself on here or message, I believe you have Liliana, I believe. I can't remember who you messaged last time. But if you want to share a story, please do. You can put it right here and I'll share it if you'd like. Sarah, Miss Sarah, lovely Miss Sarah. How are you, beautiful? I'm so glad you made it on. So glad y'all are here. We're getting more viewers on we just barely really got started. So we have Mr. Paul Gallagher here. I'm trying to go in order. It's hard because we have a lot of people, but I'm so blessed that we do. So Donovan, you're just in time also to hear a story from Paul. Paul's had a lot of experiences, as we all have. So that's why I like this group, any group, because we've all had different types of experiences that we just can't explain. So I love that we're able to come together tonight and share them. So Paul, you got a story of something else that happened to you, hon?
Let's see. More of an observation. I got some more, but talking about like bringing stuff into your house. One of the things that I've actually
right
doing this. And if you hear kids in the background, they're gonna be running around everywhere. And I have a cat and everything else, so it's nuts.
Hi, Samara.
Welcome to my
life. Downstairs.
And I'm very very animated.
I know you are.
It's the only way to live life. So who's that?
Yeah,
who's that next to you?
This is Jennifer. Have you met Jennifer?
Hi, Jennifer.
Jennifer.
I don't think
she was here on our. She's a counselor. She's studying to be. What are your qualifications? You're going to be a therapist. A therapist, and she's also studying a lot of spiritual. How would you talk about? How would you?
There's a lot of different terms. Spiritual healer, elemental healer, just anything into dealing with spirit. I take a lot of classes and work in a lot of that.
So she's got a lot of experience. So I'm glad that she joined us for the last episode. Yeah, it's really interesting. And before we start,
she keeps giving me weird looks because I'm doing this whole thing.
Oh yeah, I know you're pretty wiggly.
I want to hear a story. I really do, because I have my own opinion. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So she wants to hear your attachment story, Paul. Do you have an attachment story?
Yeah. Basically, one of the things that I've learned throughout my life dealing with all the spirits and stuff is I've learned to not say "come in."
No.
It's basically when you have someone at your door, you say come in and you tell them the name, because as soon as you say come in, you basically have it's an open invitation to whatever's there to come into the house. So I'm really careful about doing a lot of this, and I try to teach my kids and anybody who basically comes in, basically teach them don't do that, because I do believe in evil spirits being able to get in there and control a lot of stuff that you have no control over. But anyway,
Have you experienced
and
that?
the same goes for
Have you experienced that personally?
Oh yeah. I always
You missed the
because
Lechuza story.
I heard about it.
oh yeah.
But was there another
yeah.
incident besides the Latrusa, or however you say it? Have you had any other experiences where you were like, where you felt like that something was trying to get to you or attached to you or something? And hey, Brett, he wants pizza.
Well, the Lechusa is a good example of something that basically I attracted, or I actually brought into my life from my high school days by calling it. And because of that, now I have owls following me around. I have those experiences. I'm driving, you'll see an owl just, I mean, I hardly ever see it, but owls flying in front of my car. When I was living at Cape Heart, there was an awning that goes out from the house, and we were outside talking. Well, midnight, I go in the house. As soon as I walk in the house, Crystal comes back in and she's like, "You never guess what just happened." I'm like, "What?" She goes, "An owl just flew under the awning in front of us and then up and over into the tree." I'm like, "See, this thing is just following me everywhere." It's crazy. My brothers are affected by it as well. They had an incident to where it attacked somebody in a car in town.
Wow.
I wish I could get him on here and actually get him to tell the story. But yeah, but that's one of the instances where I learned that you don't call in things to your life because it could follow you around for a long time.
Wow.
I wanted to hear your story because, and then Carolyn knows this, nobody else knows this, but a lot of times when you come on the radio show or on here, I struggle to watch it. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with you, but I have picked up an attachment on you. Like I have, and it's hard, like not a personal thing, but there's something about the energy that you bring. I feel something there. And a lot of times I have an aversion to watching you. Like it's not personal. I'm like, this just messaged me last time. I'm like, I have trouble watching him. So, I mean, if you're ever open to it, I'd be willing to cleanse you if you want.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because I've had stuff. I know I have stuff attached to me. My wife's been attacked by something when we first got together. She's actually been scratched in the face. When I was with my third wife, she actually went crazy in the house because she felt stuff. And I had a voice that actually said on video, it said, "Get her out, Paul."
Whoa,
I know I have stuff.
You feel it?
No.
Yeah, I felt that.
Same time.
Yeah, no, and I have stuff attached to me.
Paul. Okay, you sure that?
And it's funny because you say that would explain why my wife didn't get any sales at market days the other day, because
same exact
me
moment.
sitting there, I guess, people had an aversion to me, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it's.
If you're open to
That's
it,
crazy.
I mean, I cleanse your house.
Yeah, well, if she's picking up on that makes you
and
think,
through the
maybe there is something, and that's through a screen. You know what I mean? And it's nothing against you. It's just she feels like you may have an attachment. And she mentioned
probably.
she mentioned that last time, and I'm like, oh my gosh. But if she feels that, and Liliana, I noticed when she said that, you shook your head.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she felt it too.
You felt it too,
Well,
and it's nothing bad.
See, that's why this is what I mean by like I try to ignore
Brett, stop it.
like I try to ignore some of like the feelings that I get, and that's just like me kind of, because I know that I feel like once I accept it, then I feel like it gets closer to me. Once I'm like, oh, there's something here, I really do feel like it gets closer to me. And
Wow.
and that's what I try to avoid, because the times that I have done it, that is when I have been able to, like, there's been times where I've been like grocery shopping and someone will walk by me and I just want to reach out and be like, hey, like, just have a conversation, and it's something attached, and I know that it is. And once I remember as a child, I had a moment like that where literally said out loud, I know that you're here. And I could almost hear people trying to talk to me, like, tell me, like, you need to help me. You need to help me. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm lost. It's been like this my whole life. And I had a friend that used to practice it. And he even told me, he's like, I know that you can do stuff. He's like, you need to practice it. But it's just my fear. And then after I had kids, I don't want to welcome in anything that doesn't need to be here.
Wow. Well, I know they're not trying to freak you out or anything, Paul, but for both of them to sense it, I don't know, that's kind of weird. Because I know you've had a lot of...
Well, that will explain why it was hard for me to get girlfriends in high school.
You got
Probably.
cooties.
You got spiritual cooties.
Spiritual cooties, for real.
I was just a big old nerd. I'm still a big old nerd.
you are, but I love you.
You're an author.
See, and I've never experienced that, but I've known you so long, and I've been around you so much, you know what I mean? To where I'm just, whatever it is, it's probably just, if you do have some type of attachment, I'm just probably used to it. You know what I mean?
To it.
I might be desensitized to it. You know what I mean? But Jennifer had mentioned that to me a couple of times, and I said, really? And she goes, yeah, it's almost like he has an attachment. And I've never heard her say that. So it's something
I've always felt like Paul has a very in-your-face kind of energy. Like, even just him in the room, it's very, like, in your face.
Sucks all the air out of the room.
Wow, poor Paul. Poor Paul.
Like, no offense, Paul. No offense, but
they don't mean it in a bad way. I'm like, Paul.
Yeah.
He's like,
it's your energy. It's just your energy.
It's not personal.
Oh my God, he makes me laugh every time I'm around him. Oh my God.
You take everyone's breath away. There you go.
In more than one way.
Oh.
Well, that's good, I guess.
No, yeah.
So Donovan.
That kind of makes a little sense.
Well, you know, that's really interesting, though, Paul. It really is interesting.
No, it does.
It is.
It makes
because if it's something that Jennifer... Do what?
It's his energy. See? It's because we were talking about it. Now she's mad. The attachments you got are mad at you because we don't know what you just said.
They're taking over your feed. They said, that's enough from you.
Yeah,
no more
probably.
Silence him. He's giving away too much.
Brad is in there freaking out. No, you should. I mean, it's up to you, but I would definitely ask you to do a cleanse. How do you do a cleanse? Just with sage? Oh, it's a whole thing, isn't it?
It's a whole process. I mean, you can do something that quick, and you're gonna get it off, but it's gonna come back. It's like a spiritual exfoliation with a quick cleanse. You know, you're just taking off the top part. But if you don't get to the root cause as to why it's there, or what you're allowing it, or what part of you it's attached to, it'll come back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Freaking me out.
It's not a long process, and it doesn't really require you to do much. But
okay, not even gonna lie to you guys, but my cat is following something around the room.
That's
freaking me out because my door is closed, and he's literally like behind me, just looking up and down, like there's something there.
Maybe it's a bug. Let's just say it's a bug, okay? It's a bug.
I literally just told him, like, stop freaking me out.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Well, poor Paul, I feel like we all ganged up on you. But it's good that she told you that, because maybe there is something that she could help you with. You know what I mean?
I don't feel like it's negative.
Yeah, that explains when I do book sellings, people kind of like, ew, get away from that guy. He's a creep. Hey, it's not creep, so, I mean.
I don't think they ever say that, no. But it's weird.
No, but I'm one of those guys. Yeah, I like whatever. And at the point where
yeah, you're breaking up real bad. You're cutting out.
I heard. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, everything's just.
You're kind of in the back observing until it gets right, I think.
He's doing it again.
Yeah, and I don't know why. You're cutting out again. It's weird.
Get back on.
He's way out there.
Fixed and get back.
Okay.
Okay, honey. Gosh, poor Paul. I feel so bad.
The spirit's like, they're on to us.
They're on to us. Run. Get on.
They're like, you know.
Wow.
Okay, here's a situation that happened with my mom and my aunt. My mom is very like religious, likes to go to church, like God will protect me from everything. And her sister is the complete opposite. Like her sister plays Ouija boards, does witchcraft, like does spells and like you name it, she does it. And my mom was talking to her one day about maybe you should try to get out of that. Like every soul can be saved. And she was trying to have that conversation with her. The phone literally did what Paul's just did and shut off.
Oh yeah.
And she was like, I feel like it was literally like the demons on her end. Like, no, we're not going anywhere.
Well, you never know. That's kind of weird how it started happening as soon as we started talking about that. But I know he's way out in the country, so I'm gonna.
Brett doing?
Brett, what are you doing?
Stay away from me.
Brett, stop it.
Yeah, Brett.
Oh, I feel bad for poor Paul. Call him and tell him we're sorry. We're not trying to pick on him. I feel terrible. So, okay, well, he didn't really tell a story. So I guess I'll go ahead and tell one real quick, and then we'll wait till he comes back.
He has too much energy.
Yeah, too much energy, Jonathan.
Too many people's energy is what it is.
Yeah, he's got more than one.
Y'all are both pretty confident of that.
Yeah.
Do you think it's La Trusa or whatever you call it?
No.
Something in his youth. I don't get La Trusa.
No.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's something that has followed him from when he was young.
Wow.
I literally got the same thing. That's weird.
It may be something that he has that is attracting the La Trusa. That could be
because he
possible.
definitely believes that. We've been talking about that for years and years and years. Wow. Well, I hope he comes back. Brett, if you get a chance, call Paul and tell him we're sorry. We didn't mean to.
He's like, I'm not calling him.
Oh.
Well, I have a question, Baldemar. What's your intake on like everything, like what just transpired?
I believe that people there's an attachment that people have attachments, and there's sometimes as difficult to get away from it. When y'all were talking earlier about smudging and everything like that, when we do our investigations, my fiance and I do, and either which is in Gettysburg or all around the United States, we always have our sage, and we always have a prayer. And once we leave the area, we always say, whatever is here stays here. It cannot come with us. And it's a certain words that you say that the spirits have to, they know very well that they're not welcome, to come with you. When people have attachments, sometimes it's very difficult, to get away from that, because again, you don't know what spirits are basically attached to you. Dealing with the Latrusa, there's sometimes it could be a coincidence that things happen. And there's some, there's always a saying that always says, why has no answers. So we just don't know why things happen. So, do you mind if I tell a little story?
No, go ahead.
I like going fishing, and we went fishing at a place called in Sweeney Switch that is actually called Soquete. And I don't know if anybody is allowed to go there anymore. And it was dealing with some kind of ranch that was out there, and a lot of fishermen went fishing there. And then they always told us, hey, don't go down there because it's haunted. And he goes, what do you mean haunted? He goes, people see a lot of strange things there. I go, I don't understand. He goes, can you tell me a story? And this guy went up there and said, well, there was these two men that actually launched their boat there. And as they were coming in, there was this little creature sitting on the hood to their car. And it was green in color. And they were freaking out because it didn't look human at all. So, so they were so scared to put this certain boat back in their vehicle. They were so scared of this little creature that was actually on their car. So they went around and started fishing for a little bit more, and came back, and that creature was gone. And they loaded the boat up and everything, and when they took off, there was nothing but sulfur in the air. This bad stench in the air. They said. So when they told us that story, I would say like a couple of weeks passed, and we decided to go there. And we went out there. We actually went out there late at night, and we started fishing for alligator gar. And it was pretty close to like around 2:30 in the morning, I remember. And I was actually cooking, and I was actually cooking some pepper steak right in front of the headlights of the truck. And then this was kind of weird, a weird night. I just couldn't shake it. There was something weird about this night. And you know how the mist uh, comes from the water to the land?
Yes.
This
Terrifying,
time,
especially at
the
night.
mist, yeah, this time the mist was coming from the land to the water.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden, I'm up, and then all of a sudden, I would say maybe like around 30, 40 feet from me, this ball started to form. And out of this ball, here comes this terrible yell, a yell that is still to this day puts chills up my spine. That, even telling the story. And then, and it tumbled like a tumbleweed. And then it went towards the, towards left hand side, and there was a barbed wire fence there. And then this ball went over the barbed wire fence and it landed, and you could actually hear the two like thumping sounds, like something heavy landed on it. And then my relatives, we threw water on the fire, got the pepper steak, threw it out, and we cut our fishing pole lines and everything like that, and took off that night.
Wow.
Wow.
And as we're driving, and then as we're driving out from that place, there was nothing but black and white cats on the road.
Wow.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
So you
See,
didn't see,
the thing, ma'am,
was the sound like the Bigfoot yell that we've talked about, or was it something different?
it was a totally different sound. I know the sounds that Bigfoot makes. I know quite a bit of the sounds they make and their samurai talks and the stuff that they make. But
Right,
this one up here, it was a totally different yell that I've ever heard before in my life. It was like somebody in agony. That's the
right.
best way to describe it.
Wow.
But just a moment, and they're like, and all my relatives that were actually fishing there, comes up there, and they were freaked out. And I mean, we probably loaded that truck up. It probably took us maybe an hour to unload. And when we to unload, and when we started putting everything in back of the vehicle, it took us less than 5 minutes.
Oh, I
You
believe
know,
it.
we were
Yeah,
we
moved.
were
It
out of
really
there.
moved.
That's bone chilling.
Wow. Well, that
Yeah.
reminds me of the story. I was going to tell a different one first, but I want to share this one. I mentioned several times about my sister's house that they lived in, and how many weird things there were. And there were so many weird things. Oh my gosh. And I'm sure there still are. It's just that she passed away and no one lives there anymore, because now it's the church parish they made the house into. Um, well, we went out with them out into the pasture because there was a pond way back in the pasture. And my son was with us too, and Brett, and of course my husband Brett, and my brother-in-law David. They were by themselves, and then my son and a guy from New York City that had came to investigate, because they were all, Penny and David were really serious about this. They knew they had Bigfoot. And I nobody might not believe me, but I know it's true because I saw it and I heard it. And we were in another group. So they went, when we got to the pond, they went to the right, we went to the left, and we had walkie talkies. So we came to the pond. Did you ever get your pizza? Oh no, he didn't get his pizza. That's Mark.
No,
No,
I ate it all.
It's because Liliana's over there eating pizza, making us hungry.
I was.
I know
It's
it's all
gone.
gone.
I was
Anyway.
bringing snacks, but I was
Yeah.
like, I don't want to be chewing on camera.
That's all right.
Girl, I'm known for being a foodie. Like everywhere I go, people know like you're eating again. Like, yes, I am.
And you never gain weight. Golly. So anyway, we get to the pond, because we separate, and they're like, okay, we're gonna go to the right, y'all go to the left. Now this is midnight, 1 o'clock, in the morning. Now, first of all, let me start by saying, as we're heading out into the pasture, we pass a tree in the pasture, because this is where all the cattle were and all that. And they had a donkey out there too. And we're walking by this tree, all of us together, and I was like, this is what I was talking about last week, Baltimore. I said, what is that smell? And my sister said, well, they must be laying right here. And I go, it was the most rank smell. It smelled like a wet skunk, kind of, it was
Yeah.
like a horrible smell. And I thought, well, wait a minute. I know I'm not imagining that, because I never smelt anything like that before. And so we kept going, and I was just like, man, that was weird. That was weird. So we keep going, we're all together at this point, and then we separate. The guys go to the right, we go to the left. So we go around one side of the pond. It's a pretty big pond. they go to the left. Well, when we get there, and Brett is in the other room, he will definitely vouch for me. Brett took a big machete with him because he was like, "There's no such thing as Bigfoot." Da da da. I got my machete, so it was really funny because he was like, "There's nothing here. You people, y'all are crazy. There's nothing out here." He never said that, but that's what he was feeling. So when we get to the pond, the sound is deafening. There are so many frogs. I don't know if you've ever been in a place where there's so many frogs. The sounds of frogs at night at a pond.
Right.
It was so loud. You couldn't even hear each other talk. So loud. I was like, "Oh my God, that's so loud." And they were like, "It's so loud." And we were talking. They kept making the noise. I can't do that, recreate it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, every sound at that pond stopped. I mean, it
Stop.
was dead silent. And Penny goes, "There's one here." I'm like, "What?" I'm freaking out. I'm like, "No, there's not." She goes, because I didn't believe it. But I knew it got completely quiet.
And one Bigfoot, right? We're
Yes,
talking about Bigfoot. There's
Bigfoot.
more than one Bigfoot.
Oh yeah, there's more than one Bigfoot.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
didn't.
the one area I haven't really studied.
I did not know. I didn't believe in it, but I know she had seen one when she was young, 13. So her whole life she was really. And
Okay.
they found. I'll tell you in a minute. They found all kinds of stuff out of that house. Let me tell you. Yeah, really. So now I believe. I never did before. So we hear a sound in the background, and Penny goes, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "No," because we all had walkie talkies, and it was like a little bit of a whoop. So Penny thought that it was David, her husband, on the other side of the pond, because him and Brett were by themselves because they were big, strong men. They didn't need, there's no such thing. Well, he was with David. Well, they had walked around and found a clearing and sat down with their back up against the wall. Not a wall, but it was almost like a ditch, kind of a ditch. But there was like a clearing where the brush, he was trying to describe it, but I never got to see it. And he had laid the machete down, and they had their backs up against the dirt. And they heard it. And Brett said he heard a belch. And he goes, "Man, you be quiet. I thought we were looking for Bigfoot," because Brett's all joking. And David, because they call each other he calls Brett Big Dog. He goes, "Big Dog, that wasn't me." And Brett's like, "Yeah, it was. Don't be messing with me." Well, it's still completely silent. And then all of a sudden we hear them. We can hear them running, hauling ass. Brett's scared to death. And he's like, "Something is out here. Something is out here. Something." It just burped. And he could hear him. He could hear it yell, and he could hear it like it was like a growl in his ear. It was a growl. See, he just because he was over there, and he was scared. He was really, really, really scared. And Penny said, "I told y'all." So they ran around the other side of the pond, and by then I was like, "Well, what did you hear?" He goes, "I don't know, but there is something out there, something I've never heard before." And so then Brett's like, "Okay, there's something." Because what? And then we were just freaked out because we knew that there was something, and me too. And I was like, "Well, I smelled something. We heard that, and what made all the frogs go completely silent?" And I mean, when I say deafening, it was deafening. And the smell, the sound, and then the frogs. I'm like, something's. And then Penny said this is where they hang out mostly, is right here at this pond. This is where they get their water source. And so him and Brett kept investigating. Next time we went, I think, and they found like a carcass of a deer down in the little gully, and it had like branches
Okay.
all on top of it. Like it had been hiding.
Yep.
Was it a cow or a deer?
Yep.
I can't remember what it was, but it was a carcass. And Brett's like, "That wasn't." It's like something had put it there under all these branches.
Yeah, wouldn't be there by itself.
Yeah, and I've got more stories about the Bigfoot at that house. I really want to get
Now,
for a trip over there because
now I gotta tell you something about that. More or less, you can understand that I found things like that as well. People actually say that a cat would do that. A cat would do that, but what's different about the pond area? A lot of wildlife go there, and that's where Bigfoot just waits up for them, and actually waits for a meal. And then so apparently exactly. So apparently when y'all were over there, y'all were basically interrupting his hunt. So for sure.
And the other
definitely,
weird
for
thing,
sure.
Brett said when he got up to run, he couldn't find the machete, and it had been moved down the path, and it was pitch black.
Yep.
And he said we didn't touch it. Yeah, he said we did not move it. And so to this
Yeah.
day, he said, "I don't know what the hell that was, but I know it was something I never heard before in my life." Because he's still like on the fence as far as, is it really a Bigfoot or is it something weird? But the combination of things. But see, he didn't see one like I did. So that changed, and he didn't hear the scream that night because he was passed out drunk. And I'll tell you that story later. I've got so many stories over there. A lot of stories from when I was a kid. But all this stuff at Penny's house, I mean, I could write a novel about it. I mean, she had so many weird things happen at that house. And no wonder that, I would go almost every chance I got. I would go just to try to see if I could get scared or see something. Because they had paranormal, they had UFOs, they had, for real, they had Bigfoot, they had everything out there.
That seems like it was probably like an energy source for all of these things.
Yeah, like a portal or something. And you know what else is weird? Honestly, I've saw it with my own eyes several times. This is really weird because they belonged to a Bigfoot research group, and they would people would come from all over the United States to come to their house. Honestly, it's a big deal. They would have black helicopters fly right above their trees without any markings on them, right before dark, all the time.
Government.
Wow.
Yeah, for real. And I'd say, what is that? She said, I guess it's the government. I don't know. They fly over here all the time. And I'm like, that is, and I'm talking right above the trees.
Yeah.
So we always thought
Yeah.
that was weird too, because if that, if they were there, which I know they were, and I'm sure they probably still are. Who knows? I don't know, but I would think so.
Now, now, let me tell you something. I got to tell a little story about Bigfoot also here.
Okay.
And I had a friend of mine, and so when I did the report in the KII news many years ago,
Right.
and so we actually met at Walmart actually, and he was telling me that there was this in Houston area, in the outskirts of Houston, there's this river that runs through there, and there was this lady. She lived pretty close to the river, or close to the water area, and actually saw a Bigfoot eating a snake.
Wow.
And she kind of she freaked out, called the sheriff department, called the animal control, and called all these other people. And sure enough, I guess the creature got scared off and left the snake there where the snake where the Bigfoot was actually eating it. And then all of a sudden, people came up in government and told her basically that this never happened. You never saw anything. And actually got
my
the
kids
snake.
are yelling downstairs.
Wow.
And
That's insane.
actually got the snake. Actually got the snake and took it. And said that told her that for her not to tell anybody that this never happened.
Yeah. Well, like I said, and I believe it because I don't know why, but I mean, there's been too many people that have seen them. There's too much evidence, just like UFOs. Now the government's finally saying, okay, maybe there is something to this. You know what I mean? We're having.
That's why now they want to make a space force.
Yeah, and they say,
we
well,
have a space force already.
they're saying, well, no one has ever killed a Bigfoot. You don't have a body, but
maybe the body was taken.
Yeah, who knows? Or maybe, and then you hear all these stories like maybe they're shapeshifters, or they can interdimensional, where they can just shift from in dimension, because they're so fast and it's hard to believe.
I 100% believe that they have to be shapeshifters
In order to not be detected at all.
They need to blend in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know they can be standing right there behind a tree and you won't even see them because they camouflage so well in the forest.
Now, I have a theory and a philosophy dealing with that, and I come out in a lot of shows dealing with Bigfoot and everything like that, and that was one of the questions that was actually asked, if they were shapeshifters and stuff like that type deal. I'm a Native American Indian, and there's a lot of stories. Yeah, and there's a lot of stories dealing with that. Right, and the thing is, again, it's like this: if Bigfoot could come in, this is my philosophy of thinking. If they could go into anywhere where they want to, any dimension that they want to, why would they want to come here? Why would they want to come into the woods where there is a whole bunch of mesquite thorns, a whole bunch of fire ants, and a whole bunch of fleas, and a whole bunch of ticks, and all this other stuff, and for them to live in an uncomfortable area, especially down here in South Texas? Why would they want to do that when they could go anywhere else that they wanted to? But I want to tell you something about this creature, Dan, that I experienced myself. This creature is super, super fast. Even though that it's big and massive, it's a lot faster than a man. And I have eyewitnesses that went up there and said that it ran, that they actually seen it running down coastal fields, that it ran a quarter of a mile like it was nothing, and
Right.
that's how fast they are. So, and then the thing is again, is that I mean, it's so fast, and you can't even take a picture of this thing because I don't think there's enough shutter speed in order for you to catch a creature that goes this fast. I had an eyewitness that didn't believe me,
Right.
and that this actually happened here in B County. And so, sure enough, he goes to his ranch. He had a set of binoculars in his chest,
Hmm.
and didn't see one. He saw two of them in Toledo, Texas. It
I
and
believe.
it ran so fast. It ran so fast that he couldn't put up his binoculars and look at it. The only thing that he saw that really struck him oddly was a big one that was pretty close to like around 9 feet tall. It had a white spot in his chest, and that's the only thing that he really said there was something odd about this creature.
Absolutely. Well, like that one I saw at Penny's house out in the pasture. That's why I believe. Because I said, I know that's not a cow. I know it's not a horse. I know it's not a donkey. That's a freaking Bigfoot. It was like 8 foot. But all I did was take my eyes away for a split second. I was like, Brett, give me the binoculars. And by the time I looked back,
Gone.
it's gone. And I was like, how can it have disappeared in a pasture? You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, there
Yep.
were trees, but I know what I saw. And I'm like, I know what I saw. So after that, I was like, okay, there are Bigfoot out there. I mean, and it all adds up to where it would make sense. But I wonder if there's a connection between Bigfoot and paranormal and alien activity because there were so many other things out there. Is it kind of like maybe they're drawn to that? Maybe it's a portal.
Well, I'm kind of getting some intuitive hits, spirit talks. I've never studied Bigfoots. I mean, I used to live maybe 15 minutes from a town called Bigfoot, Texas.
Oh, we went through there, but
Yeah.
it's not what they say it is.
It's
Yeah,
not.
I thought it was.
But I never studied. I always thought of it as the one.
Yeah.
But if there's that many of them and they present themselves as a creature and they put themselves in an uncomfortable position, they have to be here for a purpose.
Yeah.
What is their purpose?
It's just it's just they're like a man. It's just like a Native American Indians. Native American Indians no longer live in the woods anymore.
True.
We used to.
Well,
And
one
then
thing
if
I've noticed as far as Bigfoots go, having traveled to Washington as much as I did the last like year of my life, I've noticed that I see the most Bigfoot sightings signs around what are they called? Reservations. Like
Oh, yeah.
yes,
they're the most around there. That is where I've seen them the most, is around reservations.
Well, that's what my brother-in-law told me. If you talk to an older Native American, somebody in their 80s or whatever, they will tell you stories of how the Indians used to trade with Bigfoot. I don't know. That's what he always told me.
yes,
He said because
that is so true.
yeah, that's what he said. They would trade with them. They would give them items, and Bigfoot would give them, or they would just give them items because they almost consider them like almost like a god.
Make an offer. Yeah, because that's what you get. That's
Yeah,
all it is.
it's like an offer. So they still do,
Exactly.
huh? Interesting.
Yep.
Wow, that's so cool. I would love to. I just think that's so cool. Now I did see a story. My brother-in-law, I saw it on one of their Bigfoot channel that I used to watch sometimes, and I didn't know about this. There was a lady that claims that she would talk to them, and they would come up and see her every day, and she would leave them fruit, and she would. But I thought it was a little bit too. Yeah, even he said I think she's just making up stories, because it was like, oh, now I know them by name, and they talk to me, and
Oh wow.
but who knows. But now I can, if somebody says something, they think, oh, she's crazy. But I can say, now, have you heard this? Have you smelled this? You know what I mean? Have you seen this? Like the twisted branches, the rocks. Did you ever find rocks in a formation? Because they used to do that Penny and David's a lot. They would put rocks
Yes,
in a circle.
yes,
Weird, huh? It's
yep.
weird, and there's no way. And they have hair samples, they had footprints, they had everything. Yeah. And
Now
they
I had an opportunity one time, and again, it's dealing with the person.
yeah.
I don't know if I told you this story here in the show or not. Did I ever tell you about that little whistling sound?
I think so.
What happened was I was down this area, and I was pretty close to a coastal field, and it was pitch black. And the coastal field, and then and deep, on the other side of the coastal field, there was nothing but deep creeks down there. And so this particular night, I did a Bigfoot call. I was doing a couple of Bigfoot calls down over there to check if I could get a response. And then all of a sudden, I started hearing a whistle, and it was crossed between a dolphin. Best way for me to describe it, crossed between a dolphin and a parrot. That's the only thing that I could describe it as.
Right.
And so it started. It started going from the creek bed. Started going to the coastal field. Mind you, it's pitch black. And and I'm going, what in the world is that? And the whistling sound started getting closer and closer and closer. And I did not want to turn on my headlights. I mean, my lights that I had.
Yeah.
So, and the very first thing that I thought of went to my head was, that's a baby. And then so I just stepped quiet because it stopped and you could actually hear the whistling sound. And I said, man, that's a baby.
Wow.
And and I was going, and I said the parent must be real close by, and he's probably eyeballing me and eyeballing the baby, and I was in a very dangerous situation. So, and then I stopped. I stopped what I was doing and everything like that, and then all of a sudden there was a call into the creek bed, way deep into the creek.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I started hearing that whistling sound, started whistling and going back into the creek. You could actually hear that whistling sound going back deeper into the creek. And then all of a sudden
Wow.
it just stopped. And if I was a totally different person, I would have jumped at the chance of putting a flashlight on there and snapping a picture of it.
But you knew that
But the
was
thing
not
is,
the
again,
right. Especially if that was
no,
as David called them, the juveniles. Yeah.
yep,
That would,
exactly,
Wow. Well, yeah. And
exactly.
he one time we went out. We were in up near Louisiana because they used to live. Because it seems like no matter where they've been, they've had Bigfoot for real. Because they've always lived out in the country. And we went down this this road one night, and I was driving, it scared the crap out of us. We were in our truck, and David was in the back of the truck because he wanted to be out there so he could hear them better. And all of a sudden, we literally heard something coming through the bushes and growling. And
Mm.
Brett's like, it was loud too, loud. And Brett goes, get in the truck, and he's taking off without, because he move over, and he was scared to death. So we almost left David. And when we got home, David goes, because he was doing calls, he was making calls out there and it reminded me of Wrong Turn, that movie Wrong Turn, because it was foggy, like you were saying, and it was terrifying. I did not want to go down that road. I was way out in the middle of nowhere, somewhere near Louisiana.
Wow.
But when we got home, David goes, man, that was scary. And I go, well, and he was so mad at me when I told him this. I said, well, maybe I should have told you something. And he goes, what's that? And I said, I don't guess I should have been with you, because it was my female time of the month. And David goes, are you crazy?
Oh, wow.
He goes, you could have got me killed, for real. He was so mad. He said, you never go out investigating when you're, but I didn't think anything of it. I wasn't going to miss an opportunity, even though I was scared. I figured, well, we're in the car, we'll just leave.
sense your
Yeah.
pheromones. Oh my
So yeah, that was crazy. But David, we almost got left. He had to literally jump into the back of the truck and Brett said, I'm leaving, because you could hear it coming through the woods, and it was getting louder as it got closer. It was horrifying. So I don't know if that's why. He goes, well, of course that was why. He was so mad at me that day. He was so mad at me.
That is funny.
Yeah, it was crazy. That was it was a long time ago. But that was a scary road. They said, go down that road. I go, I am not, literally the words that came out of my mouth, I am not going down that road. That looks like from the movie Wrong Turn. Because you literally, it just went down and it was pitch. I was like, it was really terrifying. I have no idea where we were. They didn't know where we were. We're just cruising on
That
these
would have
back
been
roads.
Roger. Like, no, I'm like, let's go, do it.
Oh, geez,
wanna
it was
go.
terrifying. And they stop, and I'm like, why are we stopping? We're going to make some calls. I'm like, are you crazy? We're out in the middle of nowhere by a swamp. It was by a swamp.
Louisiana. So
Yeah, it was terrible. It was scary, but it was, at least I got to say that I did it, we survived it. It's crazy. So, I just want to check something real quick. Does anybody that's on here have any stories they want to share? Because we could talk all night about Bigfoot.
I got a few messaged to me
Oh,
today.
good. Okay, do
Let
one,
me
and then
see.
we'll let Jennifer. Do you have something you want to say? Okay. I'm just trying to go. Yeah, I talk too much if I get started. You know that. By the way, I'm sorry about last week. I cut you off a lot, Jennifer, on the show. I didn't mean to.
That's okay. I'm gonna use your brush.
And Liliana, I didn't
Here,
mean to.
no, it's fine. Here's one I got from Mark. Mark's watching right now
Oh,
too.
hey, Mark. I'm glad you sent it, honey. Good to see you. I was going to say hi a while ago.
He said he said one story happened a long time ago. I was probably 21 or 22. I was hanging
Okay.
out with some friends from the neighborhood. We were drinking, and of course, whenever an idea is mentioned, good or bad, the answer is always yes. Someone mentioned we drive to the cemetery. We drove
Oh,
there, which my second story that I got inbox was also about a cemetery, which is crazy.
really?
He said, we drove there, parked, and lowered my windows. I started playing the Halloween theme on repeat as I left the headlight beams on. I swear it was about 5 minutes in whenever we see someone run across the car. Two things about that. One, you can clearly see the reflectors that are in the back of the shoes. Two, there was nobody attached to the shoes. We freaked out and turned off the radio and shut off the lights. All the crickets, bugs, and nightlife that you usually hear all became quiet. Then I swear seconds went by and then someone knocked hard from the bottom of my car. No soft tapping, but popo knocking, he said.
Oh, my gosh.
He said, I turned on the car and got the hell out of there. I never went back until last year whenever we had to have my dad's urn buried there. I'm really sorry about that.
Wow. Yeah.
But I told him, he was like, let me know if it's good. I was like, I'm not going to read it until then because I want the full reaction on camera.
Yeah. Wow. I wonder what it
Wow.
was. Well, it sounds like it might have been a spirit with just the shoes, though. It's like there were
That is
shoes.
weird.
You see the reflectors of the shoes running across the street, but nothing was attached to the shoes.
Yeah, and then Chandler sent me one too.
Underneath his car. Oh my gosh, that must have been terrifying.
I'll
Mark.
copy paste it and send it to you. That's insane.
That's a good story, Mark. Wow, I bet. Whew, man, I bet that really messed you up. I would have been so.
That's
terrified.
crazy.
Oh my god.
And then I got one from Chandler, same cemetery, right? Yeah. So he said a few miles outside of Jefferson.
Hi, Chandler. Sorry, I don't see him on here. Is he on here?
No, he's not on here, but he sent it to me a while ago so I could.
Okay.
He said because he grew up in Jefferson, Texas, and he told me about the whole every year they do the Bigfoot.
Yes. We went to it. Jefferson. That's where Penny and David lived for a long time. Was Jefferson? That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where Chandler's from, which is crazy.
Huge deal. I've been to it twice. It was weird though. I first did.
I gotta go.
It's interesting.
So he said a few miles outside of Jefferson, there's this place called Witch's Tabernacle. It's a very old cemetery. It's also where a long time ago people took a woman who they suspected of being a witch and hung her and burned her.
Wow.
Hence the name. My friends and I used to go out there all the time. Didn't matter the time, but it was usually after midnight. One night it was just me and my one friend who decided to drive out there. We got out and walked around a bit like we always do. Once we were done, we got back in his truck. He had an old radio in his truck, so how he would play music was by using a cassette tape that was attached to an auxiliary cord. He said, well, when we got back in the truck, he started it up. The cassette tape just popped out on its own and was just playing static over the radio. Then we were trying to put it back in. When we were trying to put it back in, we hear, get out, more static, now.
Oh.
Then nothing else was said, but we drove off as quickly as we could. That's scary.
And they heard that audibly. That's crazy.
They heard it on the, like, in between the static. Like, static, get out, more static, now, static.
Oh, my God. Yeah, especially if you hear it like that, because, that's so scary.
Their guide telling them to get out of the way.
Yeah, I wonder, right? I wonder if it's the entity telling them to leave, or maybe it is their guide.
I would think it would be their guides or their angel being like, hey, something's going on, you need to get out. And they're using the energy from the radio to be able to express that.
Yeah, because they say you should always
I feel like especially when it's like you're in a dangerous situation too, like your spirit guides are like, I don't care if you hear me at this point, you better go.
They don't try to be coy or secretive then. They're like, you will see me and hear me.
Yeah. Well, Jennifer, do you have something you want to share?
I was trying to pull up a video. My grandma messes with the lights in my house, and the light in my dining room would just go flicker all the time. But I'll pull it up in a minute. It would just happen recently too. We went to Full Circle, and again going back to the touching items. And I love to go thrifting, junking. My husband does too. We often, that used to be our thing. We would go to Full Circle on either Saturday or Sunday after breakfast. Well, there was this one booth, and I picked up this horn because I love to collect things like that, natural things. And I had this horrible like sensation in my arm, and it felt like it was burning. I had to put the horn down. And I always carry like a to-go smudge in my car.
They have that?
Yes, they do.
Oh my gosh, really?
And I was freaking out. I don't know. I just felt that horn wasn't harvested naturally. Like that was taken from the animal against its will. That it went through pain. Like I felt that, I experienced that. It took me about an hour to get my arm like go back to normal. My husband was there. He touched it too. He felt it, but not as intensely. And that's why I'm always careful now when I go to thrift stores or things like that. Be very mindful what you touch, because energy it's real and it touches. That was the first time I had experienced like a burning, and I knew what it was. I knew that horn wasn't taken ethically, or it was taken with a lot of
humanely. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, I've got to pull up some. That is terrifying that you felt that.
And it was at Full Circle.
Well, you never.
Here's
know.
one that I have about touching, since you brought it up, that I totally forgot. One of my supervisors, she had a ring. She was given an engagement ring, or no, it wasn't. It was a gift. Her husband gave her a gifted ring, and she was like, "Oh, look at it." So I went to naturally just touch the ring, and I told her, I was like, "This didn't belong to you originally, did it?" And she was like, "No, he actually like got it at a pawn shop." And I told her, I was like, "I can tell." And she was like, "How?" She's like, "Well, what do you sense from it?" So she took it off and gave it to me. So as I held it in my hand, I told her, like, someone gave this to somebody else with like pure intention, like with literally like all the love that they had. Like all that energy was in that ring, and I could feel it like it was given to me. Like I could feel everything. It was so weird. So weird. And I totally forgot about that story until you brought that up. That's crazy.
Wow. Well, I've got something interesting to share with y'all. Brett just reminded me of this. So we've lived in this house here for about 17 years, going on 17 years. And as I've told y'all before, this was Brett's mom and dad's old house. His dad built this house with his own hand. And the crazy thing is, and maybe this is significant too, I never thought, he tore down old houses and used the woods from the old houses to build this house. So every time he would add a room, he would find a junk house, tear it down, because they didn't have money to to buy this stuff. Well, and that could explain some of the occurrences. But y'all know I write songs, and Mama was still alive at this time. In fact, I just looked at the date. That can't be right, because Mama was still alive. That was modified. Oh, because I listened to it. Never mind. But anyway, Mama was still alive for sure. So I was trying to record a song the best I could with my little mixer, because I'm not very good at it. I don't really know what I'm doing. So, and bless her heart, she wanted to keep talking to me, which I love talking to her, but I was just like trying, you only have a certain amount of time. So I decided I'm going to go out on the porch. Brett had just gotten our screen and porch done. So I thought, I'm going to go out there on the porch. So I went out there on the porch. It was a beautiful spring afternoon, real quiet outside. So I set my mixer up, set my computer up, and I was working on it. I had my headphones on, and I got part of a recording on a song, and then I went to play it back. Well, when I played it back, now this was just me on the porch, nobody else out there with me. My hand to God, I'm telling you the truth. Nobody was around. It was nobody around. And I'm going to play this because I let Mike hear it, and he said, "What the F was that?" And I go, "I don't know," because I called him the next morning. "Mike, you got to come." But he never did do a reading because I didn't want to make it whatever it was. It scared me so bad because I didn't feel anything out there. It was just such a beautiful day. I still don't know what it was. So I'm going to see if I can find it. Okay. So
I'm going to turn my volume down because my headphones are in, and I'm not trying to get scared.
Hey, don't I know you? You hear that? Haven't we met? Could y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to play it one more time before I started singing, okay? It's right when I start. I'm going to play it again. I kept my phone up as loud as it'll go, too. Let me see if I can put it closer. me see. Now, I didn't catch any of this, of course, while I was recording. Okay, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna try to. Hopefully, you can hear it. Hey, don't I know you? And it scared me so bad. I called Mike. I said, Mike, you need to come because I had to go to work the next morning. Mike, I just got something. I did not hear it with my own ears. Nobody was out there with me. He goes, you sure? And I go, Mike, nobody was out there with me.
I turned it up, and because I'm hearing it literally so crisp in my headphones, it literally almost sounds like someone's calling for help.
Yeah, it's like to me it sounds like I don't know.
It sounds like somebody's out of breath and reaching out for whatever they can grasp to. That's literally what I picked up from this. And really? I try to turn it up a little bit more.
Let me see. Here's the other one. Because I saved that because I'm like, I saved it literally in my, hold on. I marked where it was. Hey, hold on, 79. Hold on. Have me. I remember you. You're the man. I'm trying to find because I marked where it was, but it's really hard to get it on there without it being on the computer. You were out there, not just in. Hear that? For years I have held you. 79 and 87. So those were more. They weren't as loud as the others.
Rick, rewind it.
I'm gonna do the other one better because it's you can hear it better. To me, it sounds like a creature just screaming at me. Hey.
Yeah, I got help.
Really?
I got help.
I got help too.
Let me hear it again. It's making me. I haven't listened to this in years. Whoa! It scared the crap out of me, y'all. It did. It did. And the only reason I saw it was because I think I was even using Audacity or something because it showed the waves. The sound waves.
Well,
that's weird. I wasn't singing before.
You have to listen through it through headphones and really turn it up. When you turn it up, how I'm listening to it now, because I can hear all of you guys super crisp. I can hear almost heavy breathing in this, and that gave me chills. But I literally heard help, gasping for air, help, suffocating in some way. It's hard to explain.
I thought it sounded like a devil.
I agree with you.
You think I agree with you. One more time now. Y'all got me really.
Put your headphones on.
I'm scared.
There you go. Deep breath.
Hey, don't I know you? Sounds like a growl to me.
That hurt. Honestly, that hurts my chest. Listening to it hurts my chest.
Yeah, one of these days I need to. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, it's been a long time ago, but I
feel like I have a hole in my chest right now. Yeah. That's so weird.
Yeah, well, that's the second time I've had, not in this house, but when we lived in Schulenburg, we moved out of their house and we lived by ourselves for a while. I was in a room. It was a 2-bedroom house. And it was just me and Brett. So the other room I made into my little studio. Well, the window to the studio was right here. There was a regular residential street, 2 lanes. And the cemetery right there. Well, I was recording a song. I was trying to get a song from cassette onto my digital recorder, onto my computer. And the only thing I had was a cassette. So I was playing it from the boombox onto the computer. And I need to find that. It's in here somewhere. Oh my gosh. Same thing. But I didn't. This was no yell. This was a person talking as clearly as you and I are. When I listen, I kind of know. It's set because the song is about how when the tsunami and the
that was gonna be my second.
The towers fell.
What were you thinking about when you?
This song was about that, because I was on the plane the day those towers fell. It's a real deep song, and my friend had recorded it on her guitar, and that's the only recording I had. So I'm like, maybe I can get it on here and try to get some music, and it's really, really a powerful song. And right in the middle of that, you hear a voice as clear as can be. It's not real loud, not that loud, but you can hear them. They say, life just seems so short. And then I turned, because I was recording it from a boom box, because that's all I had. I turned it off and that's all I got. So I didn't know
Wow.
what they were going to, but it was clear. Everybody's ever heard it. They're like, that can't be an EVP. It was too clear. And I said, well, all I know is I was the only one in the house in that room, period. And even Brett, he came in there and we rewound. Okay, he's not upset. We rewound the tape probably 30 times, more than that. Because he said it's got to be on the tape. Because it was from my friend Emily. She was playing at her house. And it was not on the tape.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it was, life just seems so short and I said, so that means somebody was literally walking by, or when I was doing that song, and stopped to say, because it was all about people losing their lives to, natural disasters.
Wow.
So pretty interesting. I've had some weird things happen. So I'm glad Paul is not mad. He had to move a washer.
We didn't gang up on him too bad.
No, I feel bad. He's not upset. I hate to.
You know, ever since you played that sound, I have this like really burning like feeling in my chest.
Yeah.
That's like so weird. Like I literally feel like I have a
scary.
hole in my chest.
Yeah, it was really scary. And can you imagine being here? And I had my headphones on just like you did. And I was like, I literally threw the headphones off. I'm like, what in the hell? And to me, I thought it was a growl. I never even thought that it may be saying help. But if it was saying help,
Yeah.
Ooh. And Mike was literally said, what the F? What is
Where was this?
on my porch, right here in this
Wow.
house, right here in
Cool.
this house, on my porch during the daytime. For
Wow.
real. Yeah, for real. And I would never ever make up something. You know what I mean? It sounds like something I made up, but I definitely did not. I wish I could find the EVP of the. Somebody said EVPs aren't that clear, and I said, well, if it's not an EVP, the other one, because it was, you could hear them clearly. I said, will you tell me what it was? Because you in fact, my friend, when I first moved here, oh my God, I forgot her name. Shoot. She came over to the house. Angie B came over to the house. And
Oh,
I
I
had
love her.
I gotta find it. Yes, she's great. And I let her hear it. And do you know what she said? She threw the headphones off and she goes, oh no. Black people don't play with that SHIT. And she left. And I was like, but that was it scared the crap out of her because it was so clear. I'm serious.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and because it said, it was literally a man's voice saying life just seems so short. And I kind of felt bad because I cut them off. And I wish now, looking back, that I
Wow.
would send it to one of those shows so they could,
Analyze
whatever.
it.
Yeah. Because I had I was using a music program to record the same kind of thing, And so I
Wow.
could see the waves, the sound waves. I'm like, that is not me, And once I made them bigger, you could see it. And I'm like, it picked up an actual voice.
Yeah.
And so when people say
Wow.
EVPs usually are not audible, that one was audible. I'll have to try to find it and send it to you. Maybe you can do, well, I mean, it was so many years ago, but it was in Schulenburg. There's a lot of weird stuff over there. But that was when we moved out of their house. We were living by ourselves next to the cemetery, right next to the cemetery, which was not a good idea. So I was always chicken to be in that room. And then I found out why, but I don't guess they meant any harm. They were just passing through whoever it was. So anyway, I
Wow.
took up my story. But I wanted y'all to hear that. Isn't that weird? I'm glad I had that
That's
still. I can't believe I still had it.
That's
Man, that's
crazy.
awesome.
Yeah.
When I do a lot of again, I used to investigate a lot in Gettysburg,
Yeah.
and there was one area we actually went on a ghost hunt in there, and it was an apartment, and they could never rent this apartment out because of it being so haunted in there. But the thing is, again, when they do the investigations, they don't tell you anything. You just
Yeah.
have to figure stuff out on your own to see what's going on with it. And then and every time when we went there, my fiance and I always caught something, or something strange would happen to us, or stuff like that. We went to the house that was there, and had a foresight, where a vision where it was an encampment where the Union soldiers took people out there that was actually wounded, and I would physically see blood and stuff like that type deal, and it was something that was going on, like you and us talking here,
Yeah.
and we would see that. I would see that,
Wow.
and so we were, and then we went to this other place a few years later, and it was an apartment, and then it was haunted that nobody could stay there. And it was six. It was actually six of us, my fiance and the two investigators and some other people that were there. And so we went all around the house and everything like that, and we decided to go down the basement. And
Oh, that's a bad idea.
in the
Oh,
basement, you can actually see like where the stairs. I was like underneath the stairs to this
oh,
house, and mind you, there was nobody else in that house. And then all of a sudden, I hear somebody walking up these stairs. And then I said to him, he goes, "You don't like us very much, do you?" And then all of a sudden, you hear a heel, like from a boot, hit that stair, and you could actually see dust coming from underneath those stairs where I was standing at,
oh my
as
God.
a response to my question. And then so I say, "Hey, is somebody upstairs?" He goes, "No, everybody's downstairs. You have to." He goes, "Did you just finish hearing that?" He goes, "Yeah. Go up there and find out if there's anybody upstairs or in this house, because everybody's here down this basement." Anyway, he goes, "Hold on." He went over there and locked the door behind him and went out up to that apartment and went into every single room, and there was nobody up there.
Wow.
And I said,
Wow.
"All right." And then so I go, "All right." He goes, and then so apparently, so he didn't like the question that I asked. He goes, "You know what?" He goes, and then so I goes, "Do you mind if I go upstairs by myself?" He goes, "No, go right ahead." So I went up there and I felt nothing upstairs or anything like that. And then all of a sudden, I came down the stairs with the other investigators and everything like that type deal. And then after that, there was this chair there. And then so I put my hand on the chair. And I'm talking about they feel like it was electricity. My hairs were standing up from my arm. Back of my neck was filled up with, I mean, my hair was actually physically standing up. And then so I went over there. I said, "Baby, do you mind sitting in this chair?" He goes, "Go ahead." And then so I got my K2 meter and she sat down and I put my K2 meter around her neck and the K2 meter was just going off. And I
Wow.
said, "Hey, baby, get off the chair." And then so as soon as I went up there and I started doing with the K2 meter, and nothing happened. I said, "Do me a favor, sit back in the chair again." As soon as she sat down back in that chair again, and then all of a sudden, here comes that feeling down. The spine started. So here comes the electricity stuff again, and I ran my K2 again, and sure enough, it started going off. I said, "Baby, do me a favor, get back off." And so sure enough, I checked her with the K2 meter and everything like that type deal, did the chair and everything like that type deal. I said, "Wait a minute." So I went over there and I put my hand back on the chair and I got that strong electricity feeling again. My hair started going up there and my K2 meter started going off.
Oh my
And he
God.
comes up there and then it went down and the colors went back down. And I asked him, he goes, "You don't like very much people sitting in your chair, do you?" And sure enough, here comes the K2 meter going crazy. And I asked her the question. It goes, "You don't like women sitting in this chair, don't you?" And sure enough, the K2 meter just started going crazy on it. He goes, "All
Wow.
right." He goes, "Well," he goes, "We're going to leave your chair alone." He goes, "Is that okay with you?" And sure enough, here comes the K2 meter going off again. He goes, "All right." He goes, "Do you want us to leave? If you want us to leave, I want you to let this K2 meter go off. But there's other K2 meters around here, these other machines here. And if you want us to leave, light them all up." And the guy's going, "What's going on?" He goes, "Watch." And sure enough, here comes everybody's K2 meter going off. He goes, "Hey
Wow.
That
guys, we
is.
got to go."
He couldn't have made it any clearer than that,
Yeah.
whoever he or she was.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. That's
Sounds like
Yeah.
a
crazy.
he.
Yeah, it does sound like a
It was
he.
a he.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the thing was, what was wild about it is the person who actually owned that place. It was a man, and he was actually a writer. And his typewriter was there, and that was a chair that he sat on.
Oh,
So,
so he spent all of his time there.
yeah,
All of his
yes,
thoughts were,
ma'am.
wow, all of his everything was in that chair. So did you have a story you wanted to share too, Jennifer? I know you do. I saw you
Well,
with your phone on, right?
oh, I'll
Or a
share the
Hey,
video.
I gotta take off.
different.
I
My
gotta leave now.
haunting. They're just
See y'all later.
Oh, you got to leave
I gotta
already?
leave.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
well, thanks
ma'am.
for coming.
I gotta go eat. Yeah, I gotta go eat some dinner. I am starving.
All right. Well, you have a good night. Take care of yourself, Baltimore. Try to stay tuned
And
in.
thank you
We're
very
going to do We're going to have a nurse
Yes,
on next week, I believe. We do different topics. So please join us as often as you can. Thank you for
yes,
all your
ma'am.
great
It was
stories.
nice meeting you.
Yeah, it was nice.
Same here.
If we ever have another
Anytime.
episode such as this, we'll
Yes,
let you know
ma'am.
for sure.
Anytime you want to have a Bigfoot one, by all means, let's do one.
I know.
Like I said, thank you very much for having me. I really did enjoy myself. And ladies, y'all were great.
Thank
All
you
right.
so
Y'all
much.
have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
You
Have a
take
good
care.
night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Night.
No, like I was saying, I have a lot of, paranormal experiences, but nothing really scary. None of that.
That's okay.
I don't feel that evil very often.
Yeah.
But I do work a lot. I how do I word it? There's light, there's dark, and then
Yes.
there's evil. I kind of stay in that dark area because I believe you have to study the dark to be able to recognize the light or to help people get back to the light. But I don't know. My stories aren't in the same place as yours.
It's
But I
okay.
was gonna show this video I have from my house with my ground. I don't know how. Can you see?
Let's see if we can. You want to
You
use
can
this?
probably. As you can see where
You can see it a
the
little
light.
bit. Can you see it, Liliana?
the way the light flickers in my
Oh,
dining
yeah.
room.
I see
And
that.
when that first started, my youngest, and she never met her. My grandma passed. It'll be 7 years on November 1st.
Wow.
And she didn't meet Jubilee.
Yeah.
And when it first started, Jubilee's like, she just looked up and she said, Grandma. My grandma, she never met her. I was pregnant of her when grandma passed.
Wow.
And ever since then, I was like, how would she know? Where did that come from?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Kids see things we don't see. So now whenever the light flickers, Grandma, stop. What are you trying to tell us, Grandma? Or things like that. But that light is always doing that. She does it to my laundry room light, too. She was very playful and did a lot of jokes and pranks in her life.
Yeah. So
And
it
now
makes sense.
she does it from the other side. Especially in my laundry room, I'll be switching from the washer to the dryer, and I need the light. That room's really dark, and she'll just turn it off.
Oh my gosh, that would make me mad.
And I'm like, Grandma, what is your problem? Stop. And then it'll come back on, and then I start doing it, it'll go off.
Oh my
and I
gosh.
talk to the light. She communicates with me like that. We were really close.
No,
when
I
she was on
believe
this
that.
side.
You were talking about that too, about the communication with the lights. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think spirits can. I really do.
That's what they can manipulate, what they're capable of manipulating. And no
Wow.
other lights in my house do it, just the dining room and the laundry room.
Wow.
And some days not at all, and then some days she's really she's pissed. I don't know what her problem is.
What's going on? Well, when we were discussing, when we had that incident here at the house, you were talking about how it's it's just a thin veil.
Well, the veil is really thin.
That it's thin right now,
Yeah.
but that it literally is a veil, like a curtain.
It
right?
is like
that's ever since you've told me that, it just is so interesting to me, and it makes me look at it differently. You know what I mean? Look at losing someone in a little bit of different light, because to me, I've always felt that they were literally right here.
And they are.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
what I've always
they're
felt.
at a different frequency, or
Yeah.
they're not. Our bodies make us really dense.
Yeah.
And slow, and but when they go to the other side, they're not contained by this body. They don't
Yeah.
have.
Well, it's like that theory that Jim Carrey, like, where people were like, oh, he went crazy.
Yes.
It's because he started explaining, who are we really? We're not our brains, we're not our hearts, we're not our bodies, we're nothing physical. So
We're
what
energy.
are we?
Yeah.
Who are we really? And when we die, where does that go?
Yeah.
I think the core essence is energy, and if you go into science and you go into physics, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transmuted. So the physical body, of course, dies and it returns to ash, or dirt for dirt, as it does say in the Bible. But that spirit, it doesn't die.
Yeah,
It
the soul.
transmutes into a different form. And maybe a higher vibration also. That way they can still be here, but we can't see it. Like I think we only see like 1/100th of the spectrum with our human eyes. So there's whole other storylines playing out in the same place, in the same different timeline, and we can't experience that.
It is crazy, but it does make you think of it different. It does to me.
It does.
Because I've always said that since I don't even know when. I've always said that. That's why when I lose a loved one, I miss them dearly. But I always think, well, I know they're at peace. I know they're, I just feel that. I just feel like they're still right around me. That's why I'm always just like talking to them, joking and
I always
whatever.
talk to mine too.
Yeah.
I think they just change form.
Yeah, they just
What
change
it is.
form, but I don't know. It's really, really interesting to me to think that it's literally like a veil.
It is.
Well,
like
I
a
feel
veil,
like
a curtain, basically.
I feel like if we could actually use 100% of our brains,
Yeah.
I feel like we would be able to see it all.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly.
Well, I
Without
saw
a
a
doubt.
recording. I was following this guy, and I don't remember his name, but I happened to come across it on YouTube a while back. And so I started checking his pages because it was interesting. he was doing, he was supposed to be doing like voice readings, not where he would capture their voice. He had all these electronic equipments where you could capture voices from the other side. I don't remember his name, but he was very big. Like he had lots of followers. So one night, couple of nights, I would set up and just listen. And like if you Google it, it'll say, connections from famous people or something like that. And one of them was the voice of, listening to you always bring you back memories of all the different things that have happened to me. I'm enjoying this. Well, Nina, you are welcome to tell us a story, honey. I know we've all had so many interesting, crazy things. But one of the things, and I wasn't a believer. I was like, I don't know, and I still don't know. But he swears that he's not doing this. They feel comfortable to come talk to him, and he has electronic devices that can let them come through. Yeah. And one of them was absolutely Robin Williams' voice. Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt. He had that distinctive voice. And you could hear him. He says, I got it all wrong. And he just kept saying, I got it all wrong.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought,
it
wow.
is not what we think it is.
Yeah, that's what and I was like, why didn't he, that's all I remember him saying is I got it all wrong.
We can't even embrace with our humanity.
Yeah.
We can't even, the concept is so big that.
But then,
the
voices were like talking and saying they were like trying to get through, but they said it was almost like a door, that they couldn't get through the door. And it literally was like that. You could hear the voices, and it was really weird. Like you could hear different people. Like, how many of you were there? And somebody would say, there's 12 of us, there's 13 of us. Yeah. We're trying to get through, but we can't.
Almost like a seance.
Yeah.
And that would be better to do it this time of year.
Yeah. Oh, I hate seance. Oh, I don't know. I got so scared when we used to do it when we were kids. It really scared me a lot. So, Nina, have you had, so you don't have to share it, but you can if you want to. Did you have paranormal experiences? YouTube, listen to me. Paranormal experiences, UFO, Bigfoot, what type? Just, if you want to share something with us, please feel free to. Nina is a great lady, y'all. I'm so glad she's here with us. I missed seeing you on a Saturday. We're going to be back there this Saturday, good Lord willing. We are going to be at the 534 Club this week. And they did ask us back to Grutz. Yes. Well, it was weird because she never officially asked. I just said, we're available on the 5th. This is so funny. I've never talked to somebody like this. She seems really nice, I guess. She must be very busy. And I said, we had a lot of fun. Are y'all, do you have an opening for November 5th? And she said, let me check my schedule. And then she didn't message me in the morning like she said. So I messaged her and I said, did you get to check your schedule? And she said, November 5th is open. And I said, okay, well, we'll see you then. And she never said anything else.
You claimed it.
So I guess, it was funny. She never said, oh, do you want to come?
You called it in.
So it's kind of funny. I guess she's really busy. So I told Brett, that's all she said. So I guess that means we're going. So, she never said no. I said, okay, we'll see you on the 5th. She must be really busy. But anyway, hi, Dolores. Good to see you too, sweetie.
Story, and I had one experience there, but a lot of people that maybe in the San Antonio, Pearsall area, there's a train tracks in San Antonio. There was a bus of children, small children, and I guess the bus stalled, and the train hit the bus, and everybody died.
Oh.
They all died. Well, my uncle took me when I was little. I was maybe Jubilee's age, 7, 8 years old. And we went, and you park your car on the tracks, and you cover your back window in baby powder, or in your dash in baby powder, and you wait. And I don't remember if the train was coming, because I don't think my uncle would actually put me in danger.
Yeah.
But I remember bits and pieces, and the car moved, and there was no reason for it to move. It wasn't downhill or anything. And he's like, come here, come on, get off, let's go look. And we look, and there was little kids' handprints all in that baby powder.
Oh gosh,
you hear a lot of that.
I've heard so many stories of that. I would like to find out where that is. But everybody that have mentioned it said it happened.
It does.
It literally pushes you.
I have family that live in San Antonio, and they've done it, and they have also done it, and they confirmed.
So for so many people to say it, it's got to be true.
And there's a lot of people,
and I've been hearing it for years.
There's a nursing home in Pearsall, Texas. It's behind where the old hospital was, and there was some paranormal investigators on Facebook. I don't remember what their names, and they said it was one of the most haunted places they had ever been. And my grandma worked in that nursing home for at least a decade. She worked there, and she would always tell us stories about when they pass and watching them, leave their body, how the spirit leaves the body. Before it was a nursing home, I believe it was a hospital, and they kept almost like psych patients, but they wouldn't call it psych patients then. Yeah. And there was a lot of that kind of energy there. And they got a lot of readings from that nursing home there. And my husband's grandpa lived not very far from it at all.
Oh, wow.
So I'd have to find the article and share it on the page, but they said it was one of the most haunted.
Oh, that is so cool.
That sounds like
Interesting.
Yorktown Hospital, Yorktown Memorial.
Maybe so. You were just talking about that
Yeah.
last week, I believe it was.
There's a lot of
Wow.
And you
Hi,
look at
Dolores.
pictures now, and it looks haunted now because somebody kept up with the building for years. There's ceiling tiles coming down, and you just look in the hallways, and you can tell there's something going on.
Well,
I don't think that's something that I did share though. I think that's something I told you
really
about.
Yeah. You just told me.
No,
just
I
popped in my
told you
head.
when I was there. Yeah, when I went to
maybe
your house.
so. That's what it was.
So,
wow.
My story with the Yorktown
my
Memorial.
sister Marilyn had to go, and I'm pretty sure it was Woodsboro Hospital. Why we ended up there, I don't know. For some reason, she didn't have insurance or any place that took her insurance, so she had a really high fever one day, and I drove her over there. It was like a rainstorm. Anyway, they put us in this hospital room. They said she was severely dehydrated. She had like 104 fever. And I was scared that she was going to have a fever, a seizure, because she has epilepsy. Anyway, they were treating her, and we were in this room, and it was the most creepy feeling in this room. And it was just a regular hospital room. And they said they wanted to admit her, but she's like, no, I don't have insurance, or whatever the case was. Oh, good, another. Anyway, I happened to look up, and on the ceiling in the hospital, right where the bed was, I don't know how anybody reached it, was scratched in the ceiling. I'm not kidding. Help me.
Wow.
It freaked me out. I called the nurse. I'm like, there is, help me. Look at that. And she's like, oh, wow, I never noticed that. And I go, is this place haunted? She goes, oh, yeah, because I had a bad feeling about that place. She said, really? And she goes, that's why I won't work at night. And she goes, this used to be a psychiatric ward. They used to have, and that's somebody stretched at the ceiling, but I can't help. How did they get to it? It's way up on the ceiling. So that was pretty weird. I know. So let me read this.
They are supernatural.
Nina, I'm going to go ahead and read this, okay? Just in case for anybody that can't see it. I don't know. Okay, let's see. So she says her brother-in-law had a bad car accident at 24 and passed. My husband, a friend, and myself were getting ready to go to his funeral. We all had gone to high school together. I'm trying to use the mouse for my phone. I'm always doing that. We all had gone to high school together. We were in the kitchen telling funny stories about him, and he appeared in front of me and behind my friend. Whoa! My friend quit talking, looked at me, shivered, and said, he's behind me, isn't he? I said, yes. My brother-in-law smiled and left. Wow, that is a great story. So you actually saw him. Oh, my gosh, that's amazing. So he wanted to make sure y'all were okay. Oh my God, that's pretty cool.
The amount of energy it takes for them to pull to
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Oh, Nina, I love that. That is a really good story.
Wow.
So he just smiled and left. Oh my gosh. So you could feel it. You could feel it in the room, right? Not only did you see him, did you get
Did it get cold?
Yeah, did it get real cold? I wonder, because
changes.
I've never actually seen.
I mean, for the friend to like straight up ask, he's behind me, isn't he? He himself felt his energy.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I know, and I always feel like that when I'm telling stories about my mom or my daddy or my sister. I just feel that they're right there. That's why it's almost like, hey, I don't want to mess it up and tell the wrong story. You know what I mean? Even if I can't see them, but sometimes you just feel them.
And Thomas, like, I don't want to tell it wrong.
Yeah, because I've got a bad memory. Everybody knows me.
Yeah, but no, the story, the Yorktown Hospital story was when I told you that I was dating this one guy, and he was like, hey, we should go here. We should go here. He showed me a video of these paranormal investigators that were doing like an investigation at the hospital. Well, when I was watching the video, and he was watching it like normal, I started hearing things like multiple people trying to talk at once. It kind of like it started getting muffled to where I couldn't make sense of anything. And it felt like it was getting louder and louder. And that's funny. That makes sense why he would do that.
Oh my God.
But that freaks me out with it.
That's about right.
That sounds about right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I had to stop and read it because I was like,
I know, it's so interesting. It's rare that somebody sees a spirit. You know what I mean? You actually see them. I've seen them in dreams, but I don't know. I mean, I still think it's the same thing.
I used to see them when I was a kid. Clear, like they were regular people.
Yeah. Wow.
I didn't know any better. Nobody talked to me about it. So I would always be talking to them. And I remember my mom would hit me in the back of the head and tell me to stop because I was making her look like I was crazy. Because she didn't see what I saw. She thought I was just talking to myself. And I remember her telling the doctor that it was my imaginary friends, always talking to her, she's always talking to her imaginary friends. But I remember seeing them so clear. And as I got older, and then I got into church and stuff, I repressed that gift. Like, I chose not to. I had to hide it. I had to bury it down. Because people thought it was weird. And if they didn't understand it, I didn't understand enough to explain it. So I buried it. And after that, I couldn't really see them anymore. I feel them more now, but I don't see them as clear.
You were talking about that after a certain age. You quit seeing it. So Nina, wait, I'm sorry. This is Kimmy. Excuse me. Nina, that was a really good story, by the way. Kimmy said like a month after her stepdad passed away. By the way, hi, Kimmy. She saw him sitting on the couch with my nephew and niece just watching cartoons. Wow. So Nina, it was cold where your friend was sitting. Man, that's amazing. I've had dreams about I think I told you before, about my dad and my grandmother. I said they were visits. They weren't, and my mom. They were visits. I don't think they were dreams because it was too real and I could touch them and feel them. And, you know what I mean? But it was just them. I really believe it was them coming to me saying, we're okay. Yeah, of course I'm going to believe that no matter what. I just believe that. Hi, Sylvia.
There's a death coming. I always know there's a death coming. And I don't know who it's going to be. Sometimes I do. Sometimes they'll tell me, but they don't always tell me. And this last time I was riding in my car, and kind of like my message, we all have our own like code system, especially if you get into mediums and psychics. They have their own symbols. They mean different things to different people.
Right.
So for me, I'll start singing the song "Can You Only Imagine."
I can only imagine.
I can only imagine.
Oh yeah.
And I caught myself doing it. Oh, when he sings it, yeah.
Oh, he sings it so good.
But I'm not really Christian. I mean, I believe, but I'm not that kind of Christian. And it's just not something I would normally do. It's out of character. And I remember I was dropping my kids off at school in the morning, and I was driving back home, and I noticed myself singing that song. And I was like, whoa, that's not, something's going to happen. Something's coming. That's usually my key for something passing. And of course, I'm kind of, how would you say? Not nervous, paranoid. I always think it's going to be me.
Well, yeah, of course.
I think it's my turn, but that hasn't happened yet. I wonder what it'll look like when it is. But 2 weeks later, our cousin passed. And it seems like there's always that one cue when I start seeing that without mindfully doing it.
Well, let me know next time it comes to you. Oh,
it usually means there's about to be a death.
Wow. Well, that's very interesting that it's like a cue. So maybe we all have that ability. We just don't know it.
Yeah. And that's,
because I get feelings. I tell Brett, and Brett knows to listen to me now. If I tell him I've got a bad feeling something is about to happen, at first he was like, no. Now he believes me because every time I've done it, something bad has happened. Someone's passed. There's been a natural disaster. I just said, I got the most, like somebody's just pushing down on me. Like I got something so bad, something bad, really bad's going to happen.
There was one day, because my husband drives truck. He's a CDL driver. And I remember the night before, I was just like, you're not going to work tomorrow.
You just felt it.
You're not going to work tomorrow. I need you to stay here. And I was grasping at straw. I was trying to come up with reasons. Because I just could not bear the thought of him going to work. And I don't know why. That's so weird, right? Like, please, go to work, make some money.
Yeah.
But no, I was like, no, you're not going to work tomorrow. And he's like, no, I have to go. I missed already this much time. And I'm like, you're not going to work tomorrow. Well, the morning came. It was kind of rainy. If you haul water, nobody wants a water truck when it's raining. So he was going to get into a late start. And I believe his boss called him in later. And I told him, I told you you're not going to go to work. Well, then it was on Facebook. There was an 18-wheeler that had flipped on the same road that he goes to work. And he was like, is that why you didn't want me to go to work?
Wow.
I'm like, they didn't give me the why. They just told me what, not to. And since then, he usually listens. And I'll tell him, like, oh, I dreamt of this, or I saw that. And he's like, well, what does that mean? And I'm like, it could mean A, B, C, or D. They don't always give specifics. Or,
it could be anything.
My gifts aren't really that cultivated.
Yeah.
I'm still learning. But I've learned to pay attention to those
things.
My
daddy was a truck driver, too, for years and years and years and years. And my brother, when he was little, we were little, a lot of times Daddy would take Ricky with him. Yeah. Because back then you could. There weren't all these insurance things. Yeah. And Ricky was begging to go with him on this one trip. I think they were going from Waco to Houston. It wasn't a long trip. Story on that. Really? Mm-hmm. And for some reason, Daddy said, no, I can't take you with me this time. Yeah. I just don't think it's a good idea. And he always would say yes. So Ricky was really upset, like, why? Well, my dad had a really bad accident, turned the truck over. The engine was in the front. The whole passenger side, I remember them was completely gone, they said. They didn't even know how he survived. If Ricky would have been in there, he definitely would have not survived. So let me tell real quick. Hold on, baby. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, so Nina, I'm trying to go in order. Kimmy and Donovan and Nina. Nina, you've had a near-death experience also. This is something I struggle to understand for years. Do what?
I had some too. I had two. One
Yeah,
was really
Jennifer
bad.
said she had the same thing, a near-death experience. So if
You
you,
don't come back the same.
yeah, that's what
Come back with
Jennifer
gifts.
said. You don't come back the same. So you've something you've struggled to understand for years. So if you want to share like some of your experience, and we can kind of
Give me a
see.
piece of what about
Yeah,
it you
'cause
don't
I'm-
understand, because it does raise your consciousness. You
Yeah,
come back with gifts, and sometimes they're hard to understand. I didn't understand it either.
yeah. So maybe if you can tell her what it is.
I'm trying to walk
Jennifer's
you
really
through
good
that.
at dissecting that and walking you through that. And while you're typing that up, Kimmy, let me read yours. Your brothers are special, and they always tell my mom that family members that have passed away came to visit them like almost every night. Wow.
I wonder what she means by special.
Do you mean that they are handicapped in a way? Is that what you're saying?
Because I have a theory on that, and only really here in Western society in America that we say you're schizophrenic, you have mental health problems, you're bipolar. But in other places of the world, that's seen as a spiritual gift.
Yeah.
It's seen as a spiritual gift. It's just here in America where we value productivity. We give you a pill, get you back to work, pay those taxes. But in like India, in Egypt, when you do that, it's a seer, it's a communicator of spirits. I have a whole theory on schizophrenia with the psyche cracking during trauma, and when it cracks, it leaves it open for something to come in. In that vacuum, you can bring in other spirits that are around you, and they can inhabit your body as well as your own soul.
Interesting.
But a lot of mental health illnesses in other countries are considered spiritual gifts.
I've heard
Yeah, I
that.
got so many of those then.
Wow. See? So let's see here. That was interesting, Kimmy. And again, Nina, if you want to, say what your questions are or anything like that, you struggle to understand for years. If you want to say a little bit about what you saw, if you saw anything. And let me see, Donovan, you can usually tell when something is going to happen, and then it happens. Isn't that really weird? Like you just get a feeling. And
It's a premonition.
is it? Yeah. And they say, and I've always heard this my whole life, you should always follow your gut instinct.
Always.
Yes.
For a fact, my grandpa is watching over me and is around me a lot. Yeah, you feel him, right? You feel him, don't you? Well, that's like me. You do. And how can you explain that? You just feel them, and you're like, I know they're here. Like I'll be sometimes going to Corpus, and I'll look over and talk to my mom like she was riding in the car with me, or her sister, because it's just like you
Or
feel them.
sometimes by smell.
Yeah.
My
True.
grandpa, I can smell his pipe. When
Yeah.
he comes around, I can smell his pipe. I can smell his tobacco. When it's my grandma, I smell white musk. She always wore my white musk perfume.
Wow.
You'll see that a lot too.
That's amazing. I mean, it really is. So there has to be something to it. If all of us, and this is just a small group,
Yeah.
but if just our little group in Beeville, you know what I mean, right here, has similar experiences, I know almost everyone's got to have the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of people don't talk about it because they don't understand it.
They don't understand.
Yeah, and that is why I'm so glad that we were able to do this show. I wish we could do it a lot more, really,
And
because
a lot
it's
of
so
it,
interesting to
as
me.
paranormal, it's not. I mean, that's what we call it, right?
Yeah.
That's what we know.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is spiritual gifts.
Right.
Is what it really boils down to. There's spiritual gifts that you have, and you don't have the language for it, or
Yeah.
you don't or you were told. A lot of people don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't
Yeah.
do it. It's against the church and this and that. We're
Yeah.
told that.
Yeah.
And
For
so
sure.
Well, I
they'll
think a lot of it I think is that too, and not just necessarily that, but people have a hard time understanding energy. And this
Yeah.
is a Nikola Tesla thing that he said, like it's kind of dumb for you to not believe that energy is a real thing, because we are no longer connected. You
know, it's
can't, the
amazing.
phones are not connected to wires. I can call anybody. I mean, I have text messages now. How did I get these frequencies in the air? Everything is made up of energy. We ourselves are made up of energy.
energy,
There's-
vibration.
Yes. So it's insane for us to only believe in what we can see. Because especially now, we're not connected to walls anymore.
I just don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, and I think I've shared this with Jennifer. She's probably the only one. I've shared it when we first started. But after I had my daughter, I got not just postpartum depression, but I was diagnosed with postpartum psychosis. And I was in a mental institution for 2 weeks. And let me tell you, I saw things and heard things in that place. No one could tell
Very
me
real.
were not real. And literally, it was like, I agree. It was almost like I was on a different frequency.
You probably
I
were.
felt perfect. That's what my brother told me. For me to remember it all, he said, because I was seeing people that there's no way they were there. They had been dead for years and years and years. And just an example. But it affected me. It changed me, and it
It
wasn't
does.
like a
And like a near-death experience.
Yeah,
It does.
yeah, it really did. It
You
made
raise
me
your
realize, now
consciousness.
wait, was that, I know what I saw, because I was hugging these people and touching these people, and I'm like, well, how could I have imagined that? How, I just can't, how could I have
People
imagined
see
all
that the
that?
problem is society is afraid of what they don't
Yeah,
understand.
yeah,
So we are being taught to fear these things, to
right.
fear this stuff that we don't understand instead of
Yeah,
embracing it, because most of us are gifted in
yeah,
some way, shape, or form. There are people, I mean,
everything.
people in the comments right now, like that have experienced things, people
Yeah,
that have, you can trust your intuition. You literally, you
yeah,
walk into a room and you feel the tension and you
yeah,
know that you feel the tension.
yes.
You're gifted. You can feel that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just like, when I had that experience, after that experience, it's like things, like literally, I could feel things I never could feel before. And my brother said, it's like he literally used that word. It's like you probably you just went through the veil and you were in a different state of consciousness, is what he
And
said.
that's what they say in shamanism too. Like,
Yeah.
not everybody can see, but once you see,
Yeah.
you will always see.
Yeah.
It
Because
has
I
to
wasn't
be
scared. I wasn't afraid or
a
anything,
piece awakened in you.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
an activation center.
Yeah. And ever since then, I mean, I can sense very empathetic. I guess that's the biggest thing. Brett always says, why does everybody always, I don't
People
know.
gravitate to you.
Yeah,
You
and
have a
I'm not saying
very-
anything
You
like
have
I'm
a-
all that.
You
But-
have a big energy, a very welcoming, big, bright energy.
Yeah, and I've had so many people just stop that I've never seen in my life and just say, and put their hands on my head and pray for me.
Yeah.
And it just touches me. It really does
You're
touch me.
probably
And I'm
one
like,
of the people where people will just come up and tell you their whole life story
All
in their
the
first
time.
meeting.
That happens to me all the time. Like people have told me, they're like, I just feel like I can trust you, like I can talk to you, like I can come to you for anything. And
Yeah.
I'm like, it literally happens so much to where
Yeah,
I can just simply just a simple hello, and then people will just like, oh hey, how are you? And they just feel comfortable and they just open up, like their whole story, the problems that they're going through. And
Yeah.
I feel like that's both a blessing and a curse, because
Sometimes
it's good for people to have like a comfort space, and it's good for them to let things out. But I feel like we're also given, like, added on to by like all these people's, like
I know I had a lady come in and tell me one day in the store how she was having an affair with this man, and she went into specific details.
Wow.
Why she decided about their sexual encounters. And I had no desire to hear that. I was trying to, she started telling me her whole life story, and it's because my husband didn't do this. And I was like, why is she telling me this? Like, it was everything. Like, I'll remember that. I came home and told Brett, I go, boy, this was a doozy today. Because I'm like, this was a little bit too in depth. I don't,
Yeah.
Wow. So I saw Donovan. He says, like, going into K&E downtown gives me the chills. Yes, it does. And by the way, I think Mike is over there tonight doing a ghost hunt.
He's doing it, yeah.
I invited him on the show tonight, Donovan. I'm anxious to hear what comes out of it, because I saw a couple of videos they got. Did y'all see that? They put them on Facebook. Well, she's my friend on Facebook. They had a couple of times where nobody'd be around and the glass would just fly off the shelf just recently. So they started getting more and more encounters.
I never had a great feeling about that place, but I thought it was some of the people that were there, because there's some things that I pick up off certain people, and I just missed it as that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was the place.
Yeah, they've got a lot. They've had a lot of ghost hunters go through there, and a lot of experiences on camera.
Oh wow.
At that place, it's been haunted for a long time. When it was a dog a bee, and when it was whatever else it was. Let me see what we have here.
How you said the glass would fly. The house I grew up in, crosses, you couldn't hang a cross in that house. My dad would hang it, it would fall. And my dad was the one he liked to poke. He liked to poke and rile up the spirits. And I remember one day he took that cross and he must have nailed 10 nails around it. It's like, no, try that. Because he was a disbeliever, a skeptic. No, it was coincidence. Oh, it was air. Oh,
yeah.
So he was like, well, no, I'm going to show you. It's not real. I'm going to nail this cross and it's not going to come off. He was walking back down the hall, and that cross flew off the wall and hit him in the back of the head.
Oh my! You don't mess with stuff like that.
At that point, my grandma's like, "Nope, I'm going home. I'm getting the holy water.
Yeah.
You want to see me? Come to my house."
Sounds like my grandma that time at our house.
If Jesus ain't welcome, I ain't welcome. Bye.
So Nana, do you mind? I'm going to read this out loud. Is that okay? It's on the chat board. I hope that's okay. Just say yes real quick, because I don't want to do it if you don't want me to. I guess it's okay. Yeah, pretty crazy. This is interesting. I've started to read a little bit of it. So Nina said it was during the birth of her first child, and it was during the birth of my first child too that I experienced all that. Isn't that crazy? I left my body was above myself. Saw my family in the waiting room, went in a long tunnel towards the light, was met by 3 hooded beings. Whoa. We spoke through our middle.
Sorry, I had to tend to my children.
Oh, it's okay. I turned back, saw myself on a gurney, said, I want to raise my baby. One of them placed a hand on my shoulder and pushed me back into my body. My struggle was I had never heard of this before. I wandered around the hospital looking for the things I saw, trying to make sense of what had taken place. Then I found a book describing the exact thing that had happened to me, and then I understood. Oh my gosh.
What book was it? Can you share that?
Yes, please share the book.
Yeah, what is the book that you read? Do you remember, Nina?
Because I think I read one just like that.
Wow, that is so interesting. So I'm wondering.
A lot of those stories are very, very similar.
Very similar. So what do you think the hooded? I have always been so interested in this because every movie I can watch about near death, I watch it because I don't know if that's what happened to me because I was, I had all these other things going on, but I don't know.
3 beings. It's going to depend on what you believe in. If you're Christian, that's going to be like God, Jesus, the Holy Ghost. If you're in the Egyptian pantheon, it's Anubis with the feather and the heart. If you're Celtic, that's going to be Hecate. She has 3 forms. It just really depends on what you believe in. But there's almost a trilogy or trinity.
I think she said 2. Hold on, let me make sure. No, 3. I'm sorry. Yes.
There's usually a trinity in almost all cultures and religions. So I would.
True.
Before I say exactly what, it would depend on what your belief system is to say what exactly that is.
Wow. So did you, Nina, after that experience, did it? Because I hear from all these things that I've watched, and I've watched everything I can about it pretty much. I don't know why. I've just been kind of obsessed with it. I guess because it's the unknown, and I'm scared of it, but yet I feel and I'm like I want to know what to expect. I don't
trying to understand.
It's so but then I get scared. But then when you hear the stories, most of them are so beautiful. I've read several books since then about this happening to others. Absolutely. Did it change you? I'm sure it did after that, because a lot of people say that they're not afraid of death anymore.
I'm not.
Like you said that.
I'm not.
So tell her, if you want to, share with them your story.
I had a medical emergency in 2009. I contracted MRSA. Back then, MRSA wasn't really a thing. It was barely starting to come out, and I had a huge football-sized abscess in my abdomen.
Oh my God.
I didn't know what it was. I had like 100 and some fever. I was having hallucinations. I saw Jesus. He came to me.
Hi, Paul. Oh my God.
Yeah,
really?
I had a vision. He came to me, and I always say it wrong. My husband makes fun of me. It's the pipe. I always say rhubarb, but I think it's rebar.
Okay.
I don't know.
Rebar, where they put concrete in? Okay.
Jesus stabbed me with that right here. I didn't understand. It was a weird vision. And he told me, when I get through it, I'll understand.
Was that where because MRSA causes sores, don't it?
Well, I'll show you, but I'm not showing the camera.
I got you.
Am I showing? No, it's on this side.
MRSA causes scars, doesn't it?
Anyway, a port mark from the drainage. It was in the same spot Jesus hit me.
Whoa.
And I wasn't very religious. And then I didn't want to go to the hospital. My husband carried me into the car and said, that's it, we're going. It's enough. I'm not doing this anymore. We get to the hospital. And I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a torn ligament.
My brother's wife. Hi. Guys.
I thought it was a torn ligament.
Lynette, I'm so glad you're here. I'm sorry. This is a big deal.
The ER had told me previously. I went to the ER. They said it was a torn ligament. There's nothing to worry about. So, not liking doctors. I told my husband, it's just this. That's what they said. I'm not going back. And they didn't do x-rays. They didn't do this. Anyway, I started having these fevers and hallucinations. I saw Jesus. My husband carried me, put me in the truck, took me in the hospital. And I remember I was in and out of consciousness, slipping in and out. And I looked over at my husband and I grabbed his hand and I told him, it's MRSA. And the doctor turned around and the doctor says, it is MRSA. What do you know about MRSA? And my husband looked at me. He was like, what the hell are you talking about? But I just knew in that moment, because I was so close, I knew what it was. I knew what was going to happen. I went into emergency surgery. They couldn't do it that night. Something was going on. The physician couldn't be in the morning. It was like 2, 3 in the morning. So they had to transfer me from the small hospital to a bigger hospital. So I was scheduled for emergency surgery in the morning. Well, that night I had a near-death experience. I felt my body, me leaving my body. I could see what was going on around me. I went down by the nurses' stations. I could hear what they were saying about me, what to expect. I didn't have any family there because I was far away from home.
Wow.
So I didn't have any of that. And then I went to the tunnel. And there's just this long, dark tunnel. And it's the most peaceful. In that moment, you're not scared. You're not worrying about what you leave behind. You're not worried about the grief. It is, the only way I can explain it is just pure love. It's just pure love and warmth and welcoming. Like, you want to go in that moment.
Okay, let me hold on. Nina, did you experience that too? Just gonna interject. Yeah. Because you say you're not afraid of death either. So did you experience that warmth and that?
Yeah, it's a super
no fear,
fuzzy feeling.
just peaceful.
And I was young. I was 23 years old, and I was ready to go. And as I got closer and closer to the light, I heard, at that time she was 2, but my daughter Annabelle, she's 14 now, tell me, "No, Mama, don't go. We need you." And I kept hearing her. I kept trying to go anyway, and she was like, "Mom!" I heard her yelling, "Mom, Mom!" And I dropped back into my body, just like that. So I never got to meet the people, but I've heard the stories. And you know how they talk about a death like when you bleed out? You know what I mean? There's not pain. It's just, you just slowly fade away into nothingness. And that's what it was like for me. Annabelle, the one that called me back, she was 2 at the time, but she's actually very gifted. At 5 or 6 years old, we took her to the psychiatrist, and she told the psychiatrist that she talks to dead people. At the time, I was so mad. Wow. I'm like, I know this kid was Googling stuff last night to make me look bad in front of the therapist. But she wasn't old enough to understand.
Wow.
And she told the therapist she talked to dead people, and I expanded that on her. And we had, my grandmother had passed, and my husband's sister that had passed. She would talk to them at night like they were there. She did not grasp really that they were gone, like how I did when I was a kid. But there was nobody to mentor me through that. Yeah. It was kind of almost beaten out of me. I got hit in the back of the head a lot. So she would do the same thing.
Yeah.
And it was really weird because maybe a couple weeks ago, an aunt, one of our aunts on Facebook, she was taking a picture with her niece, which my daughter had never met. But she met the aunt, but not the other person in the picture. And I don't remember the name now, but she called her a name. And I'm like, "No, baby, that's not that name. That's Joanna." And then Thea Baby's like, "That name she called her was my mother's name."
Whoa.
So my daughter had already seen her in the picture and associated without even knowing.
Wow, isn't that great?
I used to bring up special because my daughter is autistic. She's autistic and ADHD. She's very high functioning. You wouldn't know unless you pointed out. She's really quirky. But she has those, and that helped her a lot. Monkey mind, and we talk about it in my spiritual classes. As humans, we go through this like monkey mind, and we try to disprove ourselves, and no, that wasn't right. We rationalize it, justify it. But these kids like that, they're more gifted because they don't do that. They don't sit there and go, "Well, that could have been the air blowing that way." They don't rationalize all that. They just accept it when it comes in. So a lot of people, you use the term special, but that have what we view in this society as a disability is really an ability. Yeah.
Maybe that's where that term came from. The word disability.
Yeah. So
I never thought of that.
Well, if you're anything like they say with your senses.
Hi, Crystal. Sorry, I was gonna say hi. I was waiting for her to finish talking. Hi.
Blind, they say your taste and your hearing stronger. So think about it, kids with special needs. If they can't communicate as well, what's stronger?
Yeah.
Something has to balance always.
Yeah.
So it may be a disability, but I don't think so. I think it's a different ability.
Because
that is going to balance out. Nature's always looking for balance.
Wow.
That was my near-death experience.
That is so interesting. And I see Nina said, yes, the same thing, peaceful.
It is.
So, that I've heard that from so many people that have experienced near-death experiences, that they say that they didn't want to leave. It was the most peaceful. And the people that have made it all the way through say that it was the most beautiful. The colors they've never seen colors like that in their life.
Well, I've heard, I did some research on that too. I watched videos and I read some books on that. And there's 2 different kinds of people. There are people that have seen heaven and that have said, there's people that have been blind and have said, "I've never seen anything so vivid," and they describe what they're seeing. Like, how would they know? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there's people that have had those near-death experiences, but have like where it's like from a doctor's perspective, where the doctor's like, this person was literally begging me not to let them go back into hell, and I'm like, wait, what?
And there's so much controversy about that because I don't know. They say that there is no hell. They say that there is a hell. They say that it's a purgatory is just a place where you're waiting. You're just waiting.
And I think that goes back to your cultural.
But I don't know.
Well. If you're Christian, you're going to know about heaven and a hell.
Because that's how I was raised, heaven and hell.
But a different culture, that's going to look different for you.
Yeah, because then I also heard that hell was actually where they used to burn their trash. In the biblical, no, I did. That's
The
what.
Lake of Gehenna.
But yeah, that's where people got that. So Paul, poor Paul just got back. We didn't give him a chance to say anything. Welcome back, Paul. Hi, Crystal.
Hello.
Hi. So we were that poor Paul felt really bad. I was like, oh, Paul's gonna hate us.
We weren't ganging up on you.
No, they
No,
weren't. But it was really interesting that they both detected the same kind of thing, and I think that is interesting to me.
Yeah,
I've
no,
been-
my wife decided to tell me that I was on here, that I had stuff to do, so I had some honeydews.
Well, I see the picture of the washer. Good job. Good job. Well,
I didn't do
yeah.
anything but shake it. It started working, I guess.
No playing with your friends until you finish your chores.
Yes,
sir.
yes.
No
No,
kidding.
Paul and I and Crystal, we've all had really deep conversations at night when we went camping and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And we always get into these really stories like these, don't we, guys?
That's
Oh, yeah.
why I said that small talk makes me
Yes.
cringe.
Yeah,
Well-
yeah, exactly.
I want to kind of hit on what she was talking about with the
Yeah.
afterlife and because now I've thought about this for a long time. I've seen other theories about it, and the tunnel. What I actually believe is the tunnel is a birth canal, and the light is at the end. That is because everybody who comes back saying the colors and everything. Well, when they come out, if you're a baby and you come out, those colors are very vibrant, and what happens is, and I know it sounds morbid, but it's almost like a stillbirth where your soul is taken back from the child and is sucked back into your life. And there's like I said, there's a lot of really cool stuff out there that you can actually philosophize over. But that's one of my beliefs that I've actually thought for a long time.
Wow,
I mean-
I never thought of
And then
that.
you have to go down the journey of reincarnation, which
Oh, yeah.
I really believe.
Well, there's this one theory that I kind of came up with as far as like having grown up in the church and the teachings and stuff, how it says pretty much like no one is allowed in the kingdom of God until he is ready for his people. So what if we're in just this continuous cycle of what Paul just said? We're literally just being reborn and reborn and reborn until it is time for judgment day, as it is stated in the Bible.
Step further too, if you think about it, you know how they talk about the 144,000.
I was just thinking that.
But
Get out of my head. I'm not
we
kidding.
are continually being recycled. Say our soul is being recycled. How many are there actually when you do it that way? Because the soul can inhibit as many as there is here.
Yeah.
And that can
how many
and
are
that
really?
kind of goes back to this whole. I said I can go really deep on this.
Yeah, we get to some really big.
What
I
if
love it.
it's like how many souls are allocated to Earth?
My brother and sister.
Because I know there's other planets and stuff, but how many souls are allocated to Earth? And I know we have psychopaths.
We can go there.
We have all these mental health disabilities that people have. Some don't have the emotional capability to talk to other people. Now, what would happen if all the souls are only allocated to the thing? Our population keeps increasing, but the souls can't go into those bodies, which could create these people who don't have those emotions because they don't know how
Like
to.
zombies.
Right.
Well, yeah,
They're just inhabiting a body,
that's interesting.
or the
yeah.
body's just vacant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the body's vacant? They don't have the
So maybe
emotion.
that's an interesting
Like
theory.
a drone or something to that
Right.
effect. Mhm.
Nothing surprises me anymore. There's so many different theories out there.
There is.
I mean, I absolutely believe in Jesus Christ, and I am I consider myself a Christian. I believe in a heaven. I believe in a hell. But the hell, all of it came into question when all that happened to me because, and then I started really wanting to know. And Nina, you were saying earlier, you said it changed me that you've been looking for your purpose in life for years. This was 52 years ago. And Nina, I think I'm the same way. That's how I feel. But I think we found our purpose. I do. I think we found our purpose. It's just that's why I think my purpose, and that's why I'm always telling everybody,
This is her
is to
purpose.
spread love and joy. And, we need waiters for this deep conversation. I know.
I
we're
would
there.
have to. I could sit with you, and really dissect that and see what I can pull for you.
It's
we have to
interesting.
have an in-person meeting together.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We need to plan that.
I have my tools in the back.
Oh, she's got her
I
stuff.
thought about pulling cards tonight, but I don't know what the audience is, and I didn't want to offend anybody.
Yeah.
Girl,
All
I
day,
literally have my like oracle cards right here too. Like
Oh my goodness, really?
Same.
As
See,
long
and
as
I've
you
never,
don't
I've never dealt with
wanna
any of that.
cross those lines.
Yeah, I don't know. What are your beliefs on any of that stuff, Paul? Paul and Crystal.
Uh,
So
I'm
we
not.
we both
I'm
we
not
both
sure either.
decided that we have the same feeling about having our palms read, our cards read, stuff like that. Is we won't do it because if you know what's coming, you're going to try everything in your might to change it if it's something bad, and you're going to end up making it worse.
I tend to think that it's subjective, though. I don't think it's written in stone. I think when you do that, they give you paths. You know, if you choose this way, there's this world of consequence on that side. If you choose that way, there's this world. I don't think. I mean, there's part of our lives that are written in the book of life, and some part of our destiny's written. But I think, why would they have given us free will if there wasn't? You know, you
yeah,
get
no, that's true. But yeah, it's a lot of it is subjective, and depending on how you read it
like,
and how you can actually take it. I mean, there's a lot to it.
I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a card reader. I don't claim to be. Spirit destroyed all my cards last time I tried to do that. But I have my cards. But I didn't believe in this either until after all this stuff happened to me. And I think it's just a tool. It is just a tool. It is.
See, and I've never read anybody's cards either. I've only ever read my own, to where I will literally just hold them.
Won't charge for it. I'm under strict orders from my guides not to charge, because it's not my gift. I have a lot of gifts. This isn't my gift.
Wow.
But I just see it as a very old algorithm. It's an old system, and these are meaningless. They have no power without the person's intuition behind them, because the intuition is the gift. This is just a guide. It's just an algorithm.
Yeah.
So a lot of people say it's evil or whatever. That's just my perspective.
I don't think it's evil at all.
Yeah.
I think it is what it is. It's neutral, and it is whatever people project onto it.
Well, yeah,
the way I feel
that
about it.
that I agree with.
I mean,
kind of feel like I take it as communication with my spirit guides. Like, where is it that I'm not? Because I mainly use them for myself to try to understand what I'm going through. And what's crazy is a lot of the times, every single time I've used them, it always literally relates to my life. And sometimes it even gives me options. Like, if you do this, this could happen. If you choose this could happen. But ultimately, this is where you're stuck in the middle, where you have to decide what it is you want to do. Like, it's your call to, you're in charge of your own future.
It is
essentially.
100%.
Well, and
I
that's
would
true.
call that opening doors, because you have doors, many options, and each door will open a different branch.
That's true.
And that takes you into the whole alternate dimensions and everything else that I can
Well,
get
that
into.
is why whenever I
I
read
don't
my
wanna get
cards
into
for
that either.
myself,
I
whenever
always
I
think
read
so.
cards for myself, I only call on my own spirit guides. So there's nothing else except for what I have. The people, the spirit guides that are trying to help me with my life. That is all that I attach to these cards.
So when y'all say spirit guides, I've always considered that like a guardian angel. Is that kind of the same
can be,
thing?
Yeah.
Because you hear I've joked about it for years. The devil made me do it. I got the devil on this shoulder and the angel on this shoulder. But it's almost like better that you do it anyway. Sometimes you do hear a still. I literally have heard an audible voice. I think I told you.
That's clairaudience.
Yeah, I absolutely heard it in my ear one night, and I was like, okay. I woke up Brett screaming. Brett, somebody just yelled in my ear, and the voice clearly said something beyond your control is going to happen, and it was loud in my ear while I was asleep. To this day, I don't know what it was, but we lost one of his family members right after that.
Yeah, well, whenever you are getting ready to go to sleep, your mind sort of opens up to the other side. Yeah. So it's kind of open, so you can actually start tapping into a lot of the stuff that you don't even realize that you're doing.
Yes.
That's a lot of my experiences, and I know Crystal's had that experience too, where she was half asleep and someone yelled at her to basically.
Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, mine was.
So Nina wanted to know real quick.
Get up. They said, "Get up," and I sat straight up in bed, and I was like, "What the hell?" And then one of my kids started screaming. I was like, what in the world? But I have premonitions in the form of dreams.
So
I have dreams, and literally every single time, which it took me a long time to realize that I need to listen to my dreams, because And I never have good dreams that are premonitions. It's only the bad. And within 2 weeks of me having the dream, it will happen. And the one that sits so vividly with me is I was asleep, and in my dream, my brother and my sister-in-law are frantically trying to wake me up. And I kind of look at him in my dream, and then I fall right back to sleep. Like I just can't keep my eyes open. And he's screaming at me. He's like, "You need to wake up. You need to wake up." And then my sister-in-law's like, "Crystal, get up. Justina needs us. Justina needs you more now than ever." And I'm like, "What?" And I just went back to sleep. I couldn't stay awake for the life of me. And they kind of got me awake again, and they're like, look at her. And I look over to the corner of my room, and my cousin's sitting there crying hysterically. And I kind of start getting up. Well, then I woke up. Look, folks. And then once I woke up, I was like, oh my God, I got to call my cousin. Well, it was about 4 days later, my mom called me, and she said, "Crystal, Justina needs us right now. She needs us more than ever." And I'm like, what in the world? It was the same words, but it came from my mom instead of my sister-in-law. And I was like, what happened? She goes, "You need to get to her house right now." Well, her boyfriend had killed himself. So
Oh, wow.
we went over there, and we had to deal with that. And I was like, I had called her that night when I woke up, because anytime I have a dream about somebody and it's bad, and I remember it so vividly when I wake up, I have to call the person. I don't care if it's 3:00 in the morning, I'm going to call you. And I had told her, I said, "I'm just letting you know," because she knows I have the dreams like that. I said, "I'm just letting you know, you just need to be extra vigilant. You need to, pay attention to your surroundings and just be aware, because something bad's going to happen." And that's what it was. And another one was one of my pretty good friends, Brian from Tractor Supply.
Okay, hold on just a second. Yes, Yvonne, go ahead. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Go ahead. Drop a couple of quick stories. Type them in there. We'll read them out.
And
I say Yvonne. I know, right? I'm so sorry. I can't even pronounce.
She's speaking Spanish. You're speaking Spanish, girl.
I can speak all the Spanish. That's fine. Ivan, please do. Go ahead. Oh my God.
Prophetic dreams.
Yes, that's what I've had those a lot. Go ahead.
I don't want to call from you, Brett.
So I woke up with his, because I couldn't remember exactly what happened to him. I just knew that he was being rushed to the hospital.
Oh my gosh.
And I called him. Well, he didn't answer. So in the morning I called him again, and I told him, just be aware. I have these dreams, and it always comes true within a 2-week time frame. Well, I want to say it was maybe like a week later, we ended up reading on Facebook that he was in the burn unit. He burned himself, burning trash out there at his house. So it was like, I told you, I told you need to be careful.
Who was this?
It was Brian from Tractor Supply.
I remember that. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So Ivan, I don't know why I pronounced his name wrong. Wow, that's crazy. Well, I've had those dreams. We've talked about that in depth, but it's crazy. And mine is usually huge events, like national events, like the World Trade Center, the tsunami. I literally dreamed all of that before it happened. And I absolutely did. And I couldn't tell you what it was.
Are you having a dream about La Palma, the volcano?
No, I didn't dream about a volcano, but I did dream about the tsunami, because we were in, and Ivan, I'm going to get to your story too. That's interesting. We were in my dream. We were just like, it was like brick dividers, looked like little, almost like a rest area. The rest areas that have just the barbecue pit in them, and that's it. They're brick. We were in a bunch of those, and there was water coming just from everywhere. And I was holding on to the babies, trying to save all these kids. They were all around me screaming, like kids Samara's age. And I woke up, and it scared me so bad. And I said, Brett, I woke up Brett. I go, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be something to do with water. And then it was not even a week later, the tsunami hit. And I was just shocked. I literally was like, oh my God. because it was so devastating. My brain couldn't even,
Such a disbelief.
and I saw the images of the baby that was, the beach was coming, and all that. I don't know what the concrete structures had to do with it. Maybe it was because of the living conditions over there. I don't know. Because they were like,
Yeah, but what's freaking me out is I've had multiple dreams, extremely vivid dreams about a meteor hitting
really?
Earth. I've had 2 of them where I woke up and I'm like, wow, it's crazy. I mean, everything.
My reoccurring dream when I was in high school had literally to do with like meteors hitting Earth in a city, and I was in a city, and it's the same people that I'm with, but the person that I'm with has always been like a shadow person.
Yeah.
I can't ever, like, I'm talking to this person that, like, almost like everybody else in my dream can see this person except for me. I don't know who that is.
They don't want their identity revealed.
Yeah, they don't want. Well, let me hold on just a second. Ivan said, I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anybody.
He's gonna drop a couple stories, but he hasn't yet. Lived
Okay.
in a house for 5 years.
Okay, so he's been watching TV in the living room, and the chair slid across the floor in the dining room. My cat was asleep next to me, so, oh my gosh, Ivan. So this was 5 years?
He lived in a haunted house. And thank you for tuning in. Ivan is actually from my Instagram. I sent him the link to join our live.
Well, thank you for coming, Ivan. That means a lot to us. You came on just the right night because it's our last. We're going to have to do this more. We could just come on here just sporadically. It doesn't have to be a planned event, because I love getting together with everybody and just discussing all this because there's so many things. Cups have flipped right next to me. Yeah, when I was a kid, we had a house like that. Oh, and the spirit dumped over the pudding, and my mom was so mad because she had made chocolate pudding for us, and we didn't have very much money. And she told me the story. She added a little individual cups, and something just came and flipped all the cups over, and she was so mad.
I think
she didn't have any more.
I think I actually got a spanking for that one time. It wasn't even me. I remember, and she kept calling me a liar, and I'm like, it wasn't me.
Oh, really? No way.
It was
These poor kids get blamed for this.
Spaghetti sauce.
Today, we're sitting here watching TV. This is in this house. This is just very recently.
Oh,
the last
wow.
few months. And we're sitting there watching TV, and I could see out of the corner of my eye the light in the laundry room just going on, off, like over and over and over, like crazy. And I'm like, Jason Liam, stop it. And he's like, stop what? Like, he didn't even know what I was talking about. And I was like, stop flipping the light on and off. He goes, that wasn't us. We were getting in the refrigerator, and it just started doing that. I was like, what in the world?
My grandma talks to me through the lights in my house. It's always the laundry room and the dining room.
Sure. Who's he talking to? Oh, about my mom? No, that was before
flipping the cups.
I guess that's what you're saying. No, that was years when we were little bitty. Yeah.
And then figure out how to get, Fortnite.
Oh, he wants to play Fortnite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not tonight, but
no.
Ivan, that would be so scary.
Maybe
chairs across the floor. Oh my gosh. So did you ever have someone come over and do a ghost hunting? I know we never did. We didn't know what to do. We never even called a priest because, we weren't Catholic. We didn't know what to do. So we just lived with it.
A lot of people live with it. There's a lot of people who just live with it. There's a lot of people who basically go through their life just, I don't see it.
Options where to move and things like that. You deal with what you have. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh
I think even then, if it's like a negative energy that they're feeling, like a negative energy, people usually just like leave. We're moving houses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you hear all these stories, or you see all these true stories on TV where the people, they don't want to leave because they just bought the house. Well, I say that I would just up and leave, but I don't know. We've had some weird things here. Where are we going to go?
Well, there's a theory.
Yeah. Maybe that's something to do with it. Maybe when you've experienced something like that in a younger age, maybe that also gets you more in tune with it. Yeah. So Ivan said they 3 people came over. They said there were 2 people in my home, one good, one bad. That makes sense. That does make sense because they were always at it with each other too. One's trying to protect you, one's trying to get you. God, they're playing tug of war with your soul is what it sounds like.
Well, I mean, energy can imprint on a place, on land, like the cemetery or sacred land, like burial grounds and stuff. Energy imprints on items, on land. It attaches itself. So that could have been somebody that lived in that house before, or lived on that property where you lived before, and it was just never cleared.
Or maybe
a piece of furniture. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
We
true.
literally said that. Well, because we talked about it last time.
With that.
I know,
Yeah,
but
we
you know what?
did.
Somebody was saying, I don't remember who said this. I can't remember, but they said, literally, if you have spirits in your house, this is their home, and we don't want to do anything to really scare them
Yeah,
because you
I've
could
heard
scare
that.
them just like they could scare you. Was that you talking?
That's
Who was
what,
that talking
I'm
about?
kind of on the fence.
I don't know about that.
With ghost hunting because I think you can rile them up.
Yeah, no, I believe
think
that.
a lot of them, not all of them, some of them choose to be here, but I think a lot of them walk the plane in between because they didn't go to the light. They're scared to go to the light at that end of that tunnel, and they evade it, but their body has already passed.
They're just kind of in limbo.
So that exactly, and I think that's what a lot of these hauntings are. So when, like when she was talking about her house and she was gonna have somebody come do it, I'm like, we don't know what we're dealing with. I don't know if you want to piss it off. I don't know if I can clear it until I go.
Yeah, and I did, and I was gonna have Mike come over that. Remember the next morning.
I'm really on the fence about like huntings and stuff. Like I get it, it's interesting, but if you're gonna do it, have somebody with you that can help cross them over, that can clear the energy completely.
Yeah.
Because even if you go into those places, it'll attach to you and go home with you. You gotta be real careful.
That's why
Paul knows. Paul knows better than any of us.
Yeah, we used to do it.
Yeah, okay. Brett wants to. I'm gonna get that. Brett wants me to play that voice again real quick. Hey. Let me pull it up. So Paul, you weren't here. I played that voice recording that I got that day out on my porch. I don't know if you ever heard it. Did you?
Yeah, I heard it.
Were you here when I did it earlier?
No, but I think I've heard the voice. But it's recent.
It's been several years ago when I was out on the porch trying to record.
Yeah, we heard that.
What year was it? What year was it?
It says 2018, but that can't be right. Yeah. I opened it in 2018 to look at it again. That's the last time I heard it.
Oh, you know what? It was probably around 2016 because I want to say Jason was still a baby.
Yeah, that's true. It was. Yeah. So anyway, you've already heard it. Maybe I'll play it one more time before we leave because it was really, really weird. Okay, go ahead. I'm so sorry, Brett. I'll do it again. He said he did hear it. So, and by the way, let me take a moment to thank everybody for coming in. This is really nice. So let me see what Ivan had to say. I can't believe I mispronounced his name. I feel like an idiot. That is so funny. I'm always trying to pronounce something different than it. So he said he was so scared for a period. He was sleeping in the living room because I have a camera. While asleep, the spirit knocked everything off the bottom shelf in the pantry. I have it on video. Oh my God.
No, I can relate to that. When I lived in Colleen, we had to move from the bedroom into the living room. This was when I was with my first wife, and then we were actually living in the living room because the bedroom was just so active. I mean, we had the closet door opening. We had things being thrown. I completely understand that comment there because I'm like, I went through that before.
Hey, you didn't move me out of the bedroom when they were scratching me.
So Ivan, you said you could only hear it though. So
in the video.
In the video.
God,
yeah.
I got you. Oh my gosh.
That's terrifying. When I saw that cross fly off the wall after 10 nails and hit my dad in the back of the head, I was like, no, there's no doubting
there's something.
There's no doubting it at that
especially if it's a cross. I mean, I would think. That'd be like,
that also happened to me. I was sitting there watching TV, and the way it is when you come into our room, there's like a little nook before you go into the room. And my cross for my dad's funeral was on this side, and it literally flew off and hit the wall on the other side. Nobody was over there. No animals, no nothing. It literally just flew off and hit the other wall. And I was like, all right, Dad, you already did your jokes. That's enough, because they found his body on April Fool's. So I was like, you already did your jokes. That's enough. Let it go. Well, I didn't put the cross back on the wall. I was like, I'm not putting it back up. Obviously, you don't want it there.
My dad poked at him. My dad nailed it in with like 10 nails, and I still saw it flying him back of the head. And I was so young. It's crazy. I was so young.
Wow. That sounds like that's something that all of us on here have had in common at one point. So, I think that's so interesting. I just keep saying that if this small group of us has had something so similar, it's probably happening to so many people. Nobody ever talks about it. I wish we could dedicate I really do. Like a whole week and try to.
I think we should just start a podcast or just do this regularly.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Why not? We could
invite more people in. Yeah,
this part especially
so many people have stories to share.
Yes,
and then I can get cleansed on the podcast.
Yeah,
I'm down.
Jennifer said she's down. Yeah, for real. So,
I may have my drum though. No, y'all don't be laughing.
No,
You know
you know
what's
what I have
crazy?
learned over the course of my life? I don't judge anybody because of the stuff that I've experienced. And
Yeah.
someone tells me a story, I mean, I have no choice but to believe it because I mean, I have stories myself. So I'm like, okay, I mean,
yeah.
Here's like something that I just remembered that it's going back on the dream thing. So I was in my dream. It was kind of like how when we were talking about sleep paralysis, like I was so stuck on something. I was in my dream. I was on a road, and something was coming at me, and it was negative, and it was dark, and it was just angry. And I stopped, and I don't know what I had in my hand, some sort of sword, but I literally like stabbed it in the ground and I stopped it and I said, "You are not going to go any further." And I've had so many repetitive dreams like that where I'm stopping something or I feel this negative energy come over me and I like somehow like there's a light inside of me that I just like push it out.
That's
It's
where you
insane.
control your
I
dreams.
don't like I don't know what that means.
Lucid dreams. I couldn't remember. Yeah.
it's almost
I
like
don't know what
Gandalf
that
saying,
means.
"You shall not pass."
That is exactly what it feels like.
That's Brujetti.
That is exactly what that feels like.
Somebody
And that
to attack you on purpose.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's and with me, and it's weird because every time I've woken up with a very angry. Like I know that someone's trying to do something to me, but I also know that I'm a lot stronger than that.
Yeah.
For me to be able to stop it, like to almost literally see it and then just stop it right there. Like you cannot
You know
cross.
to stand in your power. You know how to do that. A lot of people don't. A lot of people will cower, but if you know how to stand in your power, especially in spirit,
Yes.
then it's very hard for them to come through.
Ivan, thank you. I'm glad you love it here. We do too, and us too. I'm just a big chicken, but I could sit here
You
and
missed
talk.
Baltimore earlier. You missed
Yeah,
him.
Baltimore was on here. He
He's
is a paranormal investigator, a Bigfoot investigator. We're discussing all types of different unexplained phenomena, not just spirits, but there's so
aliens,
many other things. And
everything.
we haven't even hardly touched on the UFOs yet. I do have a story about that too. We talked about a little bit about the seeing the one with what?
I said, me too.
The UFOs and aliens.
We
I mean,
we could literally go on forever.
Yeah.
All
No
night.
kidding, because I mean, you can talk about spirituality.
Yes.
You have to talk because I mean, then you can go all the way back to Egyptians about the pyramids. You can go back to the Sumerians. I mean, they're oh my lord, yes. I mean,
layers and layers.
What did we talk to? We talked about mermaids. We've talked about
Yes.
Talk about all kinds
so
of things.
we've literally talked about all kinds of things.
I'm like you, Liliana. I really think maybe we should go ahead and continue this once a week. What do you guys say that are on here listening and watching? Do you, Ivan? I would hope that you would agree, and then we can ask anybody who wants to come on the screen with us and share their stories in person. We're just going to try to keep it as somewhat family oriented. I don't want anybody cursing everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
Just an occasional shit once in a
Yeah,
while.
just shit is okay.
Shit.
But we could definitely do that. We could. Kimmy, you agree too? What about you, Ivan? You think that would be a good idea? Because tonight was
because this can actually be pushed out like Ivan's new. I mean, as far like Liliana found him on Instagram and said, "Hey, join us."
I actually met him on South Padre Island. I met him.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's so cool.
And then share it out.
Well, guys, I need y'all to do something for me. Ivan, Donovan, Kimmy, I'm sorry. Whoever else we have on here besides us on the screen, please tell all of your friends. Tell all of your friends. Pay attention to your social media because we're going to figure out a night. Wednesday is already kind of dedicated for this. I don't know what.
Oh,
Like
Lord.
Take shit
Tuesday
now.
and Thursday.
Oh, because you can't say shit. Tuesday and Thursday. So we
All
could.
really available.
What about you? Why's your availability? And whoever couldn't make it, I can only have one person in here because the room's not that big.
I could do it from my computer, but you will hear kids screaming.
Yeah.
And then
I'm surprised.
Girl, that's why I muted myself because I had to yell at my kids.
Yeah.
My daughter will be with the phone. You want to talk to Grandma in the dining room? Look, watching the light. What do you want, Grandma? Why are you upset? Jubilee, stop it.
Ivan, that's awesome. I think the more people, the better. But the big thing we have to do, let's give it. Is everybody available on a Tuesday?
I'm pretty much available.
What do you
I
think?
may be in my car.
Liliana, do you have certain days
I mean,
to work?
I am no longer employed, so I got all the time in the world.
What?
What
It was by
happened now?
choice. It was by choice. It's okay. It
Oh my
wasn't
God.
Meredith. It wasn't Meredith.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Guys, it was by choice.
I don't know.
On
I don't know.
Carolyn's Corner.
I don't
No,
know.
but like as of right now, my schedule is literally just free. So
Okay. So I'll message y'all and I'll post it on Facebook, guys. And when I post it on Facebook, Liliana, you post it on where was it?
and I posted on my Instagram story.
Instagram, and we'll try to share it on YouTube.
I got TikTok.
TikTok.
I'm gonna try to figure out how I can get it on there.
Yeah, and I can remember we're on. Okay, by the way, Donovan and Ivan and everybody else on here, go to the YouTube channel after we get done here, and go to Carolyn's Corner on YouTube. You'll see a picture of me and Brett sitting next to each other in headphones. Type in Carolyn's Corner Radio, and you'll find it easier because on top of this, we also do a radio show every week. Go on there and please subscribe to the YouTube channel because we need the YouTube to grow. We only have like 25 subscribers. And it's hard because I don't get to spend enough time on there. This is broadcast live to YouTube as well. Okay, guys? So please do that for me. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. But I want that to grow. And I want our family to grow because that's all we want to do is all be
There,
I also want pizza. I
Yeah.
vote for pizza.
Pizza sounds good.
guys, y'all are making me feel like shit since I can say that now.
Done.
Mark, I wish you were here.
Don't
Y'all are
open
making me
so
feel like
happy.
shit. Cause I'm
But
look,
you know what
I'm
we're gonna have to
sorry.
do?
I'm
Everybody
gonna
in
be.
their own place, in
You
their
guys-
own town, is going to get.
You
have to go
guys
get pizza.
will be watching me eat
So Brett,
on
Brett,
live.
you guys will get us some pizza now.
You are now officially the pizza errand boy. You
Yes.
brought it up.
He brought it
Now-
up. He brought it up more than once. So now I
you
want
are
pizza.
officially deemed as the pizza boy.
Pizza
And Mark,
has been
we will
unexplained.
take donations. We
So
will take
does
donations.
anyone, hey Kimmy, pizza, that sounds good, don't it? What is that?
Shit.
What is Murdy? What is Murdy?
I think it's a squirrel. We're like,
Oh, it's a squirrel. That's
And then-
cute. Donovan. That's really
And
cute.
Kimmy put a lot of shit.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's I didn't know what it was.
that's good.
Oh, because I said, let's,
I opened this quick gateway. We can't close it now.
dang it. Why can't you do that? I was trying to get to the
That is-
family-oriented show.
My kids know about
There are
shit.
kids right there.
Actually, my kids know a lot more in different languages.
My kids know all the words. They just know they're not supposed to use them.
Same. I tell my kids those are adult words. When you're an adult, if you want to use them, sure. But adult words, so
Well,
they
you know,
know.
I was thinking
My
about
son
that.
comes home from school and he's like, so and so said this word, and so and so said this word, but he says the F word, the B word, the S word, and I'm like, what S word?
That's what
I was like,
Spencer says.
I said shit. He goes, no, the other S word. I'm like, stupid. Yes. I'm like, I said, yeah. Not all parents think that's a bad word, but it is a bad word in our house.
Yeah, Spencer always tells his mom, Chelsea, you said the S word. And she's like, no, I didn't.
Ivan said, "I'm the only one that hasn't said shit yet."
I know. And
You just said it. You just said it.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. So let's plan on doing that, and we'll. I mean, Tuesdays are good for me. It's like the only day I have, but that's okay. Tuesday we could do this. Wednesday we could do the regular, or we could even do it after. If y'all want to stay up that late, we could even do it after hours, after the first show. Do a second part, but that might be
after dark.
after hours dark. Yeah.
The late.
Then we can
the
talk
late-
about
late-
anything.
Then we can
Well-
say shit all we want.
Then we could say shit
No,
and all
never
the other
mind.
words.
Take it. Bad idea.
It's gonna
Okay,
turn
so
into
I would like.
Oh my
I
god.
would
oh my
like
God.
for us to meet somewhere and have like a gathering there. Like meet somewhere, someone's house or wherever. Somewhere where we could possibly I don't know, somewhere I'm trying to find the words. I can't talk right now.
No, I'm
But y'all
laughing
know
at,
what I mean.
No,
I'm laughing
No,
at Donovan.
no, yeah, we're laughing at Donovan's comment. Yeah,
oh
like
Lord.
Yeah, that was a good
Yeah.
one.
I'm like, I
Okay,
didn't even
stop it with
notice
the
it
shit
until
already.
now.
So no shit.
I'm tired of y'all shit saying.
We're tired of y'all shit. Stop it.
well, this show just took a turn, didn't it?
I know, that's funny. Okay,
That
when I
is
can say that word,
Monkey, hear no evil, see no evil. That's what's
No kidding.
right now I'm leaning.
Yes.
towards Friday we have karaoke always.
Yeah, there's always only Thursday left.
Or, yeah, we don't. Or Sunday.
And we're And we're pretty much available whenever.
I don't have
So
a job either.
how about we tentatively plan? What do you think, Donovan? We tentatively, I cannot say that word ever. To be determined, but I'm thinking Tuesday evening at about what time's good for everybody? 7:30.
7?
Nobody was on here by 7. So maybe a little bit later, maybe 7:30 or 8.
I was like, say 8.
8. Tuesday at 8 o'clock. Does that sound good with everyone that's on here right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, because by then I'm already getting my kids wound down and trying to get them in bed.
How does that sound?
7 is
fine.
fine.
7's too early. Do y'all want to do 7 or 8?
8.
How about 8? Is that okay, Ivan? I forgot there's a delay. I guess. Is 8 okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's usually about the time that I put my kids to bed too.
8. Ivan, 8. So 8 o'clock on Tuesday, okay? Yeah, okay, good. 8. 8 o'clock on Tuesday. So this is what y'all want to start doing. Pass it along to all of your friends. Say you need to come down to Carolyn's Corner, 8 p.m. Remember, we're on YouTube Live too, so make sure you subscribe to that.
You're on LoopTube?
At sunset, he goes on a boat.
You're going on a boat cruise?
You just need internet. We can go too.
So no. Well, wait a minute.
I wanted to.
That would be the perfect place to do a Carolyn's Corner after hours on a boat cruise.
On a boat cruise.
Hey.
Let's take a trip to South Padre Island, guys.
Let's go. Oh, what? My internet just decided to stop.
Hey, well, do you remember when I told you that I took that day trip to South Padre Island just to like kind of unwind? That's literally when I met him.
Wow.
You know me, I make friends everywhere.
I know. Well,
I call it a booze cruise.
Oh, I've never been. I want to go so I can shower. Yes. I don't know. So I can shower. Oh, 2 different people. Yeah, we're
yes,
like,
you may shower.
I would just make sure.
I was like, wait, what?
Oh, that would be so much fun. That would be so much fun. Well, you know what, Ivan? Once we all get to know each other better, really, we've been wanting to do that. All get together, do something fun. I've been wanting to do it. It's just so hard. I mean,
get drunk and tell spooky stories.
Yes. Oh my God.
On
We
live?
Why Crystal and Paul.
I
Like
mean, me and Brett were drunk the first night that y'all were doing this.
Yes. Brett said he likes boat cruises. Brett, stop it. My husband is.
Hey, me and Brett were getting drunk the last time while you, Paul, and Liliana were on there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, y'all were. Oh yeah, let's do it. Yeah, that sounds good, doesn't it? Well, for right now, we're going to plan on meeting back here Tuesday at 8 p.m. Okay, guys? But I will barbecue. It sounds really good, honestly.
We got to plan something one weekend and go.
We need to meet halfway. We need to meet somewhere. And Brett's got to be off, so we're going to figure this out. Right now, I'm off because of my lovely feet. If I don't have to walk very much, I'll be all right.
You look so much like Ben right now.
And we'll just put you in a wheelchair, Carolyn.
No, you know what I was
thought
doing
it, but I didn't say it. I
No,
thought it.
for real. I was looking at scooters last night online. I told Brett I think I'm going to buy one with the FSA card because anytime we go anywhere that requires a lot of walking, it's impossible. I can't do it. I really can't.
Like a rollerator. Like
Yeah.
that's what my mom has.
Well,
It's like a
I don't.
walker,
I'd
but
rather.
Girl,
if
my
I-
knees are swollen right now too. It
Yeah,
sucks.
if I'm
My
gonna
knees
get one,
might.
I like a good one.
I did leg workouts this morning, and my knees are like, we're done.
Yeah. Poor baby.
Yeah, I did set up. I set up in bed and went to work.
Wow. Yeah.
And
Paul
here in a
just-
little bit, he'll do another sit-up getting out of bed.
No, I did like a full blown workout. I got up
Oh,
at
yeah.
4 a.m. and I was like, I mean, by the end, I almost passed out. I wanted to throw up by the end of that workout. It was
Jeez.
insane.
Well, think of me when you're exercising. Maybe I can lose weight vicariously through you. Because all I'm doing is gaining weight sitting on my fat butt. I was going to say ass. I didn't know. I said it anyway. And I will throw ass in there. So Brett said he's got the tequila rose. Then he said, poor guy. I know, poor baby. So we're not done yet. Does anybody have any more stories? We got a little bit more time. Anybody got another story they want to share?
Hey, let's go back into the whole because I have another theory I had this theory since I was when I first started writing stories.
Okay.
Oh,
By the
I'm
way,
just
for those
gonna
of
throw
you
it out.
joining us, Paul is an author. Just so you know, he honestly is. He's got several published books already, stories. He's really great at it. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. So I had this idea that okay, we are because we have cells in our bodies. Now I'm gonna try to describe this as best I can because see if it comes out of my brain right. So we are here. We have cells. Then if you go deeper, what's also in the cells? But if you go higher, you have like the universe, right? Or the galaxy.
Right.
But if a galaxy is a cell inside of another body, so we're just constantly going. You get what I'm saying?
Infinite. Yeah.
No,
it's like that.
School bus.
It's like
we're inside another body right
it's
now.
like that Rick and Morty episode where he creates that battery.
Okay, hold on. Let me interrupt. Ivan, if you would like, I can get Liliana to send you the link if you'd like to join us on the screen so you can talk for a few minutes before we go. If Liliana still has it. Do you still have that link, Liliana? Are you able to do that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Look, she's like, I'm going.
What do you think? Do you want to come on screen with us?
I have to be dramatic, guys. You know?
I know it is really hard to type it all out.
Paul is the animated one. I'm the dramatic one.
The dramatic one.
Oh, no.
Okay, Liliana, go ahead and send him the link,
Okay,
please, if you don't mind.
Ivan said, sure.
And make sure you have a shirt on, Ivan, because we had a guest one time that didn't have a shirt on. It was too distracting. I couldn't focus.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry. I won't do that again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That is why I'm wearing a shirt today, Carolyn. I learned.
Thank you. That is one of the prerequisites of being on the show. You have to have a shirt on.
But not
pants. You don't have to have pants.
I don't care if you have pants on because I can't see the bottom. I don't care about your shoes.
I'm like, no, I'm kidding. I'm wearing shorts, but they match.
Pants are optional.
Pants are optional, although highly recommended.
Okay, I've sent the link.
Okay.
Now I am wearing shorts. I will never do a video conference with nothing with the no.
Yeah,
pants
because
on.
just in case the cat jumps on him, spills something, he jumps up.
Yeah, no.
That would be hilarious. Not really, but it would be funny.
Oh, I got something funny to say, and it is kind of off topic.
Yeah, and they don't pay attention to what's in the background. Okay, what?
I was watching this TikTok video, and this guy was talking about. He goes, you're gonna have a crap day whenever your cat farts in your CPAP machine.
Oh shit.
Say it again now. Your cat farts in your CPAP machine. Is that what you said?
Yeah. That's really bad. My husband will fall into the fan or into the air conditioner. It's horrible. He thinks it's funny.
Oh my God. Well, my husband is an old pervert. He said bad rules should be shirt optional. And I know he's saying that for the women. Brett.
No boob cruise.
Brett wants to go on a boob cruise. Yeah, where's the pizza, Brett? Oh my
No boob talk until the pizza is delivered, sir.
Did you get it, Ivan? It says it's sent.
Okay, Ivan. So you should be getting a whatever you call it. So
Check
whatever
your
you do,
messenger.
a link. So click on the link.
I couldn't open it with my phone. I don't think my phone was strong enough or my connection was strong enough.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
why I
yeah,
usually
yeah.
Come over here.
What were you saying, Crystal? What they had to do when you were having trouble with
If it's an eye product, you have to open it in the web browser, not on your.
Mine's an
like-
LG something.
Yeah, so it's not an iPhone.
I don't know if it's just
I'm on my
I need
way
to
to get it
update
now.
it or if my signal
I'm coming over.
We're all gonna come over. Just come over. We'll have
I'm
pizza
coming
together.
over, running
coming
every
over.
red light
know
to
it
deal with the
comes
closure.
It's not the same song.
Sorry, we got distracted.
No, that was good. So I'm waiting on. Brett said he's on his way to get it now. Is he really?
I don't know.
I'll eat it. I will eat me some pizza. Don't offer a big girl pizza. I mean, I'll be like, I'll eat it.
I'll eat it, but I was joking.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know if
Lily,
y'all
what are
count
you
it.
drinking?
He's probably gonna think he's
It's
gonna
I'm drinking tea. Oh, not her. Not me.
It
her.
looks like alien
Veggie.
piss.
It is
Shirts
greens.
optional, Brett said.
It's pretty
That's
much just
amazing
like
green.
celery and vegetables, and it's like kind of like a protein tea kind of drink.
Oh, it's like
wow.
a juicer.
It's
like a
that
juice.
that lady, yeah. It's like that Lady Boss Lean greens.
Wow.
They're not paying me for that, but
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say. I think you're a little bit too healthy to be.
well,
You're
I'm
welcome to
trying
be on
to. I've noticed that when I start eating like unhealthy foods, I start flaring up more. So I'm trying to get to like cleansing my body on the inside and getting my
Yeah.
health back in check so I can be fully functioning and not feel so drained like I do normally.
Right.
intermittent fasting.
Okay,
helps a lot.
Ivan. We see Ivan. So now I feel bad. Now I want to invite Donovan on too. Donovan, do you want to come on for a few minutes too? Ivan, I'm bringing you on screen. Thank you for wearing a shirt, even though my husband said shirts optional. Ivan cannot respond. He can only hear me. Okay, I'm bringing him on.
We done with this man nip. Oh, there's Ivan.
What's up, y'all?
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going.
Good.
How's the
I'm so glad
baby?
you joined us. So Brett, my husband is excited about a boob tube. I don't think that boob. What do you say?
I don't know.
I
what
think
that
that's why
is.
he said. I think that's why he said shirts were
You'll meet
optional.
my husband. You'll laugh. He's a great guy. So, first of all, let me see. Anybody? I got room for what? I got room for more. Donovan, do you want to come on too for a few minutes? Speak now or forever hold your words, because you'll have to.
Yeah,
type.
do I want to what? I'm sorry.
I was talking to Donovan.
Oh, hold on.
You're Ivan.
Trying to see if we
Okay,
can
so
get
Ivan. Oh,
He said, "Nah, I'm shirtless."
Here, I'll join you. We'll just
You didn't say wear pants, so I gotta keep it up.
Just keep the camera up there so we always see your shirt,
You're gonna
okay?
break the internet again.
Yeah, don't break the
Stop.
internet. We're gonna get flagged or something.
No kidding.
So, since you're here, Ivan, we've been talking all night and you haven't been able to say a word in person, you are welcome to tell a little story if you'd like. Isn't that nice?
Well, yeah. So I bought this house in Los Fresnos,
Right.
and shit, I just sold it a few months ago, but I lived there for 5 years, and I'd say it would usually be calm for 6 months or 4 months at a time. But then when it would come, it would start fucking with me. Start
That is
messing
beyond
with
the
me.
S word.
Start shitting with me. It would.
They know how I am. Just kidding.
It would. It was hardcore.
Wow.
If I'd be the one that's just like that chair one is crazy.
Oh my God.
I had a Rudy's cup, an empty Rudy's cup. I had just finished drinking my water.
Right.
And I work from home. I'm an accountant by trade, right?
Ah,
So
okay.
I'm at home watching Ancient Aliens is my favorite show on the planet.
It is a great show.
I'm on my computer and the cup is I have a big desk, so I have to actually reach for the thing, and it's against the wall, so there's nothing that could have possibly touched it.
Right.
But the cup literally shot up and then started spinning, when it's about to fall.
Oh my God.
On its own, just started spinning, and then it just caught itself and then just stopped, and I was freaked out. I just didn't know how to act. I didn't know what to do. It's just weird. It's just awkward.
And you said this happened for 5 years.
Over a period of 5 years, it was it would come around and it would mess with me, and then it would go away. I would do stuff, get upset, and then I would it's kind of embarrassing. This is the first time, guys, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, that I'm ever talking to quote unquote strangers, right? And I'm talking out about this stuff. So
that's cool.
I've only told my cousins or something, dude, this cat.
Well, we're all open to crazy
because we've all had so many experiences.
Yeah. So yeah, over a period of 5 years, it would just mess with me for a while, and then I would get kind of freaked out to the point where I would literally be by myself and I would scream. I'd be like, "Quit your shit!
I don't
quit! Quit!
Oh my God!
Quit!" I get so mad, I was uncomfortable.
You probably thought you were going crazy. You're I know what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing. Stop it! I know it's got to be something.
Yeah,
it's yelling at your kids.
Yeah, it's
I would like to track that though. What months did it flare up?
Yeah, do you remember?
What signs? Under
what
that's what I would be interested.
Yeah, because she's into the astrology part of it, to find out when it would be more.
Yeah.
I don't know what the word.
With the peaks.
Yeah.
Where it would peak.
During a portal
and I hope you're
day
comfortable, Donovan.
Yeah, I don't think I never really tried to piece it together like that, if it was a seasonal thing or something like that.
You never would. You probably I wouldn't think to do it either. You wouldn't think to do that.
Yeah.
There's always patterns.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The world works in patterns.
Yeah.
And when you learn to read the patterns, then it makes more sense. But that's where my mind goes.
Because
Girl, you are literally in my head.
Really? Well, Jennifer had said
I feel very connected to you. What you say just like literally stuff I've said, or I don't know, hard to explain, but I feel
I
that.
can say a lot. I am pretty classically trained. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, she has said before that certain times of the month and the year, the veil is at its thinnest.
And we'll talk about that before we get off, because I really want to talk about Samhain coming up and what to expect, because the veil is going to be very thin, and there's a history and a whole storyline. But for now, let Ivan have the floor and let him talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead, Ivan. You want to tell another instance? I cannot say that.
Okay, so I moved, and I live in Edinburgh and the island. So I live on the island for a week, and then I live in Edinburgh for a week, and I'm in like a constant. Every week I move. Like I go to my other house and come. Well,
Right.
in Edinburgh, something happened here a month ago that it's impossible. You know, where I'm just like, Jesus. Like I have this door. This is a townhouse. It's a temporary place. I don't know the area, but I can even show you the door. I mean, maybe whatever. But like, there's this door that I have that.
Yeah.
If you see here, I don't know if y'all can see that, but see how it stops?
Yeah.
Okay. This door is wedged, and for you to close it, you see how it doesn't want to close?
Yeah.
That closed, and when you open it, it's...
Oh, the ghost did not want him to tell that story.
He did not want to be exposed.
Oh, that's weird, isn't it, y'all? Like last week.
That ghost is like, don't be snitching on me.
That's so weird. Come back.
When he talked about that, though, I heard in my head, I mean, Spirit talks to me, and I heard that something happened on that build site. Like when they built those homes, there was an accident.
Yeah, it kicked him out. As soon as he started talking about it, it kicked him out.
He literally said, so you see how it closes? Gone.
Boom,
wait,
gone.
What?
So hopefully he'll come back. So we're going to wait a few minutes and let him come back.
Yeah, that's
wow.
That's crazy.
It is interesting, isn't it, Donovan? Y'all were witnesses to that. That is crazy.
That is insane.
It really is.
And I mean, like for him to say too, like he doesn't open up about stuff like this.
Yeah.
And then for him to finally do it.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
That's crazy. He's still not back.
Get out
Here, let me see.
He was joking. Just kidding.
He can use the same link.
Hi, Ben. Are you okay?
That's crazy.
I'm just asking him if he's okay. Are you okay? Did it get you?
Bro?
I'll message him and see if he responds.
I was going to tell him, I go down to Edinburgh once a week.
Oh, really? What, Brett? Somebody's talking about that. I know. As soon as he said that.
What happened to Paul? Was it last week?
Yeah.
Or the week before?
Yeah.
Well, Paul and Liliana.
Shut down.
He said, I'm still here. Y'all froze up.
Whoa.
Hold on. Let me send him a picture.
Yeah, it is the same time. It was right at 10 o'clock.
Spirit saying that's enough. I'm going to go to
bed.
bed.
You know what? I think so.
Your mom. It's Agnes.
Maybe it is
time
my
for
mom.
Bed. This is my
mom.
room. Y'all need to go. I'm going to shut it down.
You know what? Maybe it is. Honestly. Because
I don't know. That woman stayed up all hours of the night.
Yeah, she did. She always was in her. This was her space. Yeah. And we have been in her space. Maybe it is my mom. Maybe
Agnes
it's my
said,
mom
time
saying time to go to bed.
That's enough of that.
Wow. Well, real quick before we get off, tell what you were going to say. I'm sure Ivan can still hear us, right?
Okay. I study different traditions across the board. I do have strong ties to the Celtic tradition. My grandpa was Irish Scottish, and in the Celtic tradition, that's where Samhain comes from. It's spelled Samhain, Samhain, but it's pronounced Samhain, which is actually the same day as Halloween. It predates Halloween. Well, at Samhain, and it happens twice a year, Samhain and at Beltane, the veil gets really thin, where between our world and the other side, or the people that have passed. So you'll see more paranormal activity at this time of year because it's less resistance for them to come through. The other day is Beltane. Beltane, which is Beltane is May 1st, and it's a portal. But if you think in the northern hemisphere we're having Halloween, but in the southern hemisphere because they're reversed, they're experiencing Beltane. So it's the same day, but on other sides of the world. And that's when your veil is really, really thin. And you'll see a lot of them. If you're open to spirit, you'll hear a lot more messages. Sometimes I can't shut them up They don't want to be quiet. They have a lot to say because they haven't been able to talk. So when they get a chance, they go for it. So just be careful what you call in right now because it's right there. It's right there.
So when you say you literally is it just in your head you hear them, or do you audibly hear a voice?
Both.
Is it both really?
Depending at the
Wow, that's
time.
interesting. That is so interesting.
And it's funny. Spirit's a weird thing. It's weird because I just call it by spirit. There are distinguished different ones, but I call it by spirit. And they just like to spill the tea sometimes. I'll be in the grocery store and I hear in my head, this guy's cheating on his wife, this and that. And I'm thinking, like, what do you want me to do?
Is he back on? Ivan said he tried to come back on.
Okay, let
In
me
the
see.
waiting room, he might be in the
Yeah, he probably is. Hold on.
And I'll sit there. I'm like, what do you want me to do with this
There he is.
information? They don't want me to do anything with it. They just want to talk.
Wow.
Welcome
Ivan,
back.
that's weird. I guess somebody did not want you telling us that story.
Yeah, I noticed that when
That
I was
was
showing
really
you.
weird.
And it was crazy because your little section in the video literally completely shut off.
It
Like,
disappeared.
You
Like
disappeared.
your video shut off. That was
It
weird.
didn't even go
It
to
didn't
the
just
CA.
freeze like it usually does. So, Jennifer, were you hearing what she was saying about the certain times of the year, right?
About Samhain.
About Samhain, about the veil being very thin during certain times of the year.
And usually it's the day before. Well, Samhain's traditionally November 1st. In our culture, we call in the Celtic tradition, it is Samhain. In the Mexican culture, it's Dia de los Muertos.
Okay,
When
which
the
was
veil
not very
is
long
thin,
ago.
no, it's coming November 1st.
Oh, that's right.
When the
Okay.
veil is thin, so it's the same day, and it's how do you say it?
So wow.
It is.
Yeah, that's actually culturally in Mexico, that's the day that like everybody has like offerings and your
Crazy,
family
right? Yeah.
comes to visit you and you throw a celebration with everybody.
Watch
Right.
Coco.
Yeah,
I
literally.
saw that the other day when I was at Chelsea's. Yeah.
So this day every year it's observed in different cultures. And that's one example of what it looks like in Celtic versus what it looks like. What we call it here in America, we call it Halloween because it was scary. People didn't understand, so they took it as a haunted night. And then that's why the church says it's evil or whatever. The night before is the All Hallows Eve, which is they call it the Witches' Night. And then the day after is that. And it only tells funny story. I didn't know. I didn't study any of this stuff 7 years ago when my grandma passed, and she got really sick. And I moved houses. We moved from Divine to Pearsall to take care of my grandma. They put her on hospice, and she had stomach cancer. She was 88 years old. I'm sorry, 87 years old at the time, and they wanted to put her on chemo, and she said no. I lived my life, saved the treatment for somebody else. I'm ready to go. I buried 2 husbands. I've buried several of my kids. I'm ready. So she went on hospice. I moved my life to go take care of her. I was 6 or 7 months pregnant with Jubilee, my youngest, and I went and took care of her. And I remember the spirits would come to her and she would talk to them, like Dorothy's
That's what happened to my mom. Yeah. Ooh.
Or he's here. And I experienced a lot through that transition. Well, it was Halloween night. I had been taking care of her for months. Like my mom checked out. She couldn't process that her mom was dying, so I kind of really stepped up and did that. One Halloween night, I was really burnt out. I'm like, Mom, I bought the kids costumes. Can you sit with Grandma tonight so I can take the kids trick-or-treating? I haven't spent quality time with them in months. My mom said, yeah, I'll sit with her. She already had her medication for the night and all that. And so I went and took my kids out, took them by her house so she could see them one last time, and I didn't know it was the last time, in their costumes. And I called at the end of the night. I said, Mom, I'm tired. How's Grandma doing? Do you need me to come back? And she's like, no, she's been resting. We haven't had any incidences. Go ahead, get some rest. She died that night, right in between Halloween and Dia de los Muertos. I can't even say it right. Dia de los Muertos. She slipped right through that veil.
Wow.
Right, like she wanted to go and she couldn't go. And when she slipped right through. And I think she waited till the night I wasn't there because she didn't want to see me. She didn't want me to see it.
Yeah.
And I didn't understand it until years later when I studied it. I'm like, well, look, Grandma wanted to go and she slipped through right at the right time.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Wow. That is interesting. So interesting. So Ivan, maybe you won't get knocked off if you want to finish your story real quick. You were starting with the door. I want Ivan to finish his story before y'all. Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
too.
well, long story short, like you cannot close that door unless you have you have to really pull the damn thing in.
Yeah.
Like it's so tight, it can't close. Like when the door closes, and if you push the lever down, I mean, I can show you that part real quick. If you push the lever down to open the door will like pop open from the pressure, the amount of pressure that it's on.
Yeah, well, we heard the noise when you open it, like
okay,
it
yeah,
like
so you
popped
can't
out.
close that door. Like there's no amount of pressure in the AC turns on that can possibly. My son's 7 years old. I don't think he can close a door.
Yeah.
So for that thing to just click on me closed, while I was in this room, I was just like, wow, what the hell?
When did that happen?
Maybe about a couple months ago.
Wow. Well, Jennifer, what was it that you said right away when you got
you talked about it, and I heard spirit in my head. Somebody was injured on that work site when they were building those townhouses. There's some kind of imprint on that land. There's something that's stuck there. I'm thinking that's what probably interrupted with your door.
It would be interesting to talk to the other tenants who live there to see if they're actually having other experiences as well, because it might be jumping from.
And it will.
Well,
yeah, it's so hard to bring it up without people looking at you like you're crazy. But then again, we're realizing quickly that more than just a few people have experiences, but they always think the same thing. Yeah. Well, I can't tell anybody because they'll think I'm crazy.
There's a stigma, and I think everybody has experiences, but they just talk about it within their own circles.
Yes.
They don't go outside their circle because they don't know what kind of judgment they're going to look at.
Yeah, that's true.
But what I noticed about y'all is y'all seem very comfortable about it.
Yeah.
All of you. And
I'm not. I've experienced it since I was a kid.
Well, that's the thing. I think with most of us, we've all experienced things young leading into adulthood that it still continue. So, I mean, this is like a normal thing for us.
Yeah. In all of our families, mine especially, that's what we did. We would get together every time we were together and talk about things that had happened from our childhood, from adulthood, experiences. So to me, it's like a natural progression to share that. And it took a long time for me to get the nerve to talk about it, with people outside. But then I realized more, we should, because it's happening to everybody. It is. Most people experience some type of phenomenon, and they just don't want to talk about it. It's going to be nice. I'm glad that we're doing this.
And I think it makes people feel more at ease, because a lot of people think it's just them.
Yeah.
Same thing with mental health, that you got to get the conversation going.
You think you're alone until you realize there's literally so many other people that go through this too.
So it's not so much for me the comfortness about talking about it, because you have to understand, like I've been experiencing this stuff for a while, and I believe in aliens and all that stuff. But when I saw your Instagram, just kind of going through Instagram, and I was like, oh, that is so interesting. That's why I just decided to just drop everything I was doing and join this today, because I feel comfortable talking about it. What I'm referring to is that I'm not comfortable with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But like y'all talking about it like it's normal.
I will be
crosses flew. I'd be like, like every time.
No, I'm the same way as you are.
I feel like I'm 5 pounds. My knees don't work. Like oh my god. Like it's just.
I used to be like that until I met this one.
Yes.
And things really attached to him. So I mean, it kind of. I guess it was like a package deal. It's like I marry him, I marry all of it. Like
you must really like him.
I am coming for you.
There we go. She got her stage, and I'm sitting by with.
Hey, the first night
we're doing it on a live.
Everybody knows I'm a big chicken. I really am a big chicken, but yet I'm so curious that I wanna learn more, because it's just there's so many things that nobody can explain. I'm like, how can I keep saying that over and over. How can so many people experience these things?
There's no coincidence.
Yeah, there's no. I've been saying that for a long time. There are no coincidences.
There's a part of us that seek that knowledge, because the more we know, or that we try to piece together, the less scary the unknowable is.
Right.
We're always trying to explain the unexplainable, and the more stuff you can acquire. Like I used to be scared to death of death.
Yeah, me too.
I used to.
So I'm always
keep
asking.
me up at night. It was horrible, and after I had that near-death experience, I don't welcome it. I'm not in a hurry. I have a great life. I really do. But if it comes, I'm not gonna run.
Yeah.
I think what scares me more about death is what I'll leave behind.
Yeah, and that's the same thing that Ira. She said the same thing. Nina, sorry.
Because I know where I'm going to go, and it's not a heaven and hell thing, but I know it's safe, and I know it's warm, and it's not the end. My soul in this body is just one fragment of who I am. I've had hundreds of lives, and I'll have 100 more. You know, Jennifer Gonzalez is a very, very small fish in the sea compared to what my soul's work is.
Wow.
So I just feel like it's a transition and nothing more.
Wow, it's
Yeah.
so interesting. It is so interesting. It really is. And I love the fact that we're able to get together and just talk about this, because everybody has different opinions too. And that is so interesting. You know, there's everybody's got their own philosophies and their own feelings about certain things. And just to hear different sides of it really makes you think differently about life. To me, it does. You know, all these things, you know, and we didn't even touch on the UFOs yet. I would like to do a lot of that on Tuesday. We did a little bit. I'd really like to tell some stories about the UFOs.
I would like to talk about some star seeds and about lives we've had on other
There you
planets.
go.
Because Earth is the ghetto, y'all. This is the ghetto. We are in
This is the
the
ghetto.
This is the training or
Girl.
It's kind of nice for a ghetto.
Nothing more.
That's what you said. It's like a training arena.
It's a training ground. Our soul has to accomplish certain missions, and if you don't accomplish it in one life, you come back the next and you do it again, and you pay that karmic debt, and you do those karmic lessons. And you know, I can really pull your numerology charts. I can pull your natal charts, and I'll tell you what your karmic debt is. I'll tell you what your karmic lessons are. Mine, in my past lives, I abused somebody's freedom. Somehow I kept a slave, or I had prisoners. I took somebody's freedom away, and I really struggle in this lifetime with freedom. I have freedom, but I'm scared. Even though I'm a grown-ass adult, I'm 35, I still call my husband and ask him for permission, not because he requires it, just because I need somebody to know what I'm doing at all times.
Yeah.
Like, babe, I'm going to Walmart.
I'm curious as to what my chart is, because I feel like as of recently, I've never been, like, I've always, like I said earlier, I've always been trying to run away from this, like, spirituality that I have naturally. I've always been trying to, like, run away from it because it's scary to me. I don't understand it, except as of lately. Like, I feel like I've been more, like, I've been trusting my intuition so much more that I am not negatively affected in any way by other people's emotions. Like, I can completely separate my emotions from conversations, from interactions, from everything. And if something comes my way, I have a better feeling about it. Like, I feel like my conscience comes, like, a little bit more clearer to me now.
Yeah.
And it's been leading me in the right direction.
I mean, I don't know you. I barely saw you. Like, last week was the first time I saw you on thing, and I was like, I don't know her, but there's a reason. Again, no coincidences. I do believe you have a calling in your life. I do believe there's a mass awakening happening right now. More and more people are hearing the call. A lot of times we push it down, like we disregard it. And I think there's a calling on you. I really do. But again, I would have to pull charts and to see what your placements are and things like that. I pulled Carolyn's chart. That was fun.
Yeah.
But we
Girl, by all means, pull my chart.
Well, to pull a chart, I do need your birthday, your place of birth, and the time of birth, and I need your full legal name on your birth certificate to pull your numerology charts.
I got you.
That's something we could do in a session. Somebody could volunteer. I can pull it up, or maybe give me like the night or two before. I'll pull it up. I'll dissect it. I'll do it, and we can sit here and go through somebody's chart live on air, and you can see
that
how
would be really cool. I think that'd be
my gosh, go ahead and put me on blast for the world.
To be able to
I feel like that's what it's gonna be. Like, I'm gonna get attacked.
Really
I'll do a
honest.
private session, please. Private session.
Okay.
Send it to my messenger, and I'll send it to Jennifer.
You
Dude,
will.
what did you say, Ivan?
What was that?
What'd you say, Ivan?
He's
I'll
also
take a private session for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
you would
interesting.
definitely feel attacked.
Very
And,
interesting.
I mean, I don't know what all y'all know. I am a psychology major, and the founder of modern psychology, his name was Carl Jung. Carl Jung was a psychologist that when he went to work with a client, he would not work with them until he had their chart in front of them. He needed to know their chart to understand their mission, their purpose, and everything ahead of them, and be able to help them, guide them through their struggles. And that's the connection between psychology and spirituality. I really think a lot of witchcraft and spirituality is just really spicy psychology. I really do believe that.
Wow. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
But yeah, I love to pull charts, and they'll call you out. Mine's an asshole. Sorry, I shouldn't have. My tarot deck's like that too. Like, it's so nice to everybody else. It's like, oh, honey, you know, something great's going to come. And I open mine. It's like, get up off your butt and get to work. What are you doing? I'm like, why you got to be like this?
I don't even, I wish I could remember what I don't remember what mine was. It was a while back.
I
can't
have yours
remember all
saved
of
at my house. I don't have my book with me, but
If you bring it with you when you come next time.
and a
I
lot
literally
of
have a copy of my birth certificate right in front of me. Do you want
No
a
way.
copy
well,
of it?
don't go live on the air because I don't
Yeah,
know
don't do
about
that.
identity theft. Or
No.
whatever. Send it to Carolyn. What is your regular?
Well, no, it's on my phone, but
Do you
What is
know
your
your
send
sun,
it.
moon, and rising?
Sun, moon, and rising, Libra, Leo, Libra.
Okay. So you appear, and the houses will matter too, but this just off the top of my head. A Libra, you're okay. Well, I will
See, I'm
explain.
Libra too, so.
There's a lot of Libra in Carolyn chart.
There's like a lot of Scorpio and a lot of Libra in mine too.
Okay, I'm a Libra rising. Libra, your rising sign is your mask. That's how you show up to the party. It's not your true identity, but that's how you present yourself. A Libra rising will present themselves as almost people pleasing, very hospitable. Are you okay? Do you need a drink? Are you hot? Are you cold? Are you hungry? We do that naturally. We kind of read the room and make sure everybody needs what they need. That's a Libra rising. Your moon sign is your subconscious. It's like how the moon comes at night. It's your emotions, your underneath stuff. And a Leo underneath, which is telling me, even though you're trying to be like, oh, yes, I'll help you, whatever, underneath, you know you're the shit. You know you're awesome.
I've been told that I come off a little bit aggressive sometimes.
I don't pick that up, but I don't know you
So
that well.
Kimmy's a Libra too. Everybody's a Libra. That's cool.
I'm a Virgo.
You're a what?
Virgo.
And that
Virgo.
makes sense for an accountant.
Oh, I'm the greatest. I'm a Taurus.
Taurus, that's what Mike says. No, Mike, what was a Taurus?
Both my parents, my husband, my sister-in-law, and my daughter are Taurus. I'm a Taurus moon, and all four of my daughters have Mars in Taurus.
Oh my gosh.
It's an energy I know well.
It's a very stubborn energy.
Stubborn,
Big
don't like quick surprises. You don't like to change your schedule. You need to know what's happening. You need to be in control of that. Yep. You do like things that bring beauty. You want your environment to be beautiful. You want to create things that are beautiful. That's the other side, because every side.
I have an app where it actually asked me the whole like where were you born, etc. Where they told me my ascendant is in Libra, Venus, Mars, and Pluto are all in Scorpio for me. My Jupiter is in Sagittarius. Woo! Neptune, Uranus are in Capricorn. Saturn is in Pisces. Moon in Leo. Mercury and my Sun are in Libra.
So Virgo is just like not even in the galaxy.
You know the houses all together.
Not with me.
I can break that down.
What about you, Paul? What is your sign? I don't even remember.
Capricorn.
Capricorn.
Mm-hmm.
Capricorn.
Yeah, she's like, yeah.
Wait a minute. I think Brett is a Sagittarius.
Even when you're not working, you're working.
I think Brett is a Sagittarius. What is your? I have to think.
Goal-oriented. You don't feel like you've accomplished anything unless you've succeeded at something. You have to have a goal always. In your personal life and in your work life, there's always something you're working at, whether that's the next book, the next adventure, the next story, the next this. There's always a working goal, and if you're not working towards something, you're not going to be satisfied.
Ah, interesting.
That's a Capricorn.
And what about
Sagittarius?
December 3rd.
Sagittarius.
Is that Sagittarius, right? December 3rd?
Sagittarius is the wanderer.
I always forget. Oh.
He's never really home, always traveling.
I don't know about that.
I get that old jazz, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he's wandering in his mind, Carolyn.
I know he's
not there.
He's on the boat cruise. He's not here, for sure. He just wants to be on the boob cruise.
Yeah, but it's a longing of the soul. Sagittarius, you see, they're never fully home. They're always searching for something.
They're gypsies.
They travel a lot.
Actually, gypsies is a slur now. I got in trouble for that. It's Romani. But
did you know that?
No,
it's a slur. Yes.
Now you can't even say that. Oh my gosh.
It is. I know. I got corrected real quick. But you in the spiritual community, you gotta be real careful. They're like, you can't say that. No. I'm like, but my.
Brett said, "Where am I?" Come in here,
in the kitchen.
I'm about to say he's in the kitchen.
Come in here, Brett.
Drinking some beer.
You're always one to roam. Is that true, Brett?
If y'all want to do astrology on here, I got you. I just don't have my book with me.
Well, the cool thing is we could, if we start doing this every week, like we're talking about, we could address different topics, different nights, or
and I can look
multiple topics.
I can look at your chart, and I can tell
Cameron, are you okay, Dad?
Where your purpose is, what your a lot of things. Your north
Brett said
node,
he's lost.
Your north node will tell you your purpose. Your south node will tell you what your purpose was in the last life. How you communicate, how you love, how you fight. what your challenges are. All that can be seen. And the universe speaks like that. They don't speak in words. The universe speaks in numbers, in vibrations, in patterns. And the more pieces that I've learned to unlock. Like it's like a cabinet, like an advent calendar almost. And every little new discipleship that I've learned, that piece fits here. Oh, and that's how I've learned.
Wow.
Just out of curiosity, because a while ago you said something about star children, right? Did you say star children?
Star seeds.
Star seeds. Okay.
There is indigo children and rainbow children, crystal children, and that's a whole other thing. But
Okay, I know.
seeds would be where you spent your last lifetime. There's Pleiadian, there's Syrian, there's
Yeah.
Arcturian, there's Lemurian.
These are all different galaxies.
I actually have a quiz because the class I take, we did that in January. We did a lot of ancestry, and I can post the quiz for y'all in the group that day whenever we do that, and everybody can take the test and see where they fall.
And dealing with this, I'm just curious, has anybody else been feeling water drops drop on their body that there are no water drops?
Yes, I
the other
have.
day.
Literally
You asked me and I
all day
joked. I
today.
said no, but then I realized I had. So what does that mean?
Literally all day today, and like through my pants too. Like
Yeah, exactly. I was in the
like,
truck the
wait,
other day, and
what?
I had massive water drops hit my foot, and I've had this happen to me the last few months. And I'm like, this is a very
that is
odd
crazy.
sensation.
See, I've been feeling that for the past, 3 or 4 years, but it's gotten really bad recently. So I assume it's something to do with nerve damage, because I have a lot of nerve damage in my body, and my legs are constantly. I was putting my daughter into the car seat, buckling her in, and I could feel, very clearly cold water drops hitting my legs. And I pulled my head out of the truck, and sky's clear. There's no drops anywhere.
Well, the last time it happened to me, I was driving. So I was in my car and I felt one in my arm, and I was like, I'm in my car. That's weird. And I was like, oh, well, I have my drink. Maybe it's like, sweating or whatever. And nothing. And then in my legs too, I'm like, what is going on? I thought it was just me. That's crazy.
Wow. So Donovan and Kimmy, you both had the same thing too, huh? That is so interesting.
Water.
So I wonder what that indicates.
I will ask.
What are we all experiencing?
I will ask
maybe?
my classmates. I'm a big spiritual community, but intuitively, water usually is indicative of emotions, processing emotions. Are there the ones that are feeling this? Are you suppressing something? Like, is there an emotion that you don't really like? It's coming up, and you need to deal with it, but you're like, no, I'm not going to deal with that right now. That's what I would think where that would come from. But I
feel personally attacked, but I feel like that's me all the time.
That's part of my life too. But that I will ask, because it's probably more prevalent if this is just a small group.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that's pretty weird, because even Donovan and Kimmy said yes. Wow, interesting. That is interesting, isn't it, guys? If we bring it up. So see, that's what y'all need to think about for next week. Anything you want to ask or address, just to kind of see, is it just me or are other people experiencing this? To me, that's the most interesting.
He's gone.
He's right. I don't know what happened. Let me get him back on here.
I used to not tell people I was a
There he is.
Used to not, because I used to be afraid of being publicly shunned. And the more I've told people, the more people are like, really? Can you do this? Really? I've been looking for somebody to talk to, or what do you know about this? And now I'm at the point where it is what it is.
Yeah.
Of course, the word carries a lot of negative connotation. I'm not like a medieval witch. I mean, I do have a cauldron, but I'm not like making potions.
Girl, I have a witch hat I wear on a daily basis. And look, hold on. Let me.
I thought about bringing my cloak, my salad.
That's like over my bed.
It might be too much.
I'm like, that's literally over my bed. Yes, that's a wine bottle. Don't ask.
I would love for my daughter to come over and set a meeting up with you, because she's going through a lot of stuff right now. It's really strange. I know she's surrounded by negative energy because she's already had 2 dogs die.
No. She's had like 17 dogs die.
Yeah, but it's like
they put a curse on her.
Yeah, and she has good stuff happening, and then all of a sudden it's like boom, bad stuff. And I told her to go see a bruja, and she needs to get something fixed or whatever. Yeah, I see. I know. That's what I said.
That's what I was going to ask you about, Jennifer. Is if
I got the tools.
She's got the whole kit. And
Okay,
caboodle.
so I
Sorry,
was going to ask because my health has been bad for, I don't know, 16 years. But in the past 4 years, it's gotten like extremely bad. And it kind of hit out of nowhere. More than just because I've had a passing out disorder since I was 16.
You
And
have an actual diagnosis?
no, literally no doctor can figure out why I pass out.
Why you
So-
passed out? You've had other
Like
diagnoses.
narcolepsy, like fall asleep. Or...
No, I will literally just be walking along. Well, when it started, I would literally just be walking along and just hit the ground. Like no warning, no nothing, just hit the ground. And I had friends in high school would tell me like, you are mid conversation and you just hit the ground. And I had zero warning. It took all the way up until maybe like, I don't know what, 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I finally started kind of catching on to the little tiny hints I get before I pass out. And here recently, it's like my body reverted and now I can't catch it. So I've actually been on disability since October of last year because I passed out in my kitchen and I tore my rotator cuff. I now have 7 bulging discs, a herniated disc in my neck, and all this stuff. But it kind of started escalating a few years ago, right after I had my daughter. And at the same time, a friend of ours that we were really close with, she was also in the hospital. And every single time I was in the hospital, she was in the hospital. Like, I went in for kidney stones. She went in for her pancreas. I went in for, I broke my back, and she went in for her gallbladder. I went in for my appendix. She went back in for her pancreas. It was like literally every single time one of us was in the hospital, the other one was not too far behind. And she went to a bruja, and they said that she had a lot of stuff on her. And so I was kind of wondering, maybe like common any kind of type thing, or
It could be epigenetics. I mean, it could be a lot of things. I would have to put you on a table and scan you and do a crystal healing session on you and see what spirit reveals. Because, I mean, and I'll tell you this right here. For to God and everybody. If somebody tells you they can heal you, they're a liar. Don't fall for that crap. I can't heal you, but spirit can heal you through me. It's not me, so don't ever fall into those scams. If somebody tells you they can fix you, they can remove curses, crap, can't do it. But spirit, if you allow it, can work through you. You're just a vessel. But
right.
I can put you on a table and see what spirit reveals. Just from what you're telling me and how it's you hospital, her hospital, there's a cord cutting that needs to be done there. You have a cord connection with this woman, and that when she falls ill, you fall ill. And that cord needs to be narrowed or cut. That's what I was wondering what the relationship, like, is she just a friend?
Just friends, right? Is the
Yeah,
same
we're
person
just friends. And I mean, I don't know how interactive it is now, because we don't talk as much anymore. Well, actually, I haven't talked to her in like a year and a half now, but I know that she's still actively getting sicker, and so am I. Christina.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we're on Facebook and YouTube. First Meredith and now Christina.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'd have to put you on a table. I mean, I have a theory, and it worked for me. Okay, and I will tell you, I have fibromyalgia. I have rheumatoid arthritis. I have a lot of health problems. Through holistic healing and somatic healing and psychotherapy and spirituality, I've pretty much healed myself. Do I have a day here and there? Yes, I do. But I got my life back. I really did. And that's why I can sit here in front of everybody and be like, it works. Because it worked for me.
See, the only diagnosis I've gotten was 2 years ago. They said that I was pre-lupus. But
I've never heard of pre-lupus.
Yeah, it's basically like you have every symptom of lupus, but it hasn't revealed itself.
It hasn't, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least they told you.
There's a term
like
for it, but
dormant.
that is a
They just
Yeah, you can actually Google pre-lupus, and it'll come up with symptoms and all kinds of stuff.
A lot of these, and in the last 5-10 years, I think it's like a
A lot more.
60% increase in autoimmune diseases.
Yeah,
Most
same girl. I
autoimmune-
got the same rheumatoid, fibromyalgia, and I have Sjogren's syndrome as well as glaucoma.
Okay, a lot of your autoimmune diseases, the doctors can't tell you why. They can't tell you why or where it came from. And I think it's energetic.
Type 1 diabetic.
I
Oh,
have
yeah,
a theory
that's-
about
yeah.
diabetes.
Nobody
You
in
don't
my
let
family is
people love you.
diabetic.
You don't accept love, do you? You don't let people love you.
That's deep. Hold on now.
Who, me?
No,
Are we
Ivan.
getting a reading on the
And
live?
that's diabetes.
It's very hard for me to put. It's
It's easy to give love, but you don't receive it
easy,
well.
but it's
You
hard
don't
for me
allow
to just
yourself
allow it to come in and
to
trust
be
it.
loved. When you
Wow.
can get to the root of that and heal that, the diabetes will subside.
That's very
I have
interesting,
been
Ivan.
down
Well, I'm
that.
gonna start taking applications then. I'm going online right now. Love
Show me love,
applications.
I don't want this.
Match.com.
Oh my god.
See you on
I believe
Match.com.
most of these diseases are energetic. I really do. I think there's root causes. I know tuberculosis, right, where the little holes in the stomach, the empaths, when you can't control what you absorb and you don't put safeguards there and you go in different rooms with different energies and you pull all that energy because you're like, you know what, I don't want you to hurt. I'm going to take your pain. I feel your pain. It literally burns holes in your stomach. That's where it sits.
That's me.
Yeah,
Stop taking
I believe
people's
that.
stuff. That's why you have attachments. Stop.
That is, I was
do
gonna
that.
say that is why you have attachments.
Because I can feel certain energies from certain people, and
Don't take people's stuff, man.
I do take it, and I take it on. Matter of fact, I let her mom move in because I felt bad because
I know.
and I'm always doing
Boundaries.
that.
Important. A lot of these diseases are somatic. I think a lot of what Carolyn has is somatic.
Yeah, probably.
Because she's carrying around everybody else's stuff and she doesn't know when to put that buffer or how to protect herself.
She
That
has-
makes sense why I'm all
She has
jacked
one
up too.
person in particular that there needs to be a cord cutting.
It seems to
And
be
she
a
knows
love
who I'm
trap.
talking
You
about.
have a lot of men that put some shit on you.
Yeah.
You took a lot of crap from a lot of men.
Yeah,
Who,
Crystal
me?
And
knows.
that's what made you sick.
Crystal knows about that. What we've talked about.
That's what Spirit said.
Girl, you know what's funny? I'm actually going through my second divorce. Y'all heard this live.
She's so young. Oh my goodness, poor thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy.
Make you sick.
Third one's a charm. Third one's a
No.
charm.
No,
How, I love how she's
I'm
reading
number
everybody
4,
so well,
and
though.
he's number 2.
Wow.
I love how she's reading everybody so well though.
I love that.
I know you're doing great.
That's pretty. That's really
It's what
really
I
cool.
do.
And
That
to
is really cool.
touch on the reading part, as a matter of fact, because earlier you said, Liliana, that a lot of people say that you come off very aggressive, and Jennifer said that she didn't really pick that up, but she didn't really know you. The very first time I saw you on the radio show, I saw you on there, and as soon as my husband got home, because he was there that night, and as soon as he got home, I had told him, I was like, I don't know, I just feel like she's very full of herself. And then for you to say that that's how people perceive you, but I tell my husband, like, I pride myself a lot on the way I read people. Like, in the first 5 minutes, I can tell you whether I'm gonna like the person, I'm not gonna like the person, maybe so. I need a little more time, but most of the time in the first 5 minutes, I could say yes or no. And there's been several times Carolyn's like, oh, I hung out with so-and-so. And I'm like, oh my God. I don't know the person at all, but I'm like, no.
Just pick things up.
Nope.
Just in the picture, she can read it. I'm like,
And you know
no.
what? Okay, here's one thing. Like, my therapist is, I have talked to a therapist. And one thing that I was kind of trying to break down because I'm like, I don't feel like I'm an aggressive person, but people perceive me to be that way. Like, I'm just very, like, in people's faces
Look, you got
sometimes.
your guard up.
And he said that that's what it was. He said that is a, like, trigger response for you.
Defense.
Like, he said you are like the sweetest, kindest person that I know naturally, but in any slight change in someone else's personality because I read them, or when you feel uncomfortable, you have to put up this front where you're like this tough, strong person
Right.
that you're really not, because you're like trying to guard yourself,
Yeah.
but you're coming off a lot more aggressive.
Well, like
to
even now,
other
I hate
people.
being on camera. I hate it. So when I get nervous, I get thirsty. So I had brought my drink and I brought a Dr. Pepper, and now I have to pee. But that's my response. I get thirsty when I get nervous. Everybody
has
has
their own
trauma
responses. Yeah, I believe
keeping
that.
your mouth shut to keep the peace, trauma response.
Oh yeah,
Don't do it.
I do that all the time with
Because when you don't let out what you need to let out, it will find a place in your body,
and that's what I've been doing
and
for all
it
these
will
years.
manifest as pain.
Yeah,
Well, what's in my case,
he doesn't open his mouth, and I tell him, I'm like, you need to let it out, because whenever you try to let it out, finally, I'm the one that gets the brunt of it.
Paul and I are a lot.
No, you need to tell these people when you have an issue, because
Paul and I both do that, don't we, Paul?
yes,
we don't let it out. We're so much alike. That's why we've always clicked, because it's like I can feel what he's feeling. It's like we just you never say. You just don't say it. You just
and then you look at me and Brett. Me and Brett are like, we're gonna say how it is, and me and Brett have always clicked. Like,
see, and with me, it's always like an in between. I feel like I have to read the situation and then like pick and choose my battles, but at the same time, like one thing that I've been called out on is when I should be aggressive, I'm not.
Yeah.
And when I shouldn't be, I am.
Yeah.
So I guess my problem, and one thing I've been learning to, balance out, I guess,
flip
is
your emotion. Flip your
with
emotions.
my own emotions. Yeah, like literally flip my emotions. And well, the problem in here, I'm gonna get personal here, but the reason why a lot of the times, especially like what she said, a lot of it is just like I feel like all this stuff has happened with like me letting men in my life.
Right.
And it all started with my father. To this day, I still don't talk to him.
It does always. I think it always does.
And then, but every other time, like I have been in 2 physically abusive relationships where if I said something, it literally in my face, aggressive. Like I was still going to get the same reaction either way. So it got to the point that I didn't like really know what to do with like either of them. So it's
see, my dad,
either
my
way,
dad
it was just going to be
toward my mom, and so I didn't have a relationship with him really, and he was a meth addict. So when he passed, like literally, and I know Carolyn's heard me say it several times, is he was dead to me before he died. He was dead to me, and I had no idea the amount of pain it was going to cause me when he actually died. And I was angry with him. I was so angry with him because he took the one chance of me ever having him pick me over the drugs. That chance was gone because he chose the drugs, and that was the life that he chose, and somebody killed him because of it. And he never once chose me. He always chose that lifestyle. And I was so pissed at him, and I told my grandma, I was like, I'm mad as hell. Like, I'm so angry with him. And she was like, you don't need to be angry with him, because in heaven, all that's gone. And I'm like, but it's not gone for me. I'm still here, and I'm still feeling it, and I'm not letting it go. And it's, I am angry. And I mean, I've moved past it now, and I don't, because I am a big person a big believer in not carrying around anger like that.
But we're happy. Maybe
on
to do with why you've gotten all these, like she was just saying about me. Maybe you thought you did, but you really haven't, and that's why it's manifested in your physical illnesses too. Because we're both suffering with things just kind of always.
Well, I think honestly, the thing that I want to say, the thing that I probably carry around the most is my son's anxiety and PTSD and his mental illness.
Yeah.
And it's just because I see the stuff that I deal with on a regular basis, and I see the stuff that Paul deals with on a regular basis. And now we've moved in my mom, and realizing she is not mentally stable whatsoever, because we were not very close. And that, Carolyn, we weren't super close for a very long time.
Yeah.
So I had no idea. I mean, I knew she had some psychosomatic stuff going on, but I didn't realize to the extreme, because I mean, she has borderline personality disorder, undiagnosed, but I literally read a whole article on it, and I was like, literally every single thing on the list was her to the T. And I was like, oh, there's no way she doesn't have this, you know? And then now all of a sudden it's like she sees bugs on her. And I'm like, Mom, there's no bugs. Like, they're not there. And she literally has
psychosis.
That's more than BPD.
She literally has sores all over her arms, her back, her chest from her digging into her skin because there are bugs there. And I'm like, Mom, there are no bugs. Like, there's nothing.
So she's not on any type of medication then? She probably
because she doesn't have insurance, so there's no way that she can even.
God. Yeah. So either she's having a bad reaction to summer, that's a psychosis. Because my sister had that, my older sister, when she was on, hers was from her medical condition at the time. And certain medicines they had her on, my older sister, the one that passed recently, she saw some bugs, like the same thing, under her skin. And she believed it. It was there. And I was like, oh, my Lord.
Yeah, she, somebody, after she started seeing them and describing them, somebody decided, well, I guess they didn't realize her mental health, but somebody decided that it would be a great idea to tell her that, oh, it sounds like chiggers. So now she swears up and down she sees chiggers digging into her skin. And I keep telling her, Mom, you physically cannot see chiggers. You cannot see them. There's no way.
Powerful thing, though. Mind over matter.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a psychosis. Yeah, oh my gosh, that's terrible. Yeah. Well, I wish you could get her to get to a doctor. I mean, they have doctors even without insurance. You know, because I've been through instances.
I'm hoping, because I bought her this cream.
Yeah, that's the horrible thing. You know, that is the horrible thing about mental health. I found this out when I was dealing with a family member. Y'all know who it was. I'm not going to say on here. But unless they're a danger to themselves or others, they won't do anything.
Right.
I mean, you can't even take them to the hospital and say, look, check them in. Are they ready to hurt themselves or others? It's broken. It's but it's so sad.
I thought it was my legs.
What?
He said the bed is vibrating, and I was like, oh, I thought it was my legs because I have my nerve stimulator, so it does the vibrations for my legs and my back. You must have stepped on the remote.
Oh, it's right here. Okay.
So
that freaked me out.
The crap out of me. Oh, no, now their bed's vibrating.
So that's how we spice it up, guys.
I was gonna say, if y'all start levitating,
everybody. I'm like, oh my God, what's that on top of the fridge, Ivan? Make sure it don't fall. Like,
now we know
hey, wait a minute. Don't.
Yeah.
Her breaking point.
So I bought my mom this cream that's for chiggers and is another one that burrows. But I bought her this cream, and if she ever comes back to the damn house, she'll get it. And I'm hoping that mind over matter, she knows the cream is for this. Maybe it'll get it in her head that this is going to get rid of it and it'll be gone. Hopefully.
Yeah, you have to that's the hope. Gosh, Kimmy, that's terrible.
That's a reality, and it's so sad.
Oh my God, there's so many people that don't have insurance and can't get the help they need. I mean, just to us. I mean,
there's no profit in it.
Not minor. No.
It's all about money.
No, it's all about.
I have insurance, and over this last year, I've spent over $50,000 in procedures.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kimmy just commented and said she doesn't. She said, I don't have insurance, and my doctor wants me to get 2 sleep studies done. First one is $875, and the second one is $975.
Oh my God, where are you supposed to get that kind of money? Yeah, and if you don't have insurance, they look at you like, well, it's too bad. You know,
health is a luxury for the rich.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And health is a crown that only the sick can see.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, and you know, they just pump you full of more medicine. That's all they do. I don't think they even know a lot of the time.
We treat the symptoms, but not the root cause.
Yeah, and sadly, the insurance is higher than those 2 procedures.
Sometimes.
Yes. Well, just like, you know, I put on Facebook about the podiatrist finally gave me shots in my feet. And the reason I say finally, I did not want shots on my feet, but at this point, I'm like, okay, do something. And all the other doctors, 3 different podiatrists besides this young one that I just started seeing. He took over the practice. He looks like my son's age.
And that's the one you were scared of.
Yeah, I'm scared. Oh, don't get me wrong. I did not want to do it. I was scared when he finally said, I disagree. I think it'll help. Every one of them said it's not going to help, but he's like, yeah, it's going to help. Now I'm hoping that he's right, and he's not just saying, oh, I'm a new doctor, I want to try to get these,
So I was in like a clinical study. It wasn't like a trial, but it was like a clinical study. My insurance covered it twice and then decided, oh, never mind, we're not covering that anymore. But it was for stem cell therapy, and it was in my feet. And it's to halt the progression of arthritis. And they were hoping, because I was the youngest one in the clinical thing, that it would start reversing mine since I was younger. But because they stopped paying for it after the second one, I guess we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to agree with Jennifer, because I got diagnosed. I started having problems with my health after one of my majorly aggressive relationships. And that's when I got diagnosed. Like, I mean, flare-ups, like I could not walk. Like I was physically sick in the hospital, like almost every other week. It was insane. After I was going through so much stress the past few months that I quit my job. I was a correctional officer. I quit my job because I was my body could not take it. I was stressed. I had so much going on at home, at work. I was always like, my body was just, I felt like it was working overtime, 24/7.
You're in a situation where the trauma and our trauma response is to fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, and you got switched from regular into survival. And it'll trip something. If you stay in survival long enough, you don't just default back. You will continue to stay in survival mode until it is reversed. And your body can't work at that level for however long until it starts breaking down.
It wasn't until I chose to remove myself and get on this spiritual level with myself, like go on this spiritual journey with myself, to love myself, to get to know myself, to really accept myself for who I was, that I have not had any flare-ups until literally today. Today was my first day, and I've had a lot of stress like within the last 2 days. So it's like a lot of triggers. Not stress as far as not like stuff that I'm going through on a daily basis, but I've had a lot of things that have triggered me to put me back in the mindset to where I'm like stressing and stuff, and now I'm flaring up. So when I'm fine, when I'm mentally okay, and I feel like emotionally I'm comfortable, I am fine. Like I feel like I am at my best self. I don't have flare-ups. I'm in pain when I work out, but I'm really just sore. I can finish my workouts, but like this morning I literally almost threw up. Normally I don't get that sick when I work out, and I did this morning. And then my knees started giving out the rest of the day, so I was like,
you overdid it. Well, what about you, Ivan? Do you experience anything like that? Like, do you think that what are your thoughts on that? I like to make sure we include everyone. I don't want to have anybody.
No, I'm just letting people talk. I like to listen a lot too. But what's been crossing my mind this whole time is I'm really grateful. I'm sorry?
Do you have any reoccurring pain in your body?
No, but recently, yes, I do. I lower back, but I mean, that was probably just due to my Coast Guard days.
Right.
What's that?
Center, left, or right? Like on your back, but is it on?
Yeah, no, I understand. It can be anywhere down there. It's maybe left,
all the
right? way. Yeah, it's just the whole back.
Who's not supporting you in your life? Whatever you're doing, you don't feel supported.
Okay. Okay.
And if it's on your left side, it's a feminine energy.
Look,
there's a woman, a mother, an aunt, a tia that you want to recognize what you're doing, and it's gonna make your back hurt.
Getting ready. Well, no, hold on. I was just getting ready to say. I'm listening to everybody talking. I'm just like, I'm really grateful for this conversation, because you earlier mentioned something about my diabetes and how it had something to do with whatever. I've also seen a therapist, and like everything you said, everything she's saying, everything, just so much dots are just being connected today.
Gonna
It's
have steam
ridiculous.
blowing out of his ears in a minute.
And then
That's
like
great.
a lot of things are just making sense all of a sudden. And then you say that, okay, my background, just so y'all know who you're talking to or whatever. I did not have a good childhood. I was pretty much on my own, which is where, you know, I have like attachment issues, which you hit on earlier with like me, because it's hard for me to like be let down. I don't like to be let down.
Yeah.
And so I bring everything upon myself to do everything myself and try to rely on myself. Having to rely on someone makes me very nervous.
You're
That's me.
counter-dependent. It's the opposite of codependent, counter-dependent. It's extreme independence is a coping mechanism. So that
It's a way for me to ensure that I'm not hurting myself.
So you're
I'll
never in
let
a position to let somebody let you
Donovan
down.
said same here. Maybe it's a guy thing. A lot of guys.
You'd
I
be
bet you do
surprised.
that.
Single mom.
No,
mom,
I'm like that. I'm like that a lot.
Drama.
And my husband tells me
ask for help.
constantly.
You better believe it's bad because I won't do it.
Drama.
Yeah, my husband tells me
100%.
constantly, he's like, you need to let people help you. And what I just said the other day, it was like, I went off and I had a explosive fit or whatever you want to call it. And I just lost my shit. And I was like, this is why I don't ask people for help, because it never fails. They let me down every time.
Well, I have a trauma response, and anytime I've ever asked for help, it was thrown in my face.
Remember,
It was used against me and thrown in my face. So when people know when I
exactly.
ask for help, it's because I am literally have no other choice. And
I've never dated anybody where, you know, I let them in on something or anything, and then it's like they're so quick to bring that to the surface. I'm like, really? You're gonna like just make me feel like I can't trust you, you know, like I can't do that with anybody anymore. Like, I mean, I would love to, but it would just have to be someone.
Just so you know, Ivan,
I'm so like anti, like.
Wow. Yeah.
It's actually so weird, Liliana. I was actually thinking about this earlier too. That when I met you at the island, that was not me. Like you're just like a random person over there, and I'm just like, hey, how are you doing?
And we had a whole conversation too.
I know, and it was just like that's why I'm like, this was meant to happen. This conversation tonight, and Liliana,
that led to this. That led to all of this.
Yes. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, there's no coincidence. And another thing I wanted to tell you and everyone else listening, on Carolyn's Corner, the radio show, I hope y'all will tune into that. That's every Monday night at 7:30. Please tune in. It's on the same channel. We have all kinds of musical guests. We try to help people get heard with their music and whatever. We have a lot of great discussions, a lot of laughs. Not as serious as this show. But ever since I got the opportunity to do this show, that show, and it has led to this show, my whole objective is to bring people together. You know, because a lot of us feel like we are the only ones that are dealing with this or this or this, or we're going through hell, literally, you know, and we don't know how to deal with it. We're not smiling, you know, and life is so difficult for so many, you know, it's just so hard that we just go through our lives and just pretend like everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. When in fact, you've been dealing, all of us, you see that now, right? You know, the more we talk about stuff, we've all been dealing with all of this our whole lives. It's not just a me thing, it's a we thing.
You always have to be kind. You don't know what battles people are fighting because they're not going to show them to you.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not going to show people I don't know my demons.
Exactly.
You know?
And that's what Lalo, I just saw Lalo on here. That is our mantra. You know, show people kindness. Be kind whenever you can. And share the love if you can. And I don't mean, I'm saying kindness and love. You know what I mean? I'm not saying anything inappropriate. You know, just say, hey, I'm here, you know, and that's why this is great, because this gives all of us an opportunity to come together and share things that we may never normally have shared before, just like you said. And that makes me really happy that you felt open enough to share it with us. And just know that this is, in my opinion, this is a safe place. I know it's a public forum,
it is for me,
but
I don't judge.
Yeah, I don't judge. I have no right. None of us would, because we've all experienced many things. You know what I mean? So feel free to anytime you open up about something or ask a question, honestly, because we have all different ages of people, all different, you know, female, male, you know, all of us have dealt with different things. So,
but it's so crazy how like, man, I don't understand. Like, just everything, like the whole
Yeah.
ghost thing, the whole alien thing, the whole
Yeah.
like
Weird,
the
right?
way you're expressing things that just how in the heck are you like hitting it on the nail so good, helping me connect to everything, and the fact that I met you, I'm just like blown away with today's.
Well,
I know,
me
and
too.
what's
Like, I
crazy too
fucking love
about
it.
like what I said about
Me too.
the
I
trip
got it.
that I took to
Yeah.
South Padre. Like,
Yeah.
again, what was weird is I literally woke up one day and I was like, I need to get out. I need to go somewhere. My kids were with their dad. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take a day trip. 4 hours. It's literally 4 hours away.
Wow.
I
You are
drove.
way braver than me.
I drove 4 hours, and I asked him because he's like, "Hey, there's a karaoke spot here that's open
Oh, no
24/7."
wonder.
So I
still
stayed.
traveled. I ain't
Yeah,
traveling
yeah,
no
yeah.
4 hours.
But see, the thing is, I didn't know that until after I met Ivan.
Yeah.
I didn't know about the karaoke place until after there. I met someone that runs all of the musical events on the island
Wow.
at the bar, which is insane. Again, insane. Now they know me there, and after that, literally leaving the bar at like 1 o'clock in the morning, I drove home 4 hours.
Wow.
So I literally took a whole fucking day to just like kind of reconnect with myself and
You needed that.
experience things.
You have to
And now-
recharge, fill your cup.
So all of us here, Ivan, are really into music, and we do karaoke shows. We have 2 a week now.
Oh, really? Hey, you do everything, huh?
We have a blast. You should come. You should come to one of our shows. I promise you will have fun, right, guys? It's a lot
Yep.
of fun. That's all of our outlet. And Jennifer won't even sing,
Cool.
but she still a lot of times she goes.
I haven't
And it's
been
just
in a
a
while,
group. You know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing. We just go do.
but we're
I'm like,
You
ridiculous.
don't
we're
want to
gonna
hear me sing.
laugh.
You don't
We're
want to
gonna
hear me
smile.
sing.
You know,
Ridiculous.
no, but a lot of people don't sing.
You'll be kicking me out of this.
I'm just ridiculous. I throw underwear at whoever's singing.
It's so fun.
Brett
We have
took
so
my
much
underwear
fun.
last time, so now I have to buy new underwear.
It
to
was
throw.
so funny. They throw
That is
granny
funny.
panties. They were making me laugh so hard. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We have a karaoke show. It's called Carolyn's Fun Time Karaoke. And
That's
it should just
funny.
be fun
That's
time
cool.
karaoke because we have blow up instruments. We try to make
That's
it different
cool.
than any show,
Yeah.
you know, because I'm the same thing. I want to bring people joy, whatever that means. Let's make them smile. I don't care what I got to look like an idiot, which I do every time.
I
But
just
don't
love
care.
how in life there really are no accidents. It's insane.
No, there's not. There's not. That's amazing. I mean, it really is. And it all,
Everything is by design.
God, and it happens just like what you have happened tonight, Ivan. I've experienced that same feeling so many times to where I look and I'm like, how did all of this? Because it's just amazing. It makes me want to cry a lot of times.
Where does everybody live? Where is everybody at?
We're in Beeville, Texas.
All of us.
All of us are in Beeville, Texas,
We
which
are
is
all in
about
Beeville, Texas.
3-4 hours from where you are.
Here.
But
And
you
I-
live in-
And I actually work for a company where I go down to Edinburgh once a week.
yeah,
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I go to
Look
Edinburgh,
up in
Raymondville.
Fudge, whatever.
Yeah,
that's
I-
crazy.
go down there a lot.
You're
It's
welcome,
funny.
guys. Bringing people together.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's why another reason I really want you to share with your friends and just tell them, hey, come check it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Booty,
you know,
Norman
it was a
Booty.
huge step, just me coming in here.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
so
this is
glad
not
you
my
did it.
style, but I feel comfortable.
That's so awesome. That's what I want. That's what we want. And
Yeah, like
Donovan,
this is kind of like my thing. You know what I mean? Like for
Yeah.
me to be like, hey, come over here. You know, like I got to be honest with you. Like I don't think that's just my style. You know, it's just not
well,
my-
it wasn't for any of us either. We just kind of started it, and
It's
I
cool.
Well,
wanted-
what's
And you guys
neat
really
too
did-
is I didn't even think to put it on like anything, but I was like, you know what? I said I'm gonna share it on my Instagram just in case, like,
I'm
because
glad
I know a
you did.
lot of people see my stories. So I was like, oh, I'll post it on my Instagram, and then you were like, wait, real stories? Because I have a few. I was like, share them, please.
Good. Well, that's why it's so important for next. Let's plan on next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Start sharing. guys, if you
Okay.
can. Let people know. Hey, we're going to be getting together.
And then
we're
one
gonna-
day we'll go on Ivan's boat.
Yeah, virtually.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you have a phone or whatever, you know, wherever you are, or you can come in after you're done with your.
I guess
with
I'm
your boob
co-hosting
cruise.
Tuesdays. I've been promoted.
I guess. Well, I can have up to 19 people on the.
T-shirts
Well,
and co-hosting
I can have up to
Tuesdays.
19 people on the screen. It says. So
I was offered Googler, but I didn't.
Oh,
she
Carolyn,
also-
I sent you my my information for my birth
Okay,
chart.
I'll make sure and send it to Jennifer when she gets ready to go.
You ready
So
to
you
be
can have.
attacked?
No, it's funny.
I already know that I'm gonna get personally attacked. I already know
Yeah.
because I know myself. I'm gonna put myself on blast right now. I will make myself out to be like this bubbly personality, but when I'm alone, I'm like crying, breaking down, like
Yeah.
just really just depressed,
Oh, wow.
like at my worst. And no one would
want
even
people to
think,
Yeah.
no one would even think that I am like a lot sadder than I make myself out to be.
Well, that's
Because
what I always, you know,
I
'cause
try
when
to be welcoming to
People
everybody,
that
and I try to
look
do that.
the
Yes.
happiest.
that's why
And I
most
try-
of you're great
That's what I was
comedians.
going to say.
are usually
Normally,
something
the
like
most depressed people are happiest on the outside.
Yes,
Usually
that's
what
I'm
absolutely
you
right.
totally opposite. I'm
what
totally
you
opposite.
give is what you
Yeah, you're
need.
totally
Because-
opposite.
Yeah, I'm totally opposite because I come off like conceited or like whatever, but in reality, I don't want to have the
people in.
ability for anybody to tell me anything bad, or I don't
Yeah.
want to I don't want to
So
like
insecurity.
open up. Like it's like an
manifests
insecurity,
positive.
you know? Yeah.
Insecurity
And I
manifests
don't
positive.
like that feeling, so I just stay in my lane, and that comes off conceited, which is
Yeah.
super opposite. But I'm in my mind, I'm super. You can rely on me for anything.
Oh, I
you
bet.
know?
Yeah.
As long as it's on like my ground, like like
My terms.
they're going through something, it's easy for me to offer up and
Yeah,
be that nice guy. But I will easily come off conceited, but only because I'm just holding it tight,
I'm sure most people, they're not at all what they portray, what you think they are.
It's so weird.
I bet
So
we could get 15 different people on here and think they're one way, honestly, complete strangers. But
Yeah.
if you talk to them just for a minute, you realize that it's something that's happened in their past or
What
some
people
insecurity
do.
or
Oh
something,
yeah.
right? That's amazing. That's
We
just
are
amazing.
all just reflections of our own reality.
Yeah, and we're all the same. In a long roundabout way, we're all the same. We're all
Yeah, well,
created-
like my reasoning behind why I want to
We're
be,
all just human beings. That's what I've been saying my
and
whole life.
I guess it's like the same with everybody that kind of has that depression that they hide it, is because we know what it's like to feel this low, we don't want anybody else to feel like that. So we try to spread that like positivity and try to
Oh
be
wow,
bubbly.
that's interesting.
But it gets so exhausting. Like,
It
And
is.
the world is because they wish that they would be taken care of.
Yeah.
I talked to my therapist about that, and he said, like, he confirmed it too. He's like, he said the reason why you pretty much like have your little moods and breakdowns sometimes when you're alone is because at the end of the day, you're like literally over exhausting yourself trying
Mentally
to like
drained.
spread that positivity that you're
Yeah.
exhausted.
Oh, I'm
By the
bad
end of the
about
day,
that
you
too.
are
Very bad
drained.
about
It drains you. It'll drain you.
At work, that's what I do at work. I'm the Showtime lady when I'm at work, and so I'm always up. Oh, I'm singing and dancing, whatever it takes to get people to buy stuff at the store. And people are like, "Oh my God, you're always happy." And in my heart, I'm like, I'm not always, but here I am.
One thing,
I
there was a
everybody-
conversation that I had with somebody where they were like, but you're so happy, because I'm like, I actually struggle with depression, and they're like, but you're like so happy all the time, and I'm like, so was Robin Williams. No offense, but
Exactly.
that's
No,
like a perfect example.
You let them see, though. We don't show everybody everything.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I
Exactly.
mean? It's like having clothes on. There's certain things you don't want to be shown. You put clothes on your emotions. You wrap it up in pretty paper and put a bow
Yeah.
on it. You don't want people to see it for what it is. Usually I'm a pretty quiet person until you get to know me, and then I have a lot of things to say. But if you just first meet me, I'm usually pretty quiet.
You're kind of shy, standoffish. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
I don't know, but if this podcast gets going and we get a lot of people, I don't think we're going to stay clothed very long.
I know. I think we're going to be dissecting each other very
You're talking
often.
about clothes, ma'am. And I
Clothes.
would like to
No, I'm talking about emotional clothes.
Yeah,
okay.
emotional clothes. Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm already live because
I'm like,
she's
I thought
gonna
I
read
needed
my
a
chart.
shirt.
That's so funny. I'm trying to tell Donovan. Now,
Because
Donovan,
Jennifer's already reading because I already know she's gonna read my chart. I had to put myself on blast before she did, and I feel like that's a trauma
Definitely.
response. Also, you know what? I'm embarrassed myself before someone else does it.
We all
Okay,
do that. We do that.
guys, let's plan on next Tuesday at 8. Anybody that would like to join us on screen with the shirt on, just kidding. Let me know if you have a connection with Liliana. If you can get a hold of him, Donovan, the same thing. for
Liliana, you're gonna have to remind me
If
because
you want to join us,
I
on
will. I'll post it.
let me know. Message me beforehand. All of you have our. You can message us on Carolyn's Corner, or you can message whatever your, whatever. What was that?
Brett,
Brett said still want to go on the boob cruise.
Oh my God.
For you. We didn't get
boob cruise. It's a boob.
Yeah, he
cruise.
said boob
What's on a
cruise.
boob cruise, like for real. Okay, so it
We're
goes
going
back
alone, dude.
to
We're going alone.
Brett and I are older than anybody on here. Brett is 8 years older than me. But we used to be on a pool league in Corpus, and my husband is hilarious, man. He is something. So he kept saying, show me your boobs, show me your boobs, show me your boobs to all the, because I was on an all-female team. He was on another team, right? And they were like, oh, stop it, Brett. Stop it, Brett. Stop it, Brett. I got to tell the story before we leave because I'll never forget it. I was like, oh, my God. So I had enough of it. So finally I told, because we had all different shapes and sizes of women on this team. We had straight women, we had lesbians, we had fat, we had skinny. I mean, everybody.
We had all flavors.
All flavors. So one day I got them all together and I said, man, I want y'all to do something. They're like, what? And I go, I will not get mad. When Brett comes in, I want everybody to flash him at the same time. And they're like, no, Miss Carolyn, we can't do that. I said, no, I really want you to do it.
It's the best gift I ever got, probably.
It was the most hilarious thing ever because, I mean, everybody did it at the same time. Pull their shirt up, and Brett was like, and he was like, oh my God. He said, I don't even know where to look. He said he was boobed out, right, Brett? I know he's on there.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be in trouble. I know, Donovan. So would Brett. And he said, I don't want to see no more boobs because there were big ones, little ones, fat ones, skinny ones. It was hilarious. And they're like, and I wasn't
A
mad.
boob buffet.
It was so
Boob
funny.
buffet.
He did not know what to do. So we still talk about that story. And when I first met him, he was married to a senorita before. So he still likes the senoritas because I caught him. He wasn't cheating or anything, but he was talking Spanish to this girl and buying her drinks.
Never said it again.
Never said it again. And I walked in between him, on the other side of him, between somebody, and he didn't even see me. We were just dating. And I sat there and ordered me a beer because this is the place we were always at, where we sang karaoke, and he didn't see me. So he was kissing her on the hand and saying, oh, mama's in Spanish. And so the bartender sees me. This is a long time ago. So the bartender sees me. They know me. And so they give me my beer, and I'm like, shh, because I stood. He couldn't see me. Oh, man. And he's on the other side, so he don't see me. And he said, well, I got to go. My girlfriend's going to be here in just a minute. And he turned around, and he saw me.
Oh, shit. Oh. Yeah, I can say that.
I guess this is just happened since I got older. He looked at me like, oh my God. And he goes, baby, I didn't do anything. I swear I wasn't doing anything. And I said, no, I just saw you kissing her hand. And I said, I just got a question for you. Why don't you ever kiss my hand like that? And everybody in the place, because they all saw me and they were laughing. I was like, shh, but it was the funniest thing ever. So when he asked me to marry him, a few months later, I don't even know how long it was, I said, okay, no more senoritas. Now, I am almost the same, or I was back then, with cowboys. You give me a cowboy and tight
You're
Wrangler.
still the same.
You're
Carol.
still the same
You're
way.
I've gotten better.
You get a white cowboy and you're done for.
She said I've gotten better.
But anyway, so he said no
Hey.
cowboys. And I said, well, never mind.
How about a senorito cowboy?
Oh, my God.
Señorita cowboy.
Uh-oh.
Save me.
Uh-oh, you're in trouble.
Uh-oh,
Brad.
you're in trouble.
Okay, we can go on the boat cruise.
My hat was right there as you were saying that. I couldn't help it.
Oh, my God.
That was good.
So that's
that
our,
was good.
him with the senoritas. It's so funny. So funny. So even though we're a lot older than all of you, we still have fun. You have to live and laugh and have some fun. My gosh, life is so stressful.
Brett's hilarious.
No, Brett is an amazing guy. He was the best man at my wedding.
Yes.
And
Oh, cool. Also, y'all know each other.
Well,
No.
Paul,
Yeah.
Paul and Crystal and I, we've gone back, and Brett,
10
we've
years.
gone back since we've been here pretty much.
Yeah.
Don't invite Ivan back. My husband's in the other room. He said, don't invite Ivan back. Maybe just without a cowboy hat.
You come back, you just can't bring
Wait a minute. Did you say something about shirtless, Brett? Don't start, Brett. Oh, my gosh. Oh, it's so funny. Well, I guess we better hang it up for tonight. Make
That
sure
is
y'all
funny.
share, please.
Wow,
What
4.5
you wanna do.
hours. Jeez. I'll be ready Tuesday, Jesus.
Yeah, for real. 8 o'clock. And
So next week we'll work on Liliana's chart, and then the following week we'll be live at Paul's house
we could do
for
remote.
saging and a cleansing,
Oh, what do you think about that, Paul?
sounds good to me.
and maybe a
We
crystal
could do
healing
that.
session for the wifey.
We could do that for sure. That'd be pretty cool. We could do remote locations. So remember, if y'all live, love, and laugh. That's right, Donovan. You have to, man. You got to keep smiling. You got to keep smiling. That's all you got to do. Laugh. Because if we don't laugh, we're going to sit here and cry ourselves to sleep every night. You just got to have some joy in your lives. I hope that y'all had a little bit of joy tonight. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I've really enjoyed having you all here. We really have. And I always love welcoming new members of our family, because to me, it's like a family. I always say Carolyn's Corner, we're like a big family. On the radio, I can't see the radio listeners, but on here I can see y'all, and that makes it even better. Anytime I can see people and interact with them and spread a little bit of love and joy and really get to help somebody in any way. That's what I want to keep encouraging y'all to do as you go through your week. We'll be back. We'll be at the karaoke show we'll be at the 534 Club this Friday, and then Saturday we'll be at the VFW. Ivan, you can come surprise us anytime you want. We're in Beeville, Texas. You can't. It's way a long ways away. I doubt you would come here, but I'm just saying if you ever wanted to, you come to our show.
Oh, I travel all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, come and watch us make fools out of ourselves because we have a lot of fun. And Donovan, same with you, same with everybody that's on here. Hey, Claire. There's Claire. Claire is Brett's ex-wife, so shh. That's so funny. So
you know
funny.
about the boob cruise, Claire?
No, she doesn't know about that. She doesn't know about that.
Well, as Brett always says, you see one set of boobs, you want to see them all.
Oh, yeah, that's Brett's saying. Claire, we were just going to get off the air, but I'm glad you joined us. That's so funny. I hope y'all have a great night, and I'm looking forward to seeing y'all again on Tuesday. And like I said, if you want to come on the show and be on here like you are tonight, just let me know in advance, and I'll send you the link or send it to Liliana, and she can send it to you, okay?
We found a
The
way.
same with all of you guys on here. I have enough room for, like, it says I can have like 19 other people. So let's plan on that, okay? And I can sit here all night. We got to get off. Okay, well, I hope y'all have a great night, guys.
Good night.
Jennifer.
Nice meeting everybody.
Take care of yourselves. Thank you so much for everybody who joined us. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Well, this is my daughter that is having all the issues.
Hi.
Oh, she's on the phone. I thought it was a picture.
Paranormal.
Thank you, Brett. Brett said it was a great show. We've had a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can go ahead and end the stream, and you can still talk if y'all want. My hometown, Beeville, love it. Yes, we do have a lot of fun. We really do, Claire. Thank you.
Alrighty. Good night, Facebook.
Good night, guys.
Good night,
have a
everybody.
wonderful night. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. We'll still be on here if y'all want to talk for a minute. Whatever. But I'm ending the Facebook Live. Good night, and I'll see y'all Tuesday night at 8 o'clock right here. Don't forget to share, like, comment, share. Go to the YouTube channel. Please subscribe to it. We need more subscribers. This is sad. We have like 22. No, we're 27. I don't remember. So sad.
We'll expand. We just got to keep talking.
I know. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream.